If you'd like to help support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate it. You can join the Patreon page, purchase something from the Teespring store Etsy shop, and share the videos. It's your support that allows me to animate these battles. Thank you. It was November 1864, and a red-headed man with a scruffy beard sat atop his horse and marched his army away from the city of Atlanta, Georgia, as smoke lifted skyward from the war-torn city. The general had become a household name by that year of the American Civil War, but his next move would bring him even more fame and infamy as his army pushed toward the Georgia coast on his march to the sea. The man's name was William Tecumseh Sherman. Sherman's ancestors were pillars of the communities in which they resided. Taylor Sherman, William's grandfather, was born in 1758 and was active during the American Revolution. Once that conflict ended, Taylor was named Commissioner of the Western Reserve in Ohio from the state of Connecticut. Some of that land in Ohio would go to families in Connecticut who may have lost their homes during the Revolution. Taylor himself purchased land in Ohio after helping settle treaties to remove Native Americans from that district. Taylor had 3 children with his wife Betsy, 2 sons, Daniel and Charles, and a daughter, Betsy, named after her mother. Taylor's son Charles would become the father of William T. Sherman. Charles was born in Connecticut, attended Dartmouth College, and studied law with his father. He would marry Mary Sherman, and they would move to Ohio, hoping to settle on some of Charles' father's land. But fights with Native Americans resulted in him moving further south and settling in Lancaster, Ohio. Soon after moving his family to the town, the War of 1812 broke out. Charles delivered a major address at the militia enlistment meeting saying, "The crisis has arrived in which your country calls upon you, her constitutional guardians, to rally around her standard and to defend her rights and liberties." Charles's unit would see little action during the war, but President James Madison would appoint him the collector of the Internal Revenue for the 3rd District of Ohio. However, when inflation in the United States hit high levels, the government declared that they would only accept hard money or Bank of the United States notes for government obligations. This made much of the money in the United States worthless, at least in the payments to the federal government. Because of this declaration, Charles was left with stacks of worthless paper money, leaving him in critical debt. He sold property and borrowed, attempting to dig himself out of the financial hole, but was unable to do so, and he would continue to pay on his debts the rest of his life. Despite his financial struggles, Charles became a justice on the Ohio Supreme Court. Many prominent Americans of the 19th century stayed at his home, including DeWitt Clinton and Henry Clay. In that home, all but one of his 11 children were born. The 6th child, born on February 8, 1820, was named Tecumseh Sherman, known as Cump to his brothers and sisters. His name was strange in the early 19th century. His father gave him the name after the great Shawnee leader Tecumseh. Someone worked up the nerve to ask Charles about his son's name and why he had chosen it. Charles simply responded that Tecumseh was a great warrior. Cump's memories of his father were few, but he did remember when Charles would come home from riding the circuit. The first child to reach their father would get to ride back to the stable on the horse. Most of the time, Cump lost the foot race, but when he was about 6, he beat his brothers and sisters to greet his father. However, the horse would buck and throw Cump off its back, giving him a scar on his right cheek that he would carry for the rest of his life. On one occasion, Cump was reprimanded by his father, and he decided to run away from home to the house of a family friend. For several days, Cump lived with his friend, but when he found that none of his family was concerned over his leaving, he came back home. During one of Charles's rides on the circuit, he developed a high fever and became gravely ill. When the end was drawing near, Charles refused the services of a clergyman and instead asked for a funeral according to the Masonic rite. With the death of her husband, Mary Sherman worried about how to take care of her children. The death of Charles only left her with the house and its furnishings and a little bit of money, not enough to keep the family out of poverty. The youngest 3 children, all under the age of 4, would stay with their mother, but the rest would be sent to live with family, friends, and in the case of the older girls, would be married off. Cump wouldn't have to go far. He was taken in by their neighbor, Thomas Ewing. Sherman would live throughout his life being affected by his father's death, always concerned about being destitute or leaving his family impoverished as his father had done, and he strove to make sure that wouldn't happen. Thomas Ewing became a prominent man in Sherman's life. The burly Ewing had come to Ohio in its early settlement with his family, who lived a meager lifestyle, subsisting on wild game and eating it with the only utensils they possessed, sharpened sticks. Ewing thirsted for knowledge and at one point walked 40 miles just to get a book to read. He would go to work at a local salt works where he saved up enough money to go to college. He would study law and was eventually admitted to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court. His life as a lawyer led him into politics, where he became a prominent Whig politician, going on to become a U.S. Senator. Kump referred to Thomas as an intellectual giant, referring to his knowledge as well as his physical prowess. When Sherman moved into the house, there were already 7 children living there. 4 were Ewing's, and he was raising 3 nieces and nephews. Ewing's wife was a devout Catholic and insisted on Sherman's baptism into the faith for him to stay with the family. Mary Sherman agreed to the baptism, but when the priest came to baptize Sherman, the priest stated, since there was not a Saint Tecumseh, that Sherman needed a Christian name to add to his Indian name. Since it was St. William's Day, the priest anointed him William Tecumseh. As one of Sherman's biographers explained, these conditions of his entry into the Ewing family reinforced young Kump's natural anxiety, and although he had been baptized, he refused to call himself a Catholic or practice that creed. Perhaps he was modeling himself on Ewing, who never considered religion important, but more likely it was the legacy of his strained entry into the Ewing family. Although Ewing would be away when Congress was in session, he kept up a constant correspondence with the family, instructing his wife Maria to have the newly named William to read to the family from the 9 volumes of S.G. Goodrich's Peter Parley books. The volumes discussed geography, history, morality, order, and American superiority. It's believed that these readings stimulated William's reverence for the American Union. William and his foster brother Phil would watch the fire for Thomas when he would return to Lancaster and pull late-night sessions in his law office. Charles Sherman and Thomas Ewing helped put together the first school in Lancaster, so William was always encouraged to go to school. At one point, he had to attend an all-girls school because that was the only one available to him, but he would go on to attend a coeducational school where he acted up in class. One of the punishments doled out by the teacher was to put an upside-down wooden box on top of him. When Sherman attempted to whittle a peephole, the teacher paddled him. Despite his rambunctious ways, he excelled in school, learning Greek, Latin, and French, along with reading novels, Shakespeare, history, and travel books. Sherman would often help Ellen, his foster sister, with her arithmetic, and she began to see him as her protector. The boys of Lancaster also enjoyed playing a form of baseball with a yarn ball. Sherman and his friends would play, and sometimes they would knock the ball into the neighbor's garden. Annoyed at the boys, the neighbor would take his hatchet and cut up the ball. The boys then began putting a rock in the ball, and when the neighbor attempted to cut up the next ball, he broke his hatchet. Then the neighbor began to just throw the ball into the stove, so the boys put gunpowder in it. When the neighbor threw it in the stove, an explosion went up. The startled man chased after the boys and caught one of them and thrashed the young man. As a young man, Sherman detested his red hair because one of his foster brothers called him a red-haired woodpecker. But when he learned the rumor that Native Americans liked to scalp red-headed boys, he wore it as a symbol of defiance. In the summer, a sister of Thomas Ewing would look after the children, but on Sundays, she would lock Sherman and Phil in the parlor and make them read a chapter of the Bible before they would be released. The 2 boys searched for the shortest chapter, but then realized the searching was taking longer than actually reading a chapter, so they quickly read and then were released to play. Sherman grew closer to the Ewing family, but not too close. He kept ties with his biological mother and even accompanied her on long trips. He never called Thomas and Maria Ewing father or mother, always Mr. and Mrs. Ewing. At 14 years old, Sherman worked on a surveying crew that laid out the Lancaster Lateral Canal. He would earn 50 cents a day and gained insight on surveying and topography, a skill and knowledge he would need on his next adventure. As a young man, Sherman became interested in the military. When a Native American uprising occurred, the governor of Ohio called up the militia. Sherman watched intently as the troops were formed up and drilled, their officer on horseback coordinating the movement of troops. Sherman would recall later that, "The beauty of that charger and the martial bearing of that great leader haunts me even this day. I do not know but that I must date my military inspiration back to that moment." His foster father was a U.S. Senator and contacted the Secretary of War, Lewis Cass, about an appointment for Sherman to West Point. In the correspondence, he remarked that Sherman's father had wanted him to get an education for public service in the Army or Navy. A spot was secured for Sherman in the next class. In mid-May 1836, Sherman boarded a stagecoach in Lancaster, Ohio, and traveled to Frederick, Maryland. From there, he could go by rail to Washington, D.C., or he could travel by stagecoach. Railroads were still fairly new, so Sherman decided to travel by stagecoach instead. By June 1st, he arrived at Thomas Ewing's boarding house, where he spent a few days with his foster father. While there, he was walking by the White House and spotted President Andrew Jackson pacing back and forth. Since Ewing was a Whig, Sherman had heard about Jackson being a tyrant, but all of that talk about the larger-than-life character didn't prepare him for the almost unassuming appearance of the president. Still, Sherman watched the president for an hour, mesmerized by the hero of New Orleans. He also met great statesmen of the 19th century, John C. Calhoun, Daniel Webster, and Henry Clay. After a week in Washington, D.C., he traveled by rail to Baltimore, then by water to Philadelphia. He made it to New York, where he stayed with some relatives for a little while before taking a steamboat up the Hudson River to West Point. Upon getting to the institution, he was taken to a stone building with 6 other cadets, where several faculty members determined whether they could read and do basic math. Once they had proven their ability, they were each issued a lamp, a bucket, a broom, and a pair of blankets. On the parade ground, he watched as the older cadets drilled, marching in time, and he liked what he saw. The order of the military was something he needed in his life. Sherman's daily routine was such: awake at 5:30 a.m., eat breakfast, studied and attended classes until 1 p.m., broke for lunch, studied again until 4 p.m., read and wrote letters until dinner at 6 p.m., and studied until lights were ordered out at 9:30 p.m. Cadets were free from duties on Sunday, but they did have to sit through a long Episcopal church service that Sherman thought a great bore. Sherman and the rest of the cadets studied physics, topographical drawing, chemistry, engineering, both military and civil, mineralogy, rhetoric, and moral and political philosophy. Most of the classes revolved around engineering, so it was much more of an engineering school than a military school. The harsh living conditions and the regimented life made it difficult on cadets who attended the academy. In the limited free time available, cadets made the most of the recreational activities available to them. Many would sneak off to Benny Havens, a tavern just a few miles away from the academy. Sherman averaged 90 demerits a year for things like speaking in ranks, visiting another cadet's room at an improper time, being late for formation, and improper shoe shine. He attended West Point with many future Civil War generals like Braxton Bragg, Jubal Early, Joseph Hooker, John C. Pemberton, John Sedgwick, P.G.T. Beauregard, Irvin McDowell, William Hardy, Henry Halleck, Edward Ord, George Thomas, Stuart Van Vliet, Don Carlos Buell, Daniel Harvey Hill, Nathaniel Lyon, John F. Reynolds, William S. Rosecrans, James Longstreet, Earl Van Dorn, John Pope, and others. For a year he roomed with Thomas and Van Vliet. One of Sherman's biographers described in great detail the young cadet's fame while at the academy. During his West Point years, Kump developed the reputation of being the best hash maker at West Point. Hash was cadet slang for any illicit food prepared in a cadet's room. He often had a stain mark on his trousers from a secret feast of hot hash on toasted bread. For these clandestine dinners, he regularly smuggled food from the dining hall or from Benny Havens. Once he carted half a bushel of oysters from Benny's and prepared an extraordinary supper. After these secret suppers, storytelling or sneaking off for a nighttime jaunt was not uncommon. He even took part in the traditional New Year's Eve prank. He and other cadets drug a cannon to the 4th floor of one of the barracks and hoisted the fifes and drums to the top of the flagpole. His time with Thomas Ewing resulted in him being concerned with politics, and since he regularly got newspapers from home, he could monitor the happenings on the political front in Ohio and across the country. He even wagered a jacket betting on a Whig victory in 1838 in Ohio. He lost. Like his father and foster father, he was a Whig, but did disagree with them on the promotion of banks, taking a more practical approach that some banks were good and some were bad, but didn't defend every one based on the party platform. After his first year, he received a 2-week furlough. The time frame wouldn't allow him to return to Ohio, so he went to Brooklyn, New York to stay with his mother's relative, Charles Hoyt. The cadet became fascinated with the city, exploring the Naval Yard and attending a play which began his lifelong love of theater. As Sherman said himself, he was perfectly in love with the place. He returned to the academy and continued his studies and drill. During the summer, ladies from around the area regularly visited West Point. Sherman, presumably because of shyness or inexperience, didn't attend the balls that were thrown for the cadets and young ladies. He revealed that he wasn't sure that he could live up to the reputation of a ladies' man that cadets were known to have. He did invite a young lady to a West Point ball, but it was his foster sister, Ellen. she wasn't able to attend. The traditional stag dance, where the cadets were the only ones to attend, was an enjoyable time for all. It was meant to inspire camaraderie and solidarity because it allowed the cadets to mingle without the strict rules of the academy bearing down on them. Sherman danced the night away and loved to sing at the top of his lungs and joke around with his friends. The family that Sherman wanted to be a part of so badly, he found in the military. Events like the stag dance allowed for him to form friendships that would last his entire life. As Sherman entered the last year of West Point, the Ewings urged him to resign his commission as soon as he graduated and become a lawyer, but he refused to consider such an act. He wrote back that he would rather be a blacksmith than a lawyer. Perhaps he felt that the Ewings were trying to take him away from his new family that he found in the military. Nevertheless, Sherman was determined to remain in the military and hopeful for his post-graduation career. The last year of West Point was easy for Sherman. He wrote home that he had far less military duties and studying to do for this final year. This meant that he had more time to socialize and develop friendships. In June 1840, Sherman graduated from West Point, 6th in his class. The high ranking meant that he would be placed in the artillery. Fresh out of West Point, Sherman was given a furlough until his official duty took place. He visited the Ewings in Ohio, where he got to meet presidential hopeful William Henry Harrison. Ellen Ewing, his foster sister, invited him to a fancy dress party where Sherman wore his uniform. During the party, a bat flew into the room, startling the guests. Sherman took the initiative and, with his hat, began to flail at the creature as it flew around the room. He was finally able to chase it out an open door, but made the guests say that Sherman had won his first battle as a soldier. Sherman would be a part of the 3rd U.S. Artillery, and his assignment would be in Florida. At the end of the summer, he departed New York, where he would get on a ship destined for the swampy state. Before he left, he visited West Point to meet with some of the underclassmen. It was against the rules to visit cadets during study hours, but Sherman believed his lieutenancy gave him special privileges. It didn't. The superintendent cited him for unofficer-like conduct and confined him to the hotel grounds. After Sherman wrote the superintendent an apology, he was released from the hotel. He then traveled back to New York City, where with a black pointer dog as a companion, he set off for Florida. He arrived at Fort Pierce amid a war between the United States and the Seminole Indian tribe. The Second Seminole War was in its 4th year in the fall of 1840, and Sherman would get his first taste of military duty in the regular army in the swamps of Florida. Fort Pierce was unimpressive, and he believed a concerted effort would lead to the capture of the fort, but like most military men, he believed the Native Americans were too cowardly to attack a fort. Since the Army didn't campaign in the hot, humid months, troops performed recreational activities around the fort. One of Sherman's hobbies was fishing. While there, he was taught how to spear a shark and catch redfish, sheepshead, and mullet. He also helped build nets to capture green turtles, which were kept in cages and fattened and eaten later. He gathered a variety of livestock, including chickens, a cow, and a fawn. The strictness of West Point was nowhere to be found in Florida, and Sherman relished this time, but the soldiers who had been stationed there for months and years warned him of the extreme heat and humidity of the Florida summers. His friend Stuart Van Vliet was there too, and the two grew closer in their friendship as they shared the hardships and lifestyle of a soldier. Despite there being no Native American attacks, Sherman still encountered death firsthand. A soldier shot one of the sergeants over an altercation involving the soldier's wife. Members of a whaleboat crew connected to the fort drowned and their bodies mutilated by sharks. Sherman also had a hand in death at the fort. When the post doctor requested leave to go courting a lady, Sherman agreed to take his place. The next day, Sherman suspected a sick soldier of faking his ailment and ordered a sergeant to run the man around the fort. The run killed the man. One of Sherman's interactions with Native Americans came when Coacoochee, a chief in his late 20s, approached Army leaders in March 1841, agreeing to move he and his people out of Florida if supplies were provided. An Indian party approached Fort Pierce, and a black man speaking for Coacoochee produced his safe conduct pass to Major Childs, commander of the fort. Childs agreed to honor the pass and told Sherman to take 10 men to escort the chief to the fort. Sherman traveled with the party for 6 miles, then came to Coacoochee's camp. The chief introduced himself to Sherman, bathed in a nearby pool, and put on a series of vests, one of them with a blood-stained bullet hole. When Coacoochee arrived at the fort, he told Major Childs that he would lead his people out of Florida by the end of the month if the Army would supply him and his people with rations. Childs agreed, and the rest of the evening Coacoochee and his party got drunk on commissary whiskey. By the end of the month, only Coacoochee and 20 people appeared. A frustrated Childs arrested the chief and the 20 men and sent Sherman and some others on a 50-mile search for the rest, but they were never found. Coacoochee was sent to New Orleans, but was brought back to round up others for their forced migration west of the Mississippi River. By the summer of 1841, Sherman was depressed. After only a month into his term as president, Whig politician William Henry Harrison had died. Sherman had faith that a soldier like Harrison would launch a war of extermination against the Seminoles, but his hopes got dashed and he was to remain in Florida, fighting a guerrilla war and enduring the dangers of the Florida heat. By November, he was promoted to first lieutenant and transferred to St. Augustine. There, he guarded a road to St. Augustine with a 20-man detachment located about 18 miles away from the city. He enjoyed the solitude of the post as well as its closeness to St. Augustine with its 3,000 inhabitants. While there, he described the young Spanish women there as ignorant but very pretty with beautiful hair and eyes. Many of the ladies got married to Army officers, but Sherman didn't intend to be betrothed to them. The only woman he kept up a constant correspondence with was his foster sister Ellen. He wouldn't remain there long. By March 1842, the Seminole War ended, with the entire war being a huge drain on resources, manpower, and money. Sherman and his unit would then travel to Fort Morgan in Alabama to man the fortress. Not only was he the first lieutenant, he was also the unit's quartermaster, which meant that he had to make regular trips to Mobile to get supplies. Sherman liked the city, but found it very expensive. Nonetheless, he enjoyed its theatrical plays, parties, and he even took a hot air balloon ride. The Ewing family continuously tried to get him to resign his commission, but he refused. Ellen Ewing was also concerned about his lack of religion. Sherman confessed that he hadn't practiced any religion since leaving for West Point 6 years before. By June, the unit was transferred again, this time to Charleston, South Carolina at Fort Moultrie. There, he would get to see and spend time with his two fellow West Pointers, George H. Thomas and Braxton Bragg. Charleston amazed Sherman. Its 3,000 inhabitants and busy market and wharves made it a fascinating place to be. He had a lot of free time on his hands. All of his military duties ended after 9 a.m., and he had the whole day until 7 a.m. the next morning to do as he wished. In Charleston, parties happened almost nightly, and the officers regularly attended, but Sherman and the others soon characterized them as a chore because of the monotony of doing the same dances and having the same conversation every party. To break the monotony, he fished and explored the countryside, rounded up deserters, and sat on a few courts-martial boards. His placement as first in his drawing class identified his ability as an artist. While at Moultrie, he found it hard to put down the brush, completing both portraits and landscapes. Sherman also got to indulge his love of politics while at Moultrie. Since he was a soldier, he didn't participate in politics, but that didn't stop him from reading and writing about politics. In Charleston, the hotbed of states' rights ideals and nullification, egged on by men like John C. Calhoun, surrounded Sherman. He detested the ideas of nullification, which he believed isolated South Carolina from the rest of the country because it went against the national union. When discussions arose about a possible war with Britain over Oregon or with Mexico over Texas, Sherman believed the wars were needed to preserve the country's respect around the world. Slavery constantly surrounded him while in Charleston. Everywhere one looked, one could see slave labor as it powered the city. One of Sherman's biographers wrote, "Sherman had adopted the Southern attitude towards slavery. It was a part of the natural order. He had a slave in both Mobile and Charleston, and he strongly defended the institution in letters home, on one occasion using Fort Moultrie's sorrow over the death of Braxton Bragg's retainer to demonstrate the strong attachment between master and slave. He insisted he was no advocate of slavery, but then said it was a delirium to believe that oppression and tyranny were its necessary accompaniment. He had never seen the least sign of disaffection on the part of slaves anywhere in South Carolina, he argued, and he had seen them in the cotton fields and rice ditches, met them hunting at all hours of the day and on the road at night, without saying but a welcome greeting and them asking for tobacco. Sherman spoke out against the abolitionists of the North and accused them of fomenting dissent and irritation in the South. He felt that Southerners should deal with the slavery question by themselves without Northern interference. Sherman also complained about government cutbacks for the Army. With the Seminole War ended, Congress decided to reduce the size of the Army and to cut the salaries of officers. Sherman himself would lose $40 a year with the cutbacks, a large amount to a first lieutenant. He didn't want the reduction in the army size, but continually wrote about how few duties he had to accomplish. In the summer of 1843, he took a 5-month furlough to Ohio and returned to Charleston by way of the Mississippi River. In his diary, he was absolutely fascinated with the cities along the Great River, especially St. Louis, Vicksburg, and others. Judging from his diary, his return trip was one of the most enjoyable parts of his furlough. In February 1844, Sherman was assigned to the Army's Inspector General to help investigate a claim of lost equipment and horse in the Seminole War. He reported to Colonel Sylvester Churchill at Marietta, Georgia, and interrogated the claimant. While in Georgia, he explored Kennesaw Mountain and took topographical notes about the terrain. He also spent time at the Federal Arsenal in Augusta, Georgia. He returned to Charleston in the summer of 1844. During his furlough the previous summer, he decided to marry his foster sister Ellen. One of Sherman's biographers wrote, "He regularly used the mail as a way to formulate his thoughts, vent his frustrations, and work out his options, but he said nothing about his marriage decision. Neither Sherman nor Ellen ever discussed the reasons for their decision. Sherman wrote Thomas Ewing asking for Ellen's hand, and despite some momentary hesitation at the thought of his daughter and his foster son marrying, Ewing consented. No one else ever commented on the unusual nature of the proposed union. The engagement was hectic. Helen wanted Sherman to dedicate himself to Catholicism, resign his commission, and move to Ohio and become a lawyer. Sherman didn't want to do any of that. He had found security in the Army, and he didn't want to return to Ohio and work because he would feel as though he was still in the shadow of Thomas Ewing. Over the course of the next couple of years, they discussed the situation in depth, her not wanting to move around with the Army and he not wanting to leave the Army. At one point, they thought they would compromise and she would be willing to move to East Tennessee if he resigned his commission, but Sherman had his heart set on moving further south. He had spent many years there and enjoyed it. Finally, Ellen agreed that Sherman could stay in the Army until they married. Sherman could feel that war was about to break out, and when it did, he was chomping at the bit to see active service. While at Fort Moultrie, he wrote to his superiors that he wanted to perform more active service, but instead of sending him to Mexico, they sent him to Governor's Island in New York for recruitment duty. His direct commander then moved him to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he would facilitate the movement of new recruits from Ohio to New York. Pittsburgh was an easy duty station. His subordinates did most of the work, and he simply socialized and made sure everything ran smoothly. At one point, a group of one-armed men came to re-enlist. After talking with one of them, he found that they had failed as civilians and thought the Army offered more security. Sherman began to fear that if he left the Army, then he too would fail as a civilian and end up like the poor men who came to re-enlist after their failed stint as civilians. When Sherman received a letter from one of his West Point classmates, Edward Ord, notifying him that the 3rd Artillery was going to California, Ord urged Sherman to seek active service and come to California. Sherman didn't want to go to California. He wanted to fight in Mexico, where the bulk of the fighting was taking place. If he didn't see combat, he was less likely to rise up in rank. Sherman immediately went to Cincinnati to the recruiting office there and asked its superintendent, Alexander C.W. Fanning, to be sent into a combat unit. Colonel Fanning was irate. Sherman had made the journey without authorization, and the colonel cursed him and sent him back to Pittsburgh. When he arrived, he found orders to proceed to California via New York as part of the 3rd Artillery. He had to leave Pittsburgh in a hurry, writing a short letter to Ellen, believing that when he returned from California, that he would be too old to begin a new career and that he must stay in the military. Sherman then boarded the Lexington for a 6-month journey to California. He roomed with Edward Ord and spent most of the time on the upper deck. On board, he didn't experience seasickness, but he did get a heaviness in his chest, which he feared was tuberculosis, but it was probably caused from his cigar smoking and his chronic asthma. While on the Lexington, Sherman read and reread books from the personal libraries of other soldiers and wrote letters home. He also commanded a group of soldiers who helped the sailors with the ship, since the crew was so understaffed. Also on board was Henry Halleck, a very intelligent West Point graduate who had recently finished writing his book entitled Elements of Military Art and Science. Sherman recalled, when others were struggling to kill time, Halleck was using it in hard study. When the sea was high and the ship was rolling, the sky darkened so that daylight did not reach his stateroom. He stood on a stool, his book and candle on the upper berth, and a bed strap round his middle secured to the frame to support him in the wild tossing of the ship. Because seafowl regularly made an appearance on board the ship, Some of the Army officers would bait hooks with leftover pork and cast onto the deck and reel in sea pigeons and albatross. Sherman referred to it as fishing for birds. When the ship crossed the equator, the ship's captain had Sherman perform a ritual for those who did so for the first time. Sherman placed his hand on a holy rock, just a hard stone used for scraping the deck. The captain anointed him with salt water, and Sherman recited a humorous oath to always act as a true son of Neptune. Sherman then had the other soldiers do likewise. The ship docked in Rio de Janeiro, and Sherman would happily disembark to explore the city, tasting new kinds of food, attending operas, and taking in the sights and sounds of the city. Other U.S. vessels were already there, and the soldiers got to know one another as they journeyed to the war. Sherman and Halleck traveled to a mountain overlooking the city and immediately became enamored by the aqueduct that provided water to the city. The engineering training that West Point gave them resulted in them examining the structure and commenting on its construction. Like Charleston, slavery was found everywhere in the city, but what Sherman found interesting and irritating was the status of free blacks. There were free black lawyers and theater goers, which startled Sherman, who believed that slavery was the natural status of blacks. The Lexington would withstand numerous storms that made Sherman question how a ship could withstand such a beating. Just to sail around Cape Horn took 26 days because of ice storms. Sherman stopped over in a city in Chile, but was unimpressed with the city compared to Rio. However, he found more people of Native American descent than he did blacks, which made the stay in the city less disturbing for Sherman. When some men deserted, he had to search brothels and taverns where prostitutes frequented to round up the soldiers who had shirked their duties. He was amazed and disgusted at the easy access to vice present in Chile. He wrote to Ellen that if missionaries would come to Chile and reform their way of life instead of attempting to convert accused heathens, then they would have a stronger claim upon the charity of the world. On January 26, 1847, the Lexington arrived at Monterey, California. What Sherman found was a war between two American forces. General Stephen W. Kearny was contesting authority over California from the forces of Admiral Robert E. Stockton and explorer John C. Fremont. Because Stockton and Fremont had more troops, Kearny would move to San Diego, but the situation was still precarious. The 3rd Artillery made their way to the makeshift fort at Monterey, and Sherman made his office and quarters at the Customs House because of his quartermaster status. Halleck began improving the fort. When Stockton was replaced, Kearny was able to establish that he was the authority in California, and soon orders from the commander of the United States forces, Winfield Scott, arrived placing Kearny in command of California. Sherman loved maps, and he studied maps depicting California extensively on board the Lexington. When he heard that the great explorer and pathfinder John C. Fremont was coming to Monterey, he rode out to his headquarters and spent an hour speaking with him, but left being unimpressed by the man. Kearny made a big impression on Sherman. Kearny was a model soldier and required discipline in his ranks. One day, Kearny made the statement to Sherman, "I have lent my razors to Captain Turner. When he is done with them, he will give them to you." Sherman got the hint. Sherman had kept a short beard because it was too painful to shave because of his sensitive skin, but Kearny wanted his soldiers clean-shaven, so Sherman did as Kearny wanted. Kearny was almost a paternal-like figure to Sherman, and Sherman remembered him fondly. When Kearny left to go back east, he was replaced by Richard B. Mason, and Mason would name Sherman his adjutant. On one occasion, Sherman found that some soldiers had tapped a barrel of rum illegally left on the wharf in Monterey Bay. Sherman dumped the barrels of liquor into the bay, and the bay became known as Sherman's Punch Bowl. Sherman explored the town of Monterey and became acquainted with its residents, even living with a prominent family. He declared the women generally unattractive to Ellen, but during carnival season, when it was custom to fill eggshells with perfume and break them over the heads of people you liked, Sherman returned to his house completely covered in perfume. While in California, Ellen urged him to visit the Catholic churches in the region. Sherman did as Ellen asked, but was more enamored with the architecture of the buildings than the actual services. He would visit the mission of San Juan Bautista, where during Mass, Sherman stood at the door with his carbine in hand, rather than go in and participate. When he visited the poor sections of Monterey, Sherman confirmed to himself that the war with Mexico had been just, stating that Californians had not done justice to the country, and by a law of nature, it has passed into hands more enterprising, if not more honest and happy. He hated the dry climate and what he believed was the people's lack of initiative, especially when it came to Indian attacks. A California official requested help from Indians stealing horses, to which Sherman responded, "You tell people of your district that if they catch Indians in the act of stealing or of attempting to steal their horses, they should shoot them." At one point, a government officer, elected under the Stockton-Fremont authorities, needed to be replaced. Mason ordered an officer to arrest the official, but he refused because he was planning on resigning and living in the community. Sherman jumped at the chance and took 8 armed sailors, barged into the official's house, and placed him under arrest. Sherman reasoned that with California being under military law, the democratically elected officials could be replaced without elections. Sherman grew frustrated that he wasn't fighting battles like the rest of his comrades, and he fell into a depression. He would write, "To hear of the war in Mexico and the brilliant deeds of the army, of my own regiment, and my own old associates, every one of whom has honors gained, and I in California, banished from fame, from everything that is dear, and no more prospect of ever getting back than one of the old adobe houses that mark California Ranch." Another time he wrote, "There is nothing new here, no strange events, no hairbreadth escapes, no battles, no stirring parties, no nothing, and this war will pass, and I will have to blush and say I have not heard a hostile shot." One day Mason called Sherman into his office. On the table was ore strewn about. Sherman examined the pieces and asked, "Is it gold?" The consensus was that it was indeed gold. Sherman used his expertise from his mineralogy class to verify the substance. John Sutter, who had a sawmill built on the American River, wanted preemption rights to the land based on former Indian claims he had acquired. Mason had Sherman write a letter to Sutter explaining that the United States did not recognize Indian land rights and that until the war with Mexico was over, nothing could be done about it. Word quickly spread about the gold found at Sutter's mill, and thousands of people descended upon the region. Sherman, Mason, 4 soldiers, and Mason's black servant went on an expedition to the site of the gold fever. At some dry mines along the American River, Sherman estimated that around 400 men were extracting $50,000 in gold per day. Soldiers and sailors deserted their posts and went to try their luck in the rivers and the mines. Inflation soared as gold flooded the market, lowering the value of the dollar, and farmers abandoned their farms to mine for gold, which decreased available food. Sherman's pay, although it stayed the same, lost value as the days and weeks progressed. During this rush, the Mexican-American War ended. Sherman despaired at the treaty because he felt that it didn't go far enough. He wanted the capital of Mexico to be burned and its inhabitants taught the full strength of the United States. Regular troops would be mustered out of service upon the ending of the war, and Sherman and Mason were at a loss at how to maintain order. Sherman would send off the letter and gold sample from Mason to the U.S. government, verifying the discovery of gold, which brought more people into California. To help capitalize on this influx of people, Sherman, Mason, and another soldier invested $500 each in a store near the mines. It only operated for around 6 months, but out of the $500 investment, Sherman got back $1,500. The spring of 1849 saw Mason replaced with General Percifer F. Smith. Sherman became Smith's adjutant and would move headquarters to San Francisco, but when that place became too expensive for the Army, they moved to Sonoma. When 28 men of the 2nd Infantry Regiment deserted for the chance to mine gold, Sherman led a group of men in the pursuit and capture of the deserters. During this time, he received a 2-month furlough. During those 8 weeks, Sherman took surveying jobs for speculators seeking to build towns as a result of the increased population. He also bought and sold plots in those cities he surveyed. By the end of the 2 months, he was $6,000 richer. The fact that Mason received a generalship when he returned east, and Sherman didn't get a promotion after being Mason's adjutant for 2 years, irritated Sherman. He told Smith about his plan to resign, but Smith convinced him to stay in the service. During the last half of 1849, Sherman was extremely busy. He sat in on the Constitutional Convention for California as Smith's official observer. His foster brother and soon-to-be brother-in-law, Hugh Ewing, came to California, and Sherman helped Ewing get set up in Sacramento. One of his best friends became a victim of an Indian attack during a surveying trip for a potential railroad. Sherman was amazed at the fortitude of immigrants making their way over the mountains and rough terrain of the American Southwest to get to California. He would remember their journeys when he led armies a little over a decade later, thinking that if those poor souls could travel that great a distance on little food, then his better-equipped army could march through the several hundred-mile journeys through Georgia and the Carolinas. On January 1, 1850, Sherman set sail on the steamship Oregon, along with California's 2 senators and his friend Edward Ord, destined for the east to deliver dispatches to Winfield Scott. He was hoping to marry Ellen and try to convince her to let him stay in the Army. The trip aboard the Oregon only took him 30 days to get to New York by crossing the Isthmus of Panama, instead of going around the tip of South America. In New York City, he took a carriage to 9th Street, where Winfield Scott, the General-in-Chief of the Army, had his office. Scott gained his fame in the War of 1812, but the Mexican War brought him even more glory. That night, Sherman had dinner with Scott, which must have been an awestruck experience for the young officer. The two discussed the Mexican War in depth, and Scott tested Sherman's knowledge, Scott himself being a fan of fine literature. During the dinner, Scott said that he believed the country was fast approaching a civil war. Sherman couldn't believe what the general was saying. Sherman also expressed his worries that his lack of combat had ruined his chances of rising up in the military, but Scott assured him that he shouldn't worry about it. He then sent Sherman to Washington to inform the Secretary of War, George Crawford, about the situation in California. In Washington, D.C., Sherman found Crawford to be uninterested in California, aside from it becoming a slave state. Sherman would get a 6-month leave of absence, and he would spend it in Washington, attempting to tout his abilities as an officer and receive some kind of promotion. Also, the Ewings had moved to Washington, D.C. because Thomas Ewing had become the first Secretary of the Interior. Sherman arrived unannounced to surprise Ellen, who was giving her canary a bath when he came calling. They were still at an impasse when it came to Sherman's career, his religion, and his residence. She wanted him to resign his commission, move to Lancaster, Ohio, and become a devout Catholic. This would be a constant debate during Sherman's 6-month leave. He met with the Adjutant General, complaining that as an adjutant to both Mason and Smith, that he hadn't received pay commensurate that of an adjutant, and that a promotion was not forthcoming after having performed such adjutant duties. Sherman knew that Congress was debating a bill to create 4 new commissary captaincies and basically asked the Adjutant General for one of those positions. During this leave, Sherman traveled to Ohio and spent time with his mother and his brother John. The impasse with Ellen seems to have resulted in Sherman neglecting his wedding. One of Sherman's biographers wrote that Sherman's letters to her were hardly tender. He remained businesslike about his expressions of affection, and even his warmest words were lacking in passion. He told Ellen that he was prepared to assume the high trust of your guardian and master. I will not promise to be the kindest-hearted, loving man in the world, nor will I profess myself a bluebird. All I believe is that if health be given us, and that love and mutual confidence, which I trust we both deeply feel continue, we stand as fair a chance for a slight share of worldly contentment and happiness as any other couple. You shall be my adjutant and chief counselor, and I'll show you how to steer clear of the real and imaginary troubles of this world. Only be contented, happy, and repose proper trust in me, and I think when the time comes for us to part, which I hope will be many a year hence, you will look back upon a fair and goodly prospect. At all events, let us live in that hope. Ellen would be his comrade in life, as his fellow officers were his comrades in arms, and he would expect her to accept him as they did. Sherman chose the day they would wed, May 1st, because he said that he always loved to see the flowers bloom and the spring day would cheer them on their way into their marriage. However, he asked her to wait until August, when his leave ended, for him to make the decision whether to leave or stay in the Army. Also during this time, he sent his sister Elizabeth $1,500 to help stabilize her life because her alcoholic husband was squandering their money away in alcohol and bad business ventures. The money Sherman sent to Elizabeth was no different. Her husband lost it in investments. When Sherman visited the family in Philadelphia, he found the children on the verge of starvation. He tried to help them as much as he could, but he felt somewhat powerless. All of the stress from his future wife and his sister resulted in what Sherman called Mexican diarrhea that began to plague him at this time. Although he believed he had brought some intestinal problems back from California, he thought he might be unfit for marriage when his physical problems worsened, but a doctor told him he needed proper diet and exercise, and that the wedding could go on as scheduled. On May 1st, Sherman and Ellen were married in the Blair house, much to the consternation of Ellen and her mother, who wanted to be married in a Catholic church, but the non-religious Sherman would not have it. However, a Jesuit priest did marry them. Sherman was in full military uniform during the ceremony, which signaled to Ellen that she would not be marrying a civilian. The wedding was a big social event, with more than 300 guests, including President Zachary Taylor, his cabinet, Supreme Court justices, and prominent politicians, including Henry Clay, who gave Ellen a bouquet holder to use in the ceremony. Ellen became so excited that during the receiving line she kissed the president. For their honeymoon, they spent time in Philadelphia, investing in a soap and candle business in the interest of Sherman's sister Elizabeth, in order for her to have some kind of income from the profits. They then went through New York State, where Sherman excitedly showed Ellen West Point. After visiting Niagara Falls, they spent nearly a month in Lancaster. By July, they were back in Washington, taking part in the 4th of July celebrations along with the President. When the President suddenly died a few days later, Sherman was in attendance in the Senate gallery to watch Vice President Millard Fillmore take the oath of office and become President of the United States. Sherman also served as a mounted aide to the Adjutant General during the funeral service for President Taylor. Washington, D.C. in 1850 was a critical time politically. The President had died in office, the Vice President had assumed that role, and now the Senate debated a critical piece of legislation, the Compromise of 1850. Among the topics were whether the selling and buying of slaves should be allowed in Washington, D.C. Sherman sat in the Senate gallery watching these debates take place. He became so interested in the debates that Ellen insinuated that Sherman would be happier resigning his commission and entering politics. During the debates, talk of secession and civil war meandered its way through the proceedings. At one point, Henry Clay, the great Whig orator and personal favorite of Sherman, said, "I love Kentucky with all my heart and all my soul, but if Kentucky were to secede, I would shoulder my old musket and be among the first to put her down, down, down." With the political reshuffling going on because of the President's death, Senator Daniel Webster would take on the role of Secretary of State. Before leaving the Senate, he was to make one final speech. The crowd gathered, watching intently in the Senate gallery. Sherman tried to get there early in order to find a seat, but was unable to. However, he did convince someone to let him sit on the Senate floor. He did so with Winfield Scott right behind Webster. Once the speech ended, Sherman was unimpressed with Webster. He was much more impressed and enjoyed the speeches of Henry Clay. When California did enter the Union, Sherman was happy to say that he witnessed nearly every step of California's admission into the Union. He had been one of the first Americans into California during the Mexican-American War, witnessed its constitutional convention, and then watched as Congress passed the bill making it a state. At the end of his furlough, Sherman was assigned to the 3rd Artillery, now stationed at Jefferson Barracks in Missouri. Ellen would stay home in Lancaster. When he arrived at Jefferson Barracks, he was greeted by old friends. Among those was Braxton Bragg. He had become somewhat of a hero during the war and was now a company commander. At Jefferson Barracks, there was constant talk about the war and the great deeds and accolades bestowed upon the soldiers who fought in it. One night, Sherman awoke in an asthma attack and fell into a depression, believing that his lack of combat experience was ruining any chance he had at being promoted. However, he would soon find out that he would be named one of the new commissary captains. Because of his new rank and position, he had to be relocated a little ways away to St. Louis to be close to the supplies that his commissary department would need. By Christmas, he returned to Lancaster to spend the holiday season with Ellen. She emphatically told him that she would not be going west with him if he was called to go to Oregon or another far-flung state so far away from home. Sherman returned to St. Louis, and on January 28, 1851, Ellen gave birth to their first child, a girl they named Maria after Ellen's mother, but the family would always call her Minnie. In March, Sherman returned to Ohio and brought Ellen and the baby to St. Louis, much to the consternation of Ellen. They first stayed in the Planters Hotel, but when Ellen found it too confining, Sherman bought him and his family a little house just a few short minutes from his office. Ellen particularly liked the large guest room, and she invited her family to come stay for as long as they liked, hoping to keep some semblance of home in a faraway city. Over the next year, Ellen, Sherman, and Minnie, along with their 3 servants, lived in the home, but then Sherman's West Point friend, Stuart Van Vliet, and his wife moved in to share the expenses. During this time, Sherman kept his distance from Minnie, saying that she was like 1,000 other babies. This is most likely due to the fact that Sherman feared Ellen would move back to Lancaster with Minnie, and he didn't want to become too distraught over the thought of losing a child. In 1851, one of Thomas Ewing's cousins won a litigation involving allegedly one of the largest land decisions in American history. With Sherman being a part of the Ewing family, he was given access to this land and purchased large tracts of property. Ewing authorized Sherman to buy $2,000 worth of city land for Ellen. Sherman began to get restless. The life of a commissary captain was lots of tedious paperwork and didn't fulfill what he wanted to do. He was hoping he would be sent anywhere, particularly Oregon, where he believed he could get active service. In May 1852, Sherman was sent on a temporary assignment to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and Ellen and Minnie went back to Lancaster. Sherman sold his house since now he would be alone without his wife and child. The separation irritated him. and he talked of weaning Ellen away from her parents. To add to his misery, his mother passed away around this same time. In New Orleans, when a scheme to profit off the Army was uncovered, where two Army commissary officers avoided competitive bidding for Army supplies and only did business with one company, to which they both had ties, the Army replaced them. The Army sent Sherman to sort out the mess. Sherman set up his headquarters and began rearranging the department. The owner of the company that was getting all of the Army business attempted to persuade Sherman to keep up the former arrangement, but Sherman refused. He was so thorough, one officer stated, "If Sherman does not find the error of 3 cents necessary to balance his accounts, he will resign his commission and commit suicide." While in New Orleans, Sherman visited operas, theaters, and the Battle of New Orleans battle site, but he found the location planted in sugarcane and the marker in a ditch. In November 1852, Ellen gave birth to their second child, another girl they named Mary Elizabeth after Sherman's mother and sister. Sherman would call her Lizzie. By late December, Ellen and the 2 girls were with Sherman in New Orleans. Sherman was thrilled to have his now larger family with him, but an opportunity arose. A friend named Henry S. Turner wrote to Sherman and expressed his confidence that the skills Sherman learned as the commissary captain in St. Louis and New Orleans had prepared him for a job in finance. He wanted him to operate a bank in California. Sherman didn't want to leave the Army, but the Army pay wasn't enough to live the way he wanted to, so he was given a 6-month leave of absence. He would use that time to travel to San Francisco and see if he liked the banking life. He sent Ellen and the children back to Lancaster, and he set sail for California and possibly a new career. Aboard the steamship destined for California, Sherman lounged in a deck chair and fell asleep. He was about a day away from San Francisco when he felt the ship receive a jolt, and the crash of furniture and equipment from around the ship filled the air. The steamship had hit a rock. Sherman helped to calm the other travelers who bolted out of their rooms. The ship had run aground. Sherman helped the ship's captain find the coordinates of the vessel and discovered they were about a mile from the shore. The people were ferried to land, but before Sherman disembarked, he grabbed a can of crackers and sardines from the ship that was taking on water. Sherman and a young companion walked about 2 miles along the shore until they found a lumber boat destined for San Francisco. As they entered San Francisco Bay, a swell capsized the boat and a passing ship had to rescue him. Sherman would wonder what the failed attempts at reaching the city meant for his future. When he entered the city, he found it much different than he left it. The city boasted 50,000 inhabitants, around 60 times larger than 5 years previous. It was a hub for gold seekers and those looking to take advantage of those gold seekers. Saloons, restaurants, hotels, gambling halls, and other businesses lined the streets. Sherman saw the new growth as hopeful as he planned on making money and becoming financially successful in California. However, when he got to the bank he was to run, his hopefulness soured as he pored over their books. The bank was the leading bank in the town, but Sherman saw it as undercapitalized. He believed they could make more money if they were more invested into the bank. As he worried about his new business prospects, he had another asthma attack, fearing that he would be making a mistake by leaving the Army. Sherman traveled back to St. Louis by July 1853 to confront the owners about investing more capital in the bank. He got his wish. They compromised on investing $200,000 and reimbursing Sherman for all entertainment and travel expenses, which augmented his 1/8 partnership and his $5,000 salary a year. With the deal struck, he wrote to Ellen, telling her that he would arrive in Lancaster and soon they together would go to California. He also resigned his commission in the Army, one of his biggest fears to date, but he was determined to become successful in California. When he got to Lancaster, the Ewings balked at the thought of their daughter moving so far away, but Sherman was determined to have his wife with him. But the Ewings were able to convince Ellen to leave one of their daughters, Minnie, behind. As the ship carrying the little family got to the Isthmus of Panama, their guide scared little Elizabeth, known as Lizzie, to the family, and Ellen's nurse became hysterical when traveling through the waist-high surf to get to the ship on the Pacific side. It was a rough trip for Sherman and Ellen. Sherman feeling as though everything was keeping him from California, and Ellen growing increasingly homesick as they got further away from Ohio. The homesickness didn't stop when they got to San Francisco. Ellen hated the city, especially its fleas and flies that roamed it. When she became pregnant again, she longed for home and even more, constantly thinking of Minnie in Lancaster. Sherman's asthma increased as well during this time, prompting Thomas Ewing to write to him saying that his health wasn't worth financial success and that he could still work for the Chauncey Salt Works if he wished. Sherman wrote back, "I would rather be at the head of the bank in San Francisco, a position I obtained by my own efforts, than to occupy any place open to me in Ohio." The bank and its new building progressed nicely. Sherman attempted to calm Ellen's anger toward the city by buying a piano, something she loved to play. In the evenings, Ellen would play and sing, while Sherman watched with Lizzie on his lap and danced with the baby to the music. The social life was great as the Shermans welcomed familiar faces and guests from around the world. General Ethan Allen Hitchcock made regular visits and brought his flute to play along with Ellen's piano playing. Sherman's old friend George Thomas, still in the Army, would come by to visit regularly. However, most of the time the family was miserable. Ellen's worries brought on a constant problem in her life, boils that would pop up on her body. Sherman's asthma attacks increased, and he would breathe in the fumes of burning niter paper to relieve the symptoms, but the smells gave Ellen headaches. The disgruntled wife would give birth to a son in June 1854. They named him William Ewing Sherman, but would call him Willie. His father would see him as a financial burden and something that would prevent him from gaining financial independence. Sherman wanted to live in St. Louis with a respectable income and own a farm outside the city. That was his ultimate dream. But as he said, his family was growing at an awful rate. As Bleeding Kansas began to take off during the Kansas-Nebraska Act controversy, Sherman wrote to his brother John Sherman, now a member of the House of Representatives. He advised his brother to support legislation that would help the Pacific Coast, and on the slavery issue he advised John to avoid the subject, but did say he believed slavery's introduction to Kansas and Nebraska was impractical. In February 1855, Sherman got one of the biggest scares of his life, a run on the bank. On board a ship docking in San Francisco Bay, someone declared that the Page and Bacon of St. Louis Bank had gone under. The investors and bank officers met, with Sherman joining them to discuss what to do. They wanted to sign a statement to be run in the newspaper stating that the bank was solvent because they had looked at the books. Sherman asked if anyone had actually looked at the books. None of them had, so he advised against signing any such statement. Sherman knew that his bank was solvent, but couldn't attest for the main branch and its other branches. He was confident in his ability to withstand a run. On February 23rd, droves of people lined the streets in front of Sherman's bank, wanting their deposits. Sherman told his tellers to calmly give back the deposits to anyone with correct credentials. At the end of the day, out of the nearly $400,000 in hard money, only $40,000 was left, but it was still afloat. Sherman had many of his old Army friends invest in the bank, like Don Carlos Buell, Braxton Bragg, John Bell Hood, George Thomas, Henry Halleck, and Joseph Hooker. That night, those that were still in the city affirmed to Sherman that they would keep their deposits in the bank to help keep it solvent. The next day, many people brought their deposits back, and the bank was safe. When Sherman returned home to Ellen, she told him to his face that she was disappointed that the bank hadn't failed, because if it had, she would be getting to go home to Lancaster. Sherman was deeply hurt that his wife wasn't more supportive of him and his great accomplishment. After the banking crisis, Sherman suffered one of the worst asthma attacks of his life, where he was confined to a bed for days. Ellen would leave for San Francisco, leaving her husband and 2 children behind to return to Ohio for an extended visit. She would be away from him for 7 months, but the two corresponded regularly. In those letters, she expressed a promise to give Sherman more affection in the future that she realized she had kept from him in the past. She feared that her absence would result in Sherman finding another woman to satisfy his needs, and that made her want to return to him even more. As a single parent in San Francisco, Sherman became a model parent, spending whatever time was left after his banking duties with his children. He doted on Willie in his letters to Ellen, making him out to be the best child a man could ask for, and describing with glee the little boy's destruction of his big sister's play tea parties. By December 1855, Ellen was back home, but her children had for the most part forgotten her, but she renewed her role of mother quickly. Sherman was climbing the social ladder, being named Grand Marshal in parades and then named Major General of California's militia. However, he would feel powerless in a social and political upheaval in the city. The city's elite had trouble getting elected. They constantly lost to those they believed politically corrupt. When James Carey, the editor of a newspaper, shot another editor named James King, the elite used the murder to help establish themselves in a position of power. They mobilized nearly 7,000 vigilantes to go into the jail and bring out Casey and another inmate and lynch them. Sherman attempted to do all he could to stop the mob, but was powerless. He, the mayor, and the governor watched as the mob exacted its revenge on Casey. After that, the vigilante mob began to subdue men whom their leaders deemed dangerous. The governor declared a state of insurrection, and Sherman called out the militia. The general of the U.S. Army in the area promised to arm the militia with weapons from the nearby U.S. Army arsenal and back them up with a ship from David Farragut, the Navy commander in the area. However, the general went back on his promise, and Sherman was left with no way to enforce the rule of law. He would resign and work behind the scenes to end the violence and mob rule. By the end of 1856, Ellen would give birth to another child, a son named Thomas Ewing Sherman, who they would call Tommy. In early 1857, Sherman was notified that Page and Bacon would be closing their bank in California and put Sherman in charge of a new branch bank in New York. Ellen was thrilled to be heading back east, but Sherman was saddened by the news and blamed Ellen's extravagant spending on his inability to rise up financially. By mid-1857, Sherman was in New York preparing for the opening of the new branch. He had left his wife and children in Lancaster. While boarding in New York, he became friends with a young lieutenant named James McPherson. They stayed at the same boarding house and conversed on a multitude of topics. The conversations went into the night on many occasions. Sherman was depressed in New York, feeling as if he had failed in California and that Ellen had fostered his failure by not supporting him. He hated that he had built a house just for her, just to have her complain about it and their financial insecurity. He blamed Ellen for much of the California problems. While Sherman was in California, he received many deposits from old Army friends. Instead of just depositing them in the bank, he created a trust fund and put the deposits into investments. When the bank quickly closed, some of those men lost their deposits. He was under no obligation to repay these men their losses, but he felt it his duty to give these men back what they lost. While Sherman was in New York, the country experienced the Panic of 1857. Sherman was a meticulous bookkeeper, and his bank was solvent, but the home bank was not, and they closed down the new branch. Sherman was now out of a job, and he feared ending up like his father in debt and possibly leaving his family behind with financial burdens if something should happen to him. He returned to St. Louis to discuss the closures of the other branches with the other partners. Sherman was to go back to California and see to all the bank's obligations there as the last act of his tenure with the bank. But before he left St. Louis, he ran into another West Pointer who was down on his luck. His name was Ulysses S. Grant. Grant told Sherman about his farming failures, and they both agreed that the Army in West Point wasn't a good school for farmers and bankers. Sherman would travel to Ohio after settling the business of the bank in California. Thomas Ewing offered his foster son and son-in-law a job at the salt works, but Sherman would be rescued from having to work in Ohio when his foster brother and brothers-in-law, Thomas Ewing Jr. and Hugh Boyle Ewing, offered him a partnership in their law firm in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Sherman would manage Thomas Ewing Sr.'s land holdings in Kansas and act as the banker for the Ewing brothers' law firm. However, it quickly revealed itself to Sherman that he needed to become a lawyer as well. When a judge came to the office, he inquired about being admitted to the bar. The judge directed him to his clerk at the nearby courthouse. When Sherman approached the clerk about a test to become a lawyer, the clerk waved off any test and told Sherman he would admit him to the bar on the ground of general intelligence, no test necessary. Even though he was technically a lawyer, Sherman only appeared at court twice, both times he lost. Only one of those cases' details remains. Sherman presented the facts of the case, but the opposing lawyer read page after page of cases, none of which had anything to do with the case, but the justice declared that the other lawyer apparently knew what he was talking about and sided in favor of the long-winded lawyer. Sherman left the courtroom disgusted, but would laugh about the experience later, saying, "The little bow-legged gnat beat me slick and clean and came near taking my boots." To supplement his income, Sherman sold taters and corn, as well as took part in horse and mule auctions at Fort Leavenworth. In late 1858, Ellen and the children, minus Minnie, would come to Fort Leavenworth. By February 1859, Ellen became pregnant again and longed for Lancaster once again. Sherman had to send his family back to Lancaster in the spring because he couldn't provide for them, with Thomas Jr. and Bull absent from the law firm. Sherman would get a farm started for Thomas Ewing's nephew outside of Fort Leavenworth, and when a gold rush occurred near Pikes Peak in the Rockies, Sherman planned to profit off the traffic through the farm. He stored thousands of bushels of corn on the farm in preparation to sell it to the speculators and gold seekers as they headed west, but his corn idea was a bust. Desperate to gain some kind of financial stability and seeking the family feeling that the Army could give him, he reached out to Don Carlos Buell, an Army friend in the Adjutant General's office. He asked for a position in the pay department. Buell unfortunately informed him that those positions would be filled with political appointments, but did know that a position was opening up at the Louisiana Military Seminary. Sherman applied for the position and was chosen to be the superintendent and professor of engineering, architecture, and drawing. The Ewings at this time suggested for him to go into a banking venture in London, but Sherman knew that he wouldn't see his family. But if he went to Louisiana, Ellen and the children would most likely come with him. He took the job and consulted Don Carlos Buell and George B. McClellan about how to organize a military school. He visited a military school in Kentucky and wrote to the head of the Virginia Military Institute about how to run such an institution. His brother John had just joined the new anti-slavery Republican Party, and he feared that his brother's anti-slavery politics would hurt him at the Louisiana Military Seminary. Sherman himself believed that slavery was the natural social order for blacks, but he also believed that the Union also was the core of social order. He would write before he traveled to Louisiana that if Southerners died to protect themselves against blacks or abolitionists, I will help. If they propose to leave the Union on account of a supposed fact that the Northern people are all abolitionists like Joshua Giddings and John Brown, then I will stand by Ohio and the Northwest. When he got to the small town of Pineville, Louisiana, he was displeased with its location, being located 3 miles from Alexandria in a thickly wooded area. The seminary building, however, was gorgeous, a 3-story high building with 5 4-story towers. Sherman and the other officials of the school began formulating the rules and regulations, basing them on those of the Virginia Military Institute. His position as superintendent gained a lot of attention from the Louisiana officials, and he had dinner with many of them, including the governor. In discussions with these men, Sherman clearly outlined his support of slavery to prevent his brother's politics from influencing his position. One of his biographers would write, "He told the officials gathered around the table that the people of Louisiana were hardly responsible for slavery, as they had inherited it. Were he a member of the state legislature, however, he would deem it wise to bring the legal condition of slaves more near the status of human beings under all Christian and civilized governments. He would forbid the separation of families through sale, and would repeal any law that prevented slaves from learning how to read and write." The dinner guests listened quietly, and when Sherman finished, one banged his fist on the table and exclaimed, "By God, he is right." Another time, Sherman expressed his belief in black inferiority, his opposition to emancipation, and his plans to purchase house slaves when Ellen and the family joined him. He put out a clear message he was a supporter of slavery, not because it was politic to hold that position in Louisiana, but because he firmly believed that freedom for slaves meant disorder for society. The doors of the school opened on January 2, 1860, with students coming in throughout the month. One of the students was the son of Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard, who requested that his son's roommate be someone very studious with good habits. Sherman settled into his duties and was content. Even problems that arose didn't stir him to anger. He simply tackled the problem and went on. When one student pulled a knife on another for calling him a liar, Sherman expelled the boy for his dangerous behavior. On another occasion, he sniffed out the culprit who drew a naked man urinating on a classroom wall. Although many of the boys were rambunctious, Sherman handled them sternly, but they always saw him as a kind and fair man. He regularly regaled the boys with stories from his time in the Army, and when their uniforms arrived in the spring of 1860, he organized a dance so they could show off their uniforms to the local girls. Sherman asked the Board of Supervisors for a raise and mentioned the banking opportunity in England. He wrote to Ellen, "If you hear I have concluded to stay here, just make up your mind to live and die here, because I am going to take the bit in my mouth and resume my military character and control my own affairs. Since I left New Orleans, I have felt myself oppressed by circumstances I could not control, but I begin to feel footing and will get saucy. I supposed I was the Jonah that blew up San Francisco, and it only took 2 months' residence in Wall Street to blow up New York, and I think my arrival in London will be the signal of the downfall of that mighty empire. If Louisiana was fool enough to give me $5,000 a year, we will drive our tent pins and pick out a magnolia under which to sleep the long sleep. But if she don't, then England must perish, for I predict financial misfortune to the land that receives me." At the end of July, Sherman oversaw the final examinations, and when the school session ended, he would travel to Lancaster to see his family, then proceed to Washington, where he would get training equipment and weapons from the Secretary of War, then go to New York, where he would purchase volumes of books for the school, including Peter Parley's Universal History. No doubt he remembered the valuable information he gained from Peter Parley's books he read at the Ewings as a child. His journey north brought new fears to Sherman, the fear of secession. Talk about disunion pervaded all conversations, and Sherman was drawn into the political debates, whether he wanted to or not, because secession was becoming more real as the days went by. The candidates for the election of 1860 were chosen. The Republican Party chose Abraham Lincoln. The Southern Democrats chose Vice President John C. Breckinridge. The Northern Democrats chose Stephen Douglas, and the new Constitutional Unionist Party chose Tennessean John Bell. Sherman put his support behind John Bell, the same man that Thomas Ewing backed. However, he tried to convince himself that even if Lincoln was elected, that nothing would happen. But if John Bell got into the presidency, there would be somewhat of a 4-year truce while the country sorted out the slavery issue. Sherman was greatly confused by all of the rhetoric of the South. He told his brother that Southerners were arguing not against what you say or what you do, but what they imagine you will do when you get in power. Quarreling over slavery in the territories made even less sense, Sherman thought, because no sensible man with liberty of choice would ever think of taking his slaves to Utah, Arizona, or New Mexico. Sectional blindness and prejudice is that planters have nothing else to do but to hang abolitionists and hold lynch courts. There that all the people of Ohio are engaged in stealing and running of blacks. The truth is, each does injustice to the other. If all would forget and mind their own respective interests, it would be found that slavery and all other property in the United States was at a most prosperous standard. Everyone was making money, so why argue? Sherman asked. If war came because of slavery, we deserve a monarch, and that would be the final result. Sherman became increasingly depressed as he went back to Louisiana in October of 1860. He feared that the hatred of Northerners in the South would lead to the school forcing him to leave. He started to contemplate working in the salt works owned by his father-in-law or possibly rejoining the Army. Everything was very uncertain in Sherman's mind. He saw Southerners talk gleefully of disunion, and Sherman wrote to his friend Braxton Bragg, "A fishworm would resist breaking in the middle, much more so a great nation." When the school session started back, he found the cadets unusually unruly. At one point, they rioted over their food and broke dishes and fired weapons. 5 students were expelled for their actions. During practice elocutions, Sherman saw that all the students seemed to choose disunion topics, defending the South, secession, and slavery. He made known that he believed secession was treason, was war. As the election approached, friends urged Sherman to vote, which Sherman declined to do. He was for the Constitutional Union Party, but he didn't believe John Bell stood a chance of winning. Since Lincoln wasn't on the ballot in Louisiana, not voting would make it appear that Sherman was siding with Lincoln. His friends wanted him to vote in order to stay in the political good graces of Louisianians, but he refused to do so. When Lincoln was elected, South Carolina left the Union. Sherman paced in his room crying. He would write, "There can be no peaceful secession. Secession means war. You are driving me and hundreds of others out of the South who have cast fortunes here, love your people, and want to stay. Yet I must give up all and go away, and if war comes, as I fear it surely will, I must fight your people whom I best love." Sherman knew that Louisiana would soon take up the secession discussion. He stated, "As long as Louisiana is in the Union, I will serve her honestly and faithfully, but if she quits, I will quit too. I will not for one day or even an hour occupy a position of apparent hostility to Uncle Sam. That government is weak enough, but it is the only thing in America that has even the semblance of a government. These state governments are ridiculous pretenses of a government, liable to explode at the call of any mob. I don't want to be premature, however, and will hold on to the last moment in hopes of change. I have great faith that the nation will yet be preserved through the efforts of good men, North and South." Sherman saw secession as the breakdown of law and order, just like he saw in California and its mob rule. The law is, or should be, our king. We should obey it, not because it meets our approval, but because it is the law, because obedience in some shape is necessary to every system of civilized government. In January 1861, Louisiana left the Union. Sherman asked to be relieved, but the Board of Supervisors claimed there was no suitable replacement, so Sherman relented. However, Louisiana's troops began to take over arsenals and confiscate weapons. Those weapons were sent to Sherman at the seminary because of its recently built arsenal. Now there was no question. Sherman wrote 2 resignation letters to the governor. In one he wrote, "Every allowance should be made to the Southern politicians for their nervous anxiety about their political power and the safety of slaves." He would stay for about a month after tendering his resignation, fulfilling all of his obligations to the school. His integrity wouldn't let him do anything less. Meanwhile, Louisianians wrote to him encouraging him to stay and fight alongside them. Braxton Bragg wished he would have stayed, but understood his reasoning. Bragg prayed for Sherman's success and happiness in the future. In a reversal of Sherman's previous thoughts, he told Ellen that he would come and work at the salt works, and that he didn't feel he wanted to be in an army fighting a civil war. But Ellen, Thomas Ewing, and his brother-in-law Hugh Ewing, and his brother John all agreed that he should join the army and fight to preserve the Union. However, Sherman didn't want to fight his friends. He had longed to rejoin the army to be close to them, but a civil war pit him against many of his most dear friends whom he considered family. After saying a tearful goodbye to his cadets and the professors of the seminary, Sherman left for New Orleans, where he boarded a train on March 1st and set off for Ohio. His brother John invited him to Washington to discuss the situation. He gladly went and was introduced to Abraham Lincoln. The president asked how the people of Louisiana was getting along down there. Sherman told him that the Southerners were preparing for war. Lincoln responded, "I guess we'll manage to keep house." Sherman was astounded at the lack of urgency in Washington about the secession crisis. He told his brother that "you politicians have got things in a hell of a fix, and you may get them out as best you can." Sherman was leaving for St. Louis. He was offered a job as the president of the 5th Street Railroad Company. Sherman brought Ellen, all 5 of their children, and 2 servants with them to St. Louis as he worked on railroad business. The political fervor was hitting a fever pitch as Sherman attempted to negotiate the political waters of a divided Missouri. Sherman made it known to the officials in Washington that his services were accessible to them, but he didn't push the issue. When Jefferson Davis sent arms and ammunition to an arsenal in St. Louis, Federal forces under Nathaniel Lyon surrounded it and took the pro-Confederate defenders as captives. Sherman and his son Willie watched the proceedings as the rebels were marched down the road by the Federal troops. A drunk in the crowd that gathered attempted to cross the path of the soldiers and was knocked down an embankment. When the drunk recovered, he pulled out a pistol and shot into the passing soldiers. A bullet hit an officer in the leg, and both sides began exchanging gunfire. Sherman threw Willie into a ditch and covered him with his own body to protect the child. The shooting resulted in 28 deaths and an undetermined number of wounded. In June, Sherman's family members in Washington convinced the administration of their need for Sherman's services. He was called to Washington and found that he was to become a colonel of the new 13th Regular Army Regiment. After speaking with Winfield Scott, he was named an Inspector General and had him ride around Washington, D.C. evaluating the military situation. Finally, on June 30th, he was transferred to the army commanded by Irvin McDowell that was to invade Virginia. He would command the 3rd Brigade of Daniel Tyler's 1st Division. When he met his new command, one soldier described him as a tall, gaunt form clad in a threadbare blue coat, the sleeves so short as to reveal a long stretch of bony wrist, the trousers at least 4 inches less than usual length. He sported a bushy, untrimmed beard, his cheeks were hollow, and below a shock of dark auburn hair was a great bulging forehead and a pair of sharp, piercing eyes. He looked more like a disheveled farmer than an army officer, and several volunteers thought about demanding a replacement. Sherman was now back in the army and prepared to bring order to the disordered South that secession had caused. Although Sherman's troops questioned their new brigade commander, Sherman showed himself friendly, drilling the troops constantly, attempting to prepare them for battle. Sherman didn't care for volunteers. He thought they were unreliable for conducting the war, and his fears were reinforced when the soldiers' 90-day enlistments were about to come up. Many believed that they had served their time and were ready to go on with life, but politicians scrambled to keep the soldiers in the ranks. While in Washington, D.C., Ellen wanted Sherman to visit her old Catholic school. When he did, a nun gave him some relics to carry into battle. He said he would carry them in his holsters. Sherman's brigade was made up of the 13th, 69th, and 79th New York regiments, the 2nd Wisconsin Regiment, and a battery from Sherman's old 3rd U.S. Artillery. As Confederate forces grew just south of Washington, D.C., the northern newspapers called out "On to Richmond," in an effort to push the Union Army out of the city's confines and win the war so the whole country could return to normal. Sherman and the Union Army marched through the Confederate countryside on their way to attack the Confederate force under P.G.T. Beauregard. On July 21st, Sherman would get his first taste of battle. He led the brigade through a ford in Bull Run and helped in attacking the Confederate left flank. Sherman hadn't been in battle before, and the sight astonished him, particularly the wounded horses, who struggled in agony. He was grazed by bullets on the knee and the shoulder, and his horse was shot out from under him, but he kept pressing on with his troops. He and the rest of the Union brigade successfully pushed back the enemy from Matthews Hill, but ran into stubborn resistance on Henry House Hill, where Thomas Jonathan Jackson stood like a stone wall against the attacking Federal soldiers. When fresh troops appeared on the field, the Union Army broke and began a hasty retreat back to Washington. Sherman commented, "I had read of retreats before, have seen the noise and confusion of crowds of men at fires and shipwrecks, but nothing like this. It was as disgraceful as words can portray." When Sherman got to Washington, the sight was even worse. Soldiers were mingling about without units, attempting to avoid gunfire. Sherman took action and closed the ferry across the Potomac River to soldiers who weren't with their units. He also got the Adjutant General to close all bridges leading to the city. Sherman's actions helped calm the situation. Sherman's brigade suffered 609 killed, wounded, and missing in the battle. The men wanted to go home. Sherman even asked the Adjutant General to discharge any scared officers and men who threatened the integrity of the whole army. On one occasion, a captain who was tired of the soldier life told Sherman that he was heading back to New York, that he didn't need permission from Sherman. Sherman told him that if you attempt to leave without orders, it will be mutiny, and I will shoot you like a dog. The man walked off, and the crowd around them dispersed. When President Lincoln came to visit the unit, Sherman hopped aboard the carriage and informed the president that he should discourage cheering, noise, or confusion. When the president addressed the soldiers, he stated, "Don't cheer, boys. I confess I rather like it myself, but Colonel Sherman here says it's not military, and I guess we better defer to his opinion." The speech that Lincoln gave to Sherman's troops was profound, and it won Sherman over to the ability of the president. Sherman said of the speech, "That speech reached every heart, nerved every arm, and made stern patriots out of timid and wavering men." Sherman heard Clay in his palmiest days, and most of our celebrated orators, and have never heard a man who spoke to the hearts of his hearers as Mr. Lincoln spoke to our soldiers that day. Before the president left, the officer who approached Sherman about leaving for New York told the president that Sherman threatened to shoot him. The president leaned down and in a staged whisper stated, "Well, if I were you, and he threatened to shoot me, I would not trust him, for I believe he would do it." When the crowd heard the response, laughter went up, and the president rode off in his carriage. A few weeks later, 65 soldiers refused to work because they thought their enlistments were up. So Sherman marched them down to a prison ship and threw them into the brig. Exasperated at the unruliness of the volunteers, he wrote, "The want of organization and subordination of our people is a more dangerous enemy than the armies of the South. Our adversaries have the weakness of slavery in their midst to offset our democracy, and 'tis beyond human wisdom to say which is the greater evil. We have to go through the experience of other nations and learn that the many, at last, must be governed by the few." The disorder of the army made Sherman fear that he would be a part of another failure, like the banks he managed and the other events that brought disorder to his life. He wanted the country to put forward a strong effort to suppress the rebellion, but they seemed to lack a driving force. In mid-August, Sherman was promoted to brigadier general, and his old friend from Fort Moultrie, Robert Anderson, requested to meet with him. Anderson was now the commander of the Department of the Cumberland in Kentucky and Tennessee. Anderson wanted Sherman to come with him to Kentucky as his deputy. When the two met with Lincoln, Sherman wanted a promise that he would never be asked to command again. Lincoln jokingly agreed and said he didn't have enough positions anyway. Sherman was serious. If the Union was going to depend on undependable and inadequately trained volunteers, then he didn't want a command position. He would state, "Not till I see daylight ahead do I want to lead. But when danger threatens and others slink away, I am and will be at my post." On September 1st in Cincinnati, Sherman met with Anderson and his old friend George Thomas. Together they cobbled together a strategy for prosecuting the war in Kentucky. It would be Sherman's job to assemble troops from northern states and loyal Kentuckians for operations in the Bluegrass State. One of the ultimate goals was to invade East Tennessee and relieve its loyal citizens of Confederate oppression. Sherman traveled to Indianapolis and Springfield, asking each state governor for troops, but they admitted that all of their troops had been committed to Union General George McClellan in the East or John C. Fremont in Missouri. Sherman traveled to St. Louis to speak with Fremont, who remembered him from their meeting in California. However, Fremont would spare no troops for operations in Kentucky. When Sherman returned to headquarters in Louisville, reports of a burned bridge forced him to lead about 1,000 soldiers to the bridge and repair the structure. Anderson sent a few more thousand troops so that Sherman possessed around 5,000 men to defend the bridge. Both he and his opponent, Simon Bolivar Buckner, exaggerated the size of each other's force. Sherman seemed to be an exposed nerve as he fortified his position near Elizabethtown, Kentucky, in constant fear of his camp being infiltrated by spies. He also was heavily critical of newspaper reporters that meandered about the camp. He believed they printed more information than they should, so he attempted to eject reporters and even threatened to hang one of them. It was of no use, they snuck into his ranks anyway. Reporters and newspapers had been partially responsible for hurting his bank and producing a mob in California. He feared that they would bring failure to his command. The situation grew more frustrating for Sherman when on October 8th, Anderson stepped down from his position and Sherman was made commander of the department. He lacked men, weapons, and ammunition to defend the state, yet the Lincoln administration wanted him to secure Kentucky as well as invade East Tennessee. He wrote to the administration asking for troops, weapons, and ammunition, and the Secretary of War, Simon Cameron, came to visit him in Louisville. Sherman reiterated his problems and pulled out a map showing that McClellan and Fremont had only a 100-mile front to protect, but his front was at least 300 miles. McClellan had 100,000 troops, Fremont had 60,000, and he himself only had 18,000. Sherman requested at least 60,000 troops to defend Kentucky, and he would need 200,000 troops to invade East Tennessee. Simon Cameron was stunned, but found that Sherman was definitely undersupplied. Furthermore, the meeting between Cameron and Sherman was featured in newspapers all over the North. Some of the men that were in the meeting with Sherman and Cameron were actually reporters, and this disgusted Sherman. His troop strength and the military situation was now broadcasted, which threatened his command. The stress from commanding operations in Kentucky was becoming too stressful for Sherman. He would stay in the telegraph office until 3 a.m., awaiting dispatches, and when the office would close, he would pace up and down the hallway outside his hotel room. He got very little sleep and became paranoid about the entire military situation in the state. Finally, on November 13th, after repeated requests to be transferred from Kentucky, Sherman was replaced by Don Carlos Buell and sent to St. Louis to be under the command of Henry Halleck. When Sherman got to St. Louis, Missouri, he fell into a deep, dark depression, seeing his leaving Kentucky as another failure on his part. He contemplated taking his own life, only the thought of his children kept him from doing so. A staff officer encouraged Ellen to come visit him to help bring her husband out of the depression. Ellen would write to Sherman's brother John, and John would accompany Ellen to St. Louis. They found him in a morose state, unable to envision any hope in the success of his career or the nation. He stated, "Our government is destroyed, and no human power can restore it." He spoke erratically about a simultaneous attack on St. Louis, Louisville, and Cincinnati, still paranoid about the military situation in the West. Sherman's old friend Henry Halleck had confidence in Sherman's abilities and sent him to inspect the troops at various points in northern Missouri. However, Sherman's anxiety flared up again, worrying about Confederate Commander Sterling Price's force and the destruction of his own troops. Halleck sent a physician to examine Sherman, and the doctor found that his nervousness made him unfit for command. Sherman was sent back to St. Louis, where Ellen was. Sherman was given a 20-day leave. Halleck wrote to George B. McClellan that, "I am satisfied that General Sherman's physical and mental system is so completely broken by labor and care as to render him for the present entirely unfit for duty. Perhaps a few weeks' rest will restore him. I am satisfied that in his present condition it would be dangerous to give him a command here." Sherman went to Lancaster with Ellen to recuperate. Without the stress, Sherman became calm and more like himself. However, a Cincinnati newspaper ran a story with the title, "General William T. Sherman Insane." The stories were over-exaggerations of what actually happened, and some of them were complete falsehoods. One of Sherman's children came home upset that one of his schoolmates called his father crazy, and word began to spread all over the nation that Sherman was indeed insane. As one of his biographers put it, he was in fact perfectly sane, but the stress of the disorganized war effort had thrown him off stride and made him worry inordinately. He exaggerated the Confederate threat, but so did many Kentuckians, but he was the soldier, and they were the civilians. He should have known better. Sherman believed that the person who wrote the article was one of the reporters he cast out from his camp. He stated, "These newspapers have us in their power and can destroy us as they please, and this one can destroy my usefulness by depriving me of the confidence of officers and men." Sherman's military friends simply told him to ignore the accusations, but his family wanted him to push a lawsuit against the newspapers. Sherman decided to ignore the papers. He went back to Missouri by the end of December 1861. At Benton Barracks, he trained troops to be sent to the front lines, but he felt the job was demeaning. Sherman wanted something different, but something that didn't bring attention to himself. He felt that he had shamed the family by allowing such a story to be run in a newspaper. Ellen took matters into her own hands and wrote the president, attempting to restore her husband's good name. When she didn't receive a response, she traveled to Washington, and in the presence of her father, she met with Lincoln and talked with him about Sherman. Lincoln said his behavior in Kentucky was disturbing, but he never considered Sherman insane. Ellen and Thomas Ewing left the meeting satisfied. Back in Missouri, Sherman drilled and trained new recruits. Sherman brought his unmilitary-like dress with him. He mostly wore an old brown coat and a stovepipe hat. One day, Sherman came upon a soldier beating a mule. After repeated orders for the man to stop, Sherman finally said, "Do you know who I am? I am General Sherman." The mule beater replied, "That's played out. Every man who comes along here with an old brown coat and a stovepipe hat on claims to be General Sherman." In February 1862, Sherman would be promoted to the commander of the Department of Cairo, headquartered at Paducah, Kentucky. From that town, Sherman funneled troops to Ulysses S. Grant, the commander of the Department of West Tennessee, which led to the capture of Forts Henry and Donelson. Sherman felt incredible about his responsibility and his efforts that led to Union success. By March, he was at the head of an infantry division at Fort Henry, and soon would embark with Grant on the task of taking the important railroad junction of Corinth, Mississippi. As they steamed down the Tennessee River, crowds gathered and waved the Union troops on. Sherman spotted a landing about 22 miles away from Corinth, called Pittsburgh Landing. He informed his superiors, and the Army was concentrated on that location. The divisions of Sherman, Stephen A. Hurlbut, John McClernand, Benjamin Prentiss, and W.H.L. Wallace were ordered in camp near the landing. They awaited the arrival of Don Carlos Buell and his Army of the Ohio. When the armies were concentrated, then they would press on to Corinth. Sherman made his camp near a small one-room Methodist church called Shiloh, meaning place of peace. The whole situation seemed very relaxed. The Union commanders felt no threat with the various divisions spread out along the landing. However, what they didn't know was that Confederate General Albert Sidney Johnston, with his 40,000-man force at Corinth, was preparing to attack the Union Army at Pittsburgh Landing. Johnston wanted to move the Federal troops away from the Tennessee River and their steamboats. The Confederate Army left Corinth on April 3rd. Since late March, Sherman had sent reconnaissance missions south, but the light Confederate pickets didn't seem much to worry about. Sherman reported, "All is quiet along my lines now. The enemy is saucy, but I do not apprehend anything like an attack on our position." Grant reinforced this idea to his division commanders. Despite his disregard for the close proximity of the enemy, his regimental commanders reported that the enemy was close and in force. However, Sherman wouldn't hear of it. He even had one man court-martialed for insisting that an attack was imminent. On the night of April 5th, 1862, Sherman bedded down, not realizing that the next morning would bring one of the largest battles of the American Civil War. At 5 a.m. on April 6, 1862, Confederate pickets 1 mile south of the Shiloh Church encountered the main battle line of Confederate General Albert Sidney Johnston's army. Soldiers came with word that a major attack by the Confederates were underway, but Sherman was unconvinced. He would ride to the scene of the firing personally. His orderly at his side would be killed, but he was still not entirely convinced of it being a major attack. At 8 a.m., Sherman finally could see the massive Confederate battle line and knew that a major engagement was underway. By that time, Sherman had formed his division into a battle line, but the Confederates were pushing their way onto the flanks of the Federal line. The Union soldiers fell back, but the Southerners had to battle for every inch of ground they gained. Many of the volunteers had never seen battle before, but Sherman held his line together, with occasional withdrawals when the Confederates swept around his flanks. At 10 a.m., Sherman's commander, Ulysses S. Grant, arrived in his sector. Grant complimented Sherman on his dogged stand, and then proceeded on to the other division commanders. As the battle raged, Sherman had 3 horses shot out from under him, showing how close he was to the front lines. When his aide got him another horse, Sherman stated, "Well, my boy, didn't I promise you all the fighting you could do?" The general was cool and collected, but concentrated on organizing each battle line when it fell back from too much pressure. During the fight, some buckshot hit him in the right hand and lodged in the bone. His wife falsely heard that his entire hand had to be amputated. Another round went through his hat, and a spent bullet hit him in the shoulder strap, but didn't cause any damage. By noon, Sherman had his arm in a sling, but still at the front, placing artillery to beat back an enemy attack, and even took the time to show a green artillery unit how to cut the fuses of the shells. Other than a stubborn stand along the road that became known as the Hornet's Nest, the rest of the Union troops fell back to Pittsburg Landing, where Grant was organizing a solid defense. At 5 p.m., Grant told Sherman to prepare for an offensive the next day. At 11 p.m., Sherman ran into Grant again. The Army commander was holding a lantern and chewing on a cigar. Rain was falling on the 2 men. Sherman was about to ask Grant what the plan of retreat was, but then stopped himself and said, "Well, Grant, we've had the devil's own day, haven't we?" Grant responded, "Yes, lick 'em tomorrow, though." Sherman's old friends and now battlefield enemies, Pierre-Gustave Toutant-Beauregard and Braxton Bragg, shared Sherman's tent as the Federals had left their camps in the hasty withdrawal. The next morning, Grant organized a counterattack, reinforced by Don Carlos Buell's army and the division of Lew Wallace. When the Confederates finally broke and ran, it was Sherman who, with cavalry and some infantry, chased after the rebels. At a place called Fallen Timbers, Sherman engaged with the Confederate rear guard, made up of cavalry from Nathan Bedford Forrest's command. Forrest charged the blue troops and scattered them. However, Sherman was able to cobble together another line, but would soon withdraw back to the Shiloh church. When Sherman returned, the men gave a cheer, and Sherman complimented them on a great victory. One soldier remembered that if Sherman would have asked the men to push on to Corinth right then, that they would have done it without questioning it. The gruesome task of burying the dead and getting the wounded help began in earnest. Sherman entered the camp of part of Buell's Army of the Ohio. Sherman had commanded some of the men in the defense of a bridge near Elizabethtown, Kentucky. They remembered him and cheered their former commander. Among one of the captured Confederates, he found a former student from Louisiana. They talked, and the former professor found that many of the young men who attended the academy were now in the Confederate Army. Sherman gave the young man a pair of socks and some clothing before heading off to distribute bandages to the wounded. Shiloh brought peace of mind to Sherman that he had longed for since childhood, acceptance and approval by his foster father, Thomas Ewing. Ellen wrote to Sherman, telling him that her father couldn't hear Sherman's name or his deeds without becoming emotional, and she informed Sherman that Ewing was exceedingly proud of him. With one battle, the insanity charge had been wiped away, and he had gotten his foster father's approval. The praise got the attention of Washington, and with the urging of both Grant and Henry Halleck, Sherman was made a major general of volunteers. After seeing the horrors of Shiloh, Sherman wrote, "I still feel the horrid nature of this war, and the piles of dead and wounded and maimed make me more anxious than ever for some hope of an end. But I know such a thing cannot be for a long, long time. Indeed, I never expected or to survive it." When Henry Halleck made it to Shiloh, Grant's position in the army lowered, and Grant now was going to leave. Sherman tracked him down and found him with his papers and desk outside of his tent. Sherman asked what he was doing. Grant responded, "Sherman, you know that I am in the way here. I have stood it as long as I can and can endure it no longer." Sherman urged him to stay. Sherman would say of Grant, he was not a brilliant man, but a good and brave soldier, sober, very industrious, and as kind as a child. Yet he has been held up as a careless criminal, a drunkard, tyrant, and everything horrible. After Shiloh, even though he was praised, his comrades, like Grant, were criticized, and he took exception to that. He described the newsmen as the most contemptible race of men that exist, cowardly, cringing, hanging around, gathering their material out of the most polluted sources. I have at times felt I would prefer to be governed by Davis, Beauregard, and Bragg than to be abused by a set of dirty newspaper scribblers who have the impudence of Satan. He also took up a letter-writing campaign against an Ohio politician who complained about the inadequacies of the Union High Command at Shiloh. Thomas Ewing joined the attack on the politician. It took over a month for the Union Army to make an advance on Corinth. When the town was captured, Sherman told his troops, "It is a victory as brilliant and important as any recorded in history, and any officer or soldier who has lent his aid has just reason to be proud of his part." But he cautioned this victory did not mean the war was over. The enemy had still to be shown that they must obey the laws of their country and not attempt its overthrow by threats, by cruelty, and by war. They must be made to feel and acknowledge the power of a just and mighty nation. I contend we are fighting for the supremacy of written law as against the rule of mere party and popular prejudice. Years later, Sherman addressed the Society of the Army of the Tennessee and said, "Who but a living witness can adequately portray those scenes on Shiloh's field, when our wounded men, mingled with rebels, charred and blackened by the burning tents and underbrush, were crawling about, begging for someone to end their misery? Who can describe the plunging shot, shattering the strong oak as with a thunderbolt, and beating down horse and rider to the ground? Who can describe the last look of the stricken soldier as he appeals for help that no man can give, or describe the dread scene of the surgeon's work or the burial trench?" After the capture of Corinth, Halleck dispersed the army through West Tennessee. Sherman set about repairing bridges, railroads, and reconstructed communications through West Tennessee and northern Mississippi. On July 22, 1862, Sherman became the military governor of Memphis. His time as a banker and property manager made him a great candidate to manage the city. It would be a Herculean task for Sherman because the war created a power vacuum and many people tried to take advantage of the situation. Sherman took hold of the reins governing Memphis, Tennessee. The war-torn city was home to about 23,000 inhabitants. However, the entrance of Union forces into the city scared many civilians. Businesses were boarded up, and many rebel sympathizers ran to the countryside to avoid any retribution. Still, Confederate flags waved defiantly from windows. Sherman was tasked with getting the city into order. He kept up many of his predecessors' initiatives. Any man of military age in the city must say the oath of allegiance or leave the city. Fort Pickering was being built, and Sherman enforced strict bookkeeping when assigning slave labor to the work. Loyal slaveholders would be paid for their slaves' labors in constructing the fort, and strict bookkeeping would allow correct payment for the labor performed. All trade was subject to military inspection. When Confederate sympathizers demanded gold or silver in any payments, Sherman found that they were funneling that money back into the Confederate military. Thus, he suspended payments except to loyal citizens. The loyal citizens of Memphis came to like Sherman. However, it seemed as though any time a slave ran away, Sherman and his command were somehow responsible, at least in the eyes of the unlucky slave owner. Altogether, Sherman had around 1,500 slaves working for the federal government, building Fort Pickering, helping the quartermaster at the levee, and acting as teamsters and cooks for regiments. Sherman couldn't see free blacks and whites living together and balked at the thought of emancipation of Southern slaves. He thought that emancipation would make matters worse because then Southerners would have to believe that they had no alternative but destruction or submission. Laws came down from Washington about emancipation and slaves. The first Confiscation Act labeled runaway slaves as contraband, and they didn't have to be returned to their owners. The preliminary Emancipation Proclamation was issued in September of 1862, which Sherman disagreed with. However, he believed it was his duty to uphold the law, and he would do so even if he disagreed with it. When a slave owner came to Memphis looking for his runaway slaves, he was informed that the only way to get them back was through the U.S. Marshal of the area. When the slave owner found that the Marshal was gone, most likely leaving after the firing on Fort Sumter the year previous, he came to Sherman wanting help to get his slave back. Sherman told him the 1850 Fugitive Slave Law provided a remedy for you slaveholders in cases like this, but you were dissatisfied and smashed the machine. If you don't like your work, you had better set it running again. In this way, Sherman used slavery against secession. When the Southern states seceded, they destroyed the mechanism that allowed them to retrieve runaway slaves. Now they had to suffer the consequences of the destruction. As the commander of Memphis, Sherman had to cut down on smuggling that was helping the Confederacy. More than one woman was found with medicine and other supplies under her skirt, thinking soldiers wouldn't search there. They were right for the most part, but they were still found out. The Confederate sympathizers smuggled medicine and other supplies and dead animals, and even a funeral procession saw an entire hearse full of medicine. The biggest problem that Sherman faced was guerrillas, sniping at patrols, burning bridges, and causing general havoc for his troops. He felt as though the whole South was against him, being a commander of one city in an enemy country. He arrested prominent citizens to hopefully stop attacks by irregular forces. Ellen would write, "I hope this may be not only a war of emancipation, but also of extermination, and that all under the influence of the foul fiend may be driven like the swine into the sea. May we carry fire and sword into their states till not one habitation is left standing." At one point, guerrillas fired on a boat carrying civilians near the town of Randolph, Tennessee. Sherman simply sent a regiment of men to destroy the town. Lectures of how to conduct civilized warfare from Confederate officers had no effect on Sherman. He believed if the guerrillas wanted to fire on citizens, then their own citizens would have to pay the price for that. Sherman also evicted 32 people from Memphis for being Southern sympathizers. Memphis changed Sherman's mindset about war. Before Memphis, he believed that there were certain rules for engaging with the enemy and dealing with its civilians, but the guerrilla tactics changed his mind. He would begin to allow his men to forage off the land as groups for the whole army, but didn't allow his men to individually forage, feeling that foraging for oneself was breaking the rules of war. Dealing with the constant threat of guerrillas transformed his thoughts on how the war should be fought. At one point he wrote, "We must colonize the country, beginning with Kentucky and Tennessee, and should remove 4 million of our people at once south of the Ohio River, taking the farms and plantations of rebels. I deplore the war as much as ever, but if a thing has been done, let the means be adequate. We must colonize and settle as we go south. Enemies must be killed or transported to some other country." Clearly, a great change had come over Sherman since the war started. Under Sherman, trade flourished in Memphis. A surplus of supplies led him to distribute wood, medicine, and even money to the poor and allowed soldiers to give their surplus rations to civilians. Slowly, Unionism grew in the city under Sherman's watchful eye. He showed the populace that the Union Army was something to rejoice in, not fear, unless they were Confederate sympathizers. Sherman avoided attending church services, as he had never been religious. However, he did joke with a nun that the Bishop of San Francisco had exempted him from praying because Ellen was pious enough for half a dozen ordinary families. In the fall of 1862, Ellen and the children came to visit him. A company of soldiers recruited the 6-year-old Tommy and put him in a corporal's uniform. Ellen complained of Sherman's unkemptness and his living accommodations, but Sherman ignored her fussing and enjoyed his time with his family. Sherman did feel bad about the way he had to treat the Southern citizenry. He expressed in his letters that he hated to know that men, women, and children would kneel and pray for his destruction. It also bothered him to know that people he called friends would now shoot him, thinking him a brutal wretch. One kind of people he didn't care liked him or not was reporters. He constantly threatened them and expelled them from Memphis, but they somehow wormed their way in. Newspaper coverage was fairly supportive of Sherman, but he still didn't like the military matters making it into the papers. In November 1862, Ulysses S. Grant informed Sherman that he wanted to test the Confederates in northern Mississippi near the Tallahatchie and Yazoo rivers. Sherman was depressed because he didn't have the animals for transportation to launch such an expedition. Colonel Benjamin Grierson spoke up and told him that he could get 2,000 mules and horses by tomorrow for him. Sherman asked how, and Grierson told him from the rebels wherever they could be found. On November 26, Sherman left Memphis with 18,000 men. He met Grant and his force of 35,000 men at the Tallahatchie River, but the rebels had retreated to Grenada. Seeing no strategic importance in Grenada, Sherman and Grant agreed that Vicksburg should be the next target, so Sherman went back to Memphis to prepare for a bigger invasion of Mississippi. Memphis was a vibrant town under the leadership of Sherman. Many of the townspeople thanked him for adding to the prosperity of the city and stabilizing its economy during the time of war. Businesses were open and Sherman felt good about his role in the city's success. He felt successful. His father-in-law and wife were proud of his deeds at Shiloh and now as the military governor of Memphis. A group of friends from New York sent him a ceremonial sword, which was put on display at a bank window in Lancaster. This success seemed to translate into more love from his wife. Ellen, who had always wanted to be close to family, wanted to spend more time with Sherman and even wanted to move to Cincinnati to be away from the watchful eye of her father. Sherman's life seemed to be turning around for the better, but a large and difficult campaign awaited him, but one that would make him and Grant famous. When Ulysses S. Grant tasked Sherman with helping him capture the important Mississippi River town of Vicksburg, Sherman was elated with the confidence that Grant had in him. He would work closely with another man, David Dixon Porter, the man who would command the Brownwater Navy in the efforts to capture the entire Mississippi River. The two men had first met when Sherman was in Memphis, and they bonded, particularly over their mutual belief that the Mississippi River and its capture would force the downfall of the Confederacy. Sherman and his division left Memphis on December 20th. The 20,000 men traveled to Helena, Arkansas, picked up another 12,000 men, then proceeded down the Mississippi River. As the flotilla traversed the waters, guerrillas took shots at them from the riverbank. Periodically, Sherman landed troops to do the same thing his troops did at Memphis when guerrillas harassed them, burned homes and farms where the attacks took place. By Christmas morning, Sherman and his troops were at Milliken's Bend in the Mississippi River. Some troops departed the ships on the Louisiana side and began to tear up the Vicksburg, Shreveport, and Texas Railroad, as well as burn corn and cotton in the area. Sherman's men then moved up the Yazoo River to approach Vicksburg from the north. The Union troops had to traverse swamps, thickets, and other obstacles in their journey toward Vicksburg. Confederate soldiers created a barrier of fallen trees known as abattis to hinder the blue troops' movements. At Chickasaw Bayou, Sherman launched an attack against John C. Pemberton's Confederate troops. The difficult terrain resulted in every attack that Sherman made getting thrown back. On December 29th, Sherman concentrated his forces on the center of the Confederate line, and although some men got past the Confederate rifle pits, the main Confederate line on the Bayou levee didn't break. Sherman finally pulled back his troops. He had lost nearly 1,800 casualties as opposed to the little less than 200 men the Confederacy lost. His first independent command ended in failure. By January 2nd, all of Sherman's troops were back on the transports, and to make matters worse for Sherman, politician-turned-general John McClernand arrived to take command of the Vicksburg expedition. McClernand was not a West Pointer and obtained his generalship through his political connections. McClernand also outranked Sherman, which became a bitter pill to swallow for Sherman, who didn't want to be subordinate to a non-West Pointer. Sherman and Porter had already agreed on attacking Arkansas Post, a pivotal location where Confederates launched attacks on Union vessels in the Mississippi River. Likewise, McClernand wanted to capture the fort there. McClernand said it would be a way of stirring up our troops, which had been demoralized by the late defeat, a clear jab at Sherman's independent command. Sherman was silent, but Porter spoke up. "I'll tell you what I will do, General McClernand. If General Sherman goes in command of the troops, I will go myself in command of a proper force, and I will ensure the capture of the post." Sherman then took Porter outside the cabin on the ship and said, "Admiral, how could you make such a remark to McClernand? He hates me already, and you have made him an enemy for life." "I don't care," Porter replied. "He shall not treat you rudely in my cabin." The two men went back into the cabin, and McClernand agreed for Sherman to command the troops in battle, but McClernand would remain in command of the operation. The boat steamed up the Arkansas River to Arkansas Post. Sherman commanded a corps in McClernand's self-professed Army of the Mississippi, and during the attack on Fort Heineman at Arkansas Post, Sherman was at the forefront of the fighting. A cannon from inside the works repeatedly took aim at him, but missed with every shot. His forces moved over the ramparts of the fort and captured it on January 12, 1863. The success at Arkansas Post didn't cancel out the defeat at Chickasaw Bayou. Newspapers emphasized the defeat rather than the victory, and one newspaper spreaded a rumor that Sherman was confined to his room perfectly insane. Sherman's family and friends started up another campaign to restore the name of Sherman. Thomas Ewing circulated Sherman's deeds around Washington. Grant wrote a letter of support for Sherman to President Lincoln, and other commanders supported Sherman's abilities. When the press lashed out, Sherman lashed back. He wrote, "I'm going to have the correspondent of the New York Herald tried by a court-martial as a spy, to establish the principle that such people cannot attend our armies in violation of orders and defy us, publishing their garbled statements and defaming officers who are doing their best." The man Sherman was talking about was Thomas W. Knox. After arresting Knox, Sherman interrogated him until the reporter finally gave up his source, who turned out to be Frank Blair, one of Sherman's own division commanders. Blair admitted that he criticized Sherman to the reporter, but only the location of attack, not Sherman's other actions. Sherman gathered all of his documentation, sent it to his brother Senator John Sherman and Ulysses S. Grant, his commanding general. The court-martial for Knox met on February 5, 1863. He accused Knox of being a spy, providing information to the enemy, and accompanying the expedition in violation of orders. The court found Knox guilty on only one account, disobeying orders for reporters not to accompany the expedition. Sherman couldn't prove that the enemy got information from Knox, and thus he could not be declared a spy, but with the one guilty verdict, Knox was sent out of the camp in order to be arrested if he ever came back. Sherman hated that he couldn't execute the reporter, because he wasn't found guilty on all charges and specifications. Sherman's troops weren't far from Vicksburg. Sitting upriver on the Louisiana side, his men sat in horrible conditions, as an unseasonably wet season raised water levels all over the region. Men who died had to be buried on the levee, the only dry ground deep enough to bury someone. However, some good did happen during this time. Grant arrived to take command of the troops, putting McClernand back to corps command. Grant now needed a way to capture Vicksburg. The cannons that guarded the Mississippi River from the city was impressive, and to try to steam past them may result in a catastrophe. The previous summer, another Union commander attempted to build a canal across a bend in the Mississippi River in order to shuttle troops from north of the city to south of the city. The work was grueling for Sherman's troops, and their commander didn't have faith in the project either. Nevertheless, they worked away. When that plan seemed to fizzle out, Grant sent Sherman and Porter on a journey north of Vicksburg to cut a way through Steele's Bayou, Black Bayou, and Deer Creek for the boats to transport troops. If they could get near Yazoo City, they would attack Vicksburg from the north. At one point, they only made it 4 miles in a 24-hour period. The landscape of Mississippi was fighting against them just as hard or harder than the enemy troops. When Confederates retreated and fell trees into the waterway, nearly trapping the boats, rebel sharpshooters began shooting from the swamp. Porter called for Sherman to come help. On the night of March 21st, Sherman led 2 brigades through the swamp by candlelight. On approaching Porter, Sherman said, "What did you get into such an ugly scrape for? So much for you Navy fellows getting out of your element. Better send for the soldiers always. My boys will put you through." Sherman drove away the Confederates with the loss of only 2 men. As Sherman experienced these miseries, Thomas Knox and a few other members of the press visited Abraham Lincoln and wanted a presidential pardon. Lincoln avoided interfering with his generals and only gave Knox an informal pardon and permission to return to the Vicksburg expedition only if Grant would allow it. Knox came to Grant's headquarters and asked if he could return to the expedition. Grant replied that he would only allow Knox back if Sherman agreed to it. Sherman told him that he would only allow Knox back into the Army lines if he was a soldier, not as a representative of the press. Knox left for good. Sherman wrote to Grant, "If the press be allowed to run riot and write up and write down at their pleasure, there is an end to a constitutional government in America, and anarchy must result." The failures on all fronts to get at Vicksburg depressed both Sherman and Grant. Grant exhausted plan after plan to find a way to capture the important city, but the environment was fighting him harder than the enemy ever could. After Sherman's last debacle in the swamps of Mississippi, he became concerned that Grant didn't understand politics. The Northern public and newspapers were exasperated that Vicksburg hadn't been captured yet, but President Lincoln was standing by Grant. But how long would that last? Sherman advised Grant to move part of the army back to Memphis and start the expedition from there, with simultaneous assaults against the city from different directions. However, Sherman underestimated Grant's political savvy. Grant knew that any withdrawal, whether strategic or not, would not look good in the eyes of the public or the newspapers. He must fight it out where he was. Grant came up with a plan. He would march his army along the west bank of the Mississippi River, while the Navy would steam past the Confederate guns at Vicksburg. Once the ships got south of the city, then they could ferry the troops across to the east side of the river. On the night of April 16th, the Navy began moving downriver. Sherman and some of his men waited south of the city on the west bank to help any men or boats who were hit during the maneuver. A transport boat named the Henry Clay floated by completely engulfed in fire. Sherman could do nothing but watch it pass, but he did rescue its pilot, who was floating by on a piece of debris. This moment solidified Sherman's high stance in the minds of soldiers and sailors. One of Sherman's biographers wrote, "What they particularly liked about him, as he demonstrated on the river to the fleet, was his willingness to be among them. He personally chose every tactical and campsite for his army, and no matter the weather, he was out looking over the ground. When not reconnoitering, Sherman frequented the camps, making sure his men were safe and content. He was clearly an enlisted man's general, and they appreciated his interest." McClernand's 13th Corps marched through the swamps of Louisiana to meet the transports south of Vicksburg. The boats passed by Grand Gulf, which was fortified, and made it to Bruinsburg. McClernand's troops would approach the river opposite that location. Meanwhile, Grant ordered Sherman back to Milliken's Bend. Sherman was to take his 15th Corps and perform a demonstration near Chickasaw Bayou, the place of Sherman's defeat earlier in the campaign. Sherman was greatly concerned over such a movement. Since it was a demonstration, it was intended to take pressure off the troops who were going to land at Bruinsburg. However, Sherman knew that the Northern public, because of the newspapers, would see it as another defeat and blame him for it. Grant acknowledged the political risk, but he needed Sherman to launch this demonstration north of Vicksburg. On April 29th, a naval squadron and 10 of Sherman's regiments proceeded up the Yazoo River toward Snyder's Bluff. Sherman landed soldiers and threatened the position, forcing the Confederates to reinforce those locations. On May 1st, Sherman received a message from Grant recalling him. Grant felt that Sherman's actions had sufficiently worked and now needed him for the invasion of Mississippi. Because of the precarious supply situation, Sherman loaded his men down with food and kept up a steady supply line between Milliken's Bend and Grand Gulf. He would arrive at Grand Gulf on May 7th, having marched 83 miles. Grant contemplated linking up with Nathaniel Banks from Louisiana to capture Port Hudson, but it would take a month for Banks to be ready. Not willing to give the Confederates that much time to react, Grant decided to move against Vicksburg alone. This would turn out to be the best decision for Grant. John C. Pemberton, the commander of the Vicksburg defenses, was under instructions from the President of the Confederacy to hold Vicksburg at all costs. Commander of the Western Department of the Confederacy, Joseph E. Johnston, wanted Pemberton to help concentrate forces in Mississippi to eliminate Grant before he got to Vicksburg. The Confederates could muster 50,000 men if they were concentrated, a formidable army to combat Grant, but neither man resolved the issue, and Pemberton would focus on Vicksburg. Johnston commanded troops at Jackson, Mississippi, so Grant decided to eliminate the threat there, then proceed to Vicksburg. If not, he could be trapped between the two Confederate forces. Sherman and his 15th Corps marched toward the state capital, with Grant accompanying the Corps. The Union troops arrived at Jackson on May 14th and drove the Confederates away from the city. When Sherman entered the city, a businessman approached him, asking him not to destroy his hotel, that he was a loyal citizen. Sherman told him that the hotel's name identified the loyalty of the hotel owner. The businessman changed the name of the hotel from the United States Hotel to the Confederate Hotel when the war began. Sherman told him that he had no plans to burn the property despite his disloyalty. However, when Sherman left the city, the hotel was in flames. Sherman surmised that it was some of the troops who had been prisoners of war and passed through the city earlier in the conflict. The hotel refused to give them food, and that was the reason the soldiers burnt the hotel. Sherman didn't like his soldiers doing that without orders, but he didn't dwell on it. Sherman favored controlled destruction. Soldiers in his command were not allowed to forage for their private use, and any foraging would be done with strict officer control, but stragglers and dregs of the army performed these acts, despite Sherman's orders against it. He would write, "The destruction of corn or forage and provision in the enemy's country is a well-established law of war, and as justifiable as the destruction of private cotton by the Southern Confederacy, and we are forced to invade, and we must keep the war south until they are not only ruined and exhausted, but also humbled in pride and spirit." Sherman missed out on the Battle of Champion Hill, but approached Vicksburg by a northern route. Near Bolton, Sherman entered a yard to get himself something to drink. As he sat on his horse, he noticed a book on the ground. A soldier handed it to him. It was a copy of the United States Constitution. On the title page was written the name Jefferson Davis. The land had been purchased by then Senator Davis, and now his copy of the Constitution was a Union general's war prize. Grant and Sherman were racing Pemberton to get to Vicksburg. At Haynes' Bluff, the two Union generals surveyed the abandoned works of the Confederates. Sherman said to Grant that up to now he had felt no positive assurance of success, but he knew now that they had just completed one of the greatest campaigns in history. No matter what still lay ahead, this was a complete and successful campaign. The fight for Vicksburg wasn't over yet, not by a long shot, but Sherman finally saw hope in the military situation. By May 18th, Pemberton and his 30,000 soldiers were in Vicksburg, dug in, while Grant and his 50,000 men lurked outside the fortifications. An assault was planned for 2 p.m. on May 19th. The corps of Sherman, McClernand, and James McPherson attacked the fortifications, but all three corps were driven back. During the fight, a teenage musician named Orion P. Howe came up to Sherman with his leg bleeding from a wound. He told the general that his regiment needed additional ammunition. Sherman said, "All right, my boy, I'll send them all they need, but you had better go and find a surgeon and let him fix you up." The young man saluted and began moving to the rear. A few moments later, the young man came running up to Sherman and told him the proper caliber of ammunition the regiment needed, worrying more about his regiment than his own safety. Grant, who stood by, had tears in his eyes as he watched the young man's actions. Later, Sherman would help the musician get an appointment to the Naval Academy. Undeterred by the repulse, Grant told his men to prepare for a 10 a.m. simultaneous attack on May 22nd. Sherman personally reconnoitered the ground and aimed his men at the right side of Stockade Redan. He sent 150 men, known as the Forlorn Hope, to advance ahead of the main battle line and place a plank across the ditch. Behind them came the infantry. Sherman himself advanced to within 200 yards of the fort to monitor the attack. 2 times the Union soldiers placed flags on the wall of the fort, but they were driven back. For 2 hours they fought, but could not break into the fortifications. When a messenger came to Grant from McClernand, informing him that he was on the verge of breaking through and requested diversionary help from Sherman and McPherson, Grant was skeptical. However, Sherman insisted that they must help out McClernand. The attacks by McPherson and Sherman costed more lives and didn't lead to a breakthrough in McClernand's front. A controversy emerged as to how close McClernand actually was to breaking through. Sherman and Grant believed that he had exaggerated his success, which made Sherman despise McClernand even more. However, McClernand's men did make significant headway in attacking the entrenchments, capturing part of them. Nevertheless, this caused a bigger rift between Sherman and McClernand. Following the failed attacks on the Confederate fortifications at Vicksburg, Grant ordered his commanders to lay siege to the city. Sherman followed orders and had his men dig earthworks and fire artillery at the entrenched rebels. Sherman stayed on the front line a great deal, supervising the shelling and lifting the spirits of his men to see their commander enduring the dreaded sharpshooter bullets that inevitably came whizzing past them. So many near misses caused rumors to circulate that Sherman had been seriously injured, and this rumor made it all the way to the president. However, Sherman was unhurt. During the siege, the Union Army of the Tennessee's rear was exposed to possible attack from Joseph E. Johnston's Confederate forces east of Vicksburg. Grant worried that Johnston may be reinforced and thus try to break the siege. In mid-June, Grant sent Sherman with a force to the Big Black River to protect the Union rear against an attack. Sherman found a distant relative in the area as he traveled back and forth from Vicksburg, and regularly took meals with the family. A mother of one of his Louisiana Military Seminary cadets was also in the area. She had a son in Vicksburg and asked Sherman to spare him. When Sherman asked about her husband, she sadly stated that he had been killed at Bull Run. After the woman and the dozen ladies she was with began to cry, Sherman rode away uncomfortable with the situation. This assignment came amidst another relief for Sherman. Corps Commander John McClernand was relieved of command for unauthorized publication of a report on the Vicksburg assaults. As the siege continued into the summer, the Union Army inched closer and the conditions within Vicksburg deteriorated to a horrible degree, with many of the city's inhabitants taken to living in caves to avoid the bombardments. The Confederate commander of the city, John C. Pemberton, lost favor with his men and officers, forcing him to reach out to Grant and surrender his forces. On July 4, 1863, the siege came to an end with Pemberton's Confederates being taken as prisoners of war. However, Sherman wasn't present during the surrender. He was chasing after Johnston inland. The Mississippi heat hindered the movements of Sherman and his troops as Confederates slaughtered cows and let them decay in ponds to prevent the Union soldiers from using the water. Sherman and his command got to Jackson on July 10th, and on July 11th, he began laying siege to the city. By the 17th, Johnston evacuated the capital. Sherman gave chase, but Johnston was just out of reach. When Sherman entered the city, he found a ruined people. Looting from both Union and Confederate soldiers had reduced the once vibrant city to, as Sherman put it, a ruined town. Jackson's officials came to Sherman admitting that they were beaten and subjugated, and charged their Confederate rulers with bringing disaster to the city and the state. Sherman asked Grant to place a depot in the city to distribute necessities of life for the people of Jackson, if Confederates would stay out of western Mississippi. Grant disagreed with placing a depot there for supplying the city, but did allow Sherman to distribute federal foodstuffs to the people. Sherman would state, "War was not a remedy for grievances or supposed grievances, for which our forefathers provided the Supreme Court of the United States to arbitrate and remove." One of Sherman's biographers put it best when he wrote, "Sherman was an early psychological warrior, using both the stick and the carrot to win over defeated populations. When the war was in progress, he was unforgiving, justifying the wholesale destruction to the scourge of war. Once the fighting was over, he was concerned about non-combatants and their loyalties. When he caught a soldier burning down a cotton gin during the march back to Vicksburg, at a time when the torching in no way aided our military plans, he had the soldier and his accomplice court-martialed. He could tolerate pillage in battle, but not in its absence." Sherman gained great praise for his role in the Vicksburg Campaign. Grant recommended Sherman for a promotion in the regular army to brigadier general, and the recommendation was accepted. After capturing Jackson, he moved with his command back to the Big Black River to rest and reorganize his forces. He also agreed for Ellen to come visit him in the field, but he would refuse furlough, believing it his responsibility to stay with his men. Sherman now saw victory as a great possibility, and with one of the greatest accomplishments of the war coming in part because of himself, he relished in the thought that the Union would be preserved. He wrote a letter of thanks to his troops, saying, "Let the magnificent result give to all new hope and assurance that by discipline, by patient industry, by courage and confidence in our country and cause, the United States of America will, instead of sinking into Mexican anarchy, arise with proud honor and glory and become what Washington designed it, the freest and best regulated government on earth." When Ellen came to visit, she brought with her 4 of their children, 12-year-old Minnie, 11-year-old Lizzie, 9-year-old Willie, and 6-year-old Tommy. They would spend 6 weeks with him. 4-year-old Ellie and 2-year-old Rachel would stay with the family in Lancaster. Willie was Sherman's pride and joy. He regularly took the little boy out on inspections, and one of the regiments allowed Willie to take part in guard duty and reviews. Tommy became a hit with the troops as well, especially when a Confederate under a flag of truce came into the camp. The rebel started a conversation with the boy, and during it, Tommy said, "Why, father can whip you fellows every time." When the rebel asked how Tommy knew such a thing to be true, the boy began telling him about troop numbers and locations. When Tommy came back to his father, Sherman jokingly said, "Why, you young traitor, you must be court-martialed and you will probably be shot." The family visited Vicksburg and spent time with Grant and his family. From all accounts, Sherman and his family enjoyed their time together, and because it was amid Union victories, Sherman was happy to have both his family and be on the track for winning the war. As he camped along the Big Black River, letters of congratulation came to him from friends and relatives. Even newspapers praised his role in the successful campaign. When the chairman of the Vicksburg Citizens Committee complained about insufficient Union provisions for the area's people, Sherman took the opportunity to express his ever more harsh war philosophy publicly. He lectured them by saying, "I contend that after the firing on our steamboats navigating our own rivers, after the long and desperate resistance to our armies at Vicksburg, on the Yazoo, and in Mississippi generally, we are justified in treating all inhabitants as combatants, and would be perfectly justifiable in transporting you all beyond the seas if the United States deemed it in her interest. But our purpose is not to change the population of this country, but to compel all the inhabitants to acknowledge and submit to the common law of the land. When all or part of the inhabitants acknowledge the just rights of the United States, the war as to them ceases." President Lincoln wanted to bring the states back into the Union as quickly and smoothly as possible. Henry Halleck asked Sherman what advice he would give Lincoln, about reconstructing Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas. One of Sherman's biographers put it best when he wrote, "Sherman saw himself as a man of action, who should not have to stop and justify his Union-saving activity at every turn. War was to be waged totally if it was to be waged at all. It made no sense to fight the South and talk about Reconstruction at the same time. If Southerners did not want to suffer the inevitable ravages of war, their salvation lay in stopping the war, not in expecting the other side to be gentle. When victory was achieved, however, stop the bloodshed and destruction immediately, and help those in need irregardless of any oaths of allegiance." Sherman wrote that he opposed any civilian government until after all the organized armies of the South are dispersed, conquered, and subjugated. He would plainly assert the broad doctrine that the United States has the right and also the physical power to penetrate to every part of our national domain, that we will do it in our own time and in our own way, that we will remove and destroy every obstacle, if need be, take every life, every acre of land, every particle of property, everything that to us seems proper, that we will not cease till the end is attained, that all who do not aid us are enemies, and that we will not account to them for our acts. If the people of the South oppose, they do so at their peril, and if they stand by, mere lookers-on, in this domestic tragedy, they have no right to immunity, protection, or share in the final results. All, therefore, I can now venture to advise is to raise the draft to its maximum, fill the present regiments to as large a standard as possible, and push the war, pure and simple." While Sherman and his troops recuperated after the campaign, Union Major General William S. Rosecrans and the Army of the Cumberland was moving against Chattanooga, dislodged the Confederate Army of Tennessee from that city, then was defeated at the Battle of Chickamauga. The defeated Rosecrans pulled back to Chattanooga, but the army and the city would be placed under siege by Braxton Bragg and his Confederate army. With fellow Union troops in need, Grant and his successful Army of the Tennessee would be dispatched to East Tennessee to help relieve Rosecrans. When Sherman was called to help the Army of the Cumberland, Ellen and some of the children were still with him. An officer went to General James B. McPherson's house to pick up Willie, who was visiting there. The boy came into the boat destined for Memphis with a double-barreled shotgun. Along the journey to Memphis, Willie complained of diarrhea. He was put to bed and a surgeon called in. He was diagnosed with dysentery and malaria. Despite the effort of the doctor, Willie wasn't getting any better. Sherman and Ellen worried night and day about their son. At a hotel in Memphis, a clergyman came to the boy to give him spiritual comfort. With Ellen crying, Father Carrier told Willie that even though he hated to leave his parents, that the boy would see them again in heaven. Willie would pass away peacefully, with his family around him. Sherman wrote to Henry Halleck, "His loss to me is more than words can express." He wrote an emotional letter to the commander of the unit that made Willie its sergeant. He promised the soldiers in that battalion that they all had a key to the affection of my family, and that we will share with them our last blanket, our last crust. Sherman wrote to Ellen, "Sleeping, waking, everywhere I see poor little Willie. Why should I ever have taken them to that dread climate?" Sherman blamed himself for the boy's death, and it tormented him day and night that the child he bonded with the most was now gone. Ellen would take the child's body back to Lancaster for burial, as Sherman pushed on for Chattanooga. Just 24 miles outside of Memphis, Sherman, his staff, and a small detachment of soldiers on board a train were attacked by Confederate cavalry. The train stopped at a nearby depot, and the Union soldiers prepared to defend themselves. Artillery damaged the back end of the train, and rifle bullets whizzed by Sherman, but he didn't flinch. He kept shouting instructions to his men and calmly took charge of the situation. When the Confederate cavalry couldn't force the Union contingent to surrender, they dispersed. Henry Halleck, Sherman's commander, wanted the Memphis and Charleston Railroad secured, but Sherman knew he didn't have enough troops to perform such a task and relieve William S. Rosecrans and the Army of the Cumberland. On October 16th, Halleck made Grant the commander of most of the forces in the Western Theater, and Sherman would take Grant's old command as the commander of the Army of the Tennessee. This would help out Sherman's dilemma. Instead of protecting the railroad, Grant told Sherman to proceed to Chattanooga as quickly as possible. As his army traveled the hundreds of miles to Chattanooga, they encountered Confederate guerrillas along the way, particularly around Florence, Alabama. When the guerrillas captured the son of his chief of artillery, tying him to the railboard of a wagon and ran off with him. Sherman called together the 4 leading men of Florence and told them he wanted the boy returned. The 4 men pled ignorance of who committed such an act. Sherman then told them that if the son wasn't freed, then those 4 men would be tied to the railboards of a wagon. The young man was freed the next day. On November 13th, Sherman arrived at Bridgeport, Alabama, he and his men having traveled over 600 miles from their camps at Vicksburg. From there, Sherman took a steamboat, leaving his men at the Alabama city. He arrived at Chattanooga on November 15th. There he met with Grant and the new commander of the Army of the Cumberland, George Thomas, Grant having replaced Rosecrans with the Virginian upon arriving at Chattanooga. The next morning, Sherman, Grant, Thomas, and William Baldy Smith looked over the ground, with Sherman saying, "Why, General Grant, you are besieged." Grant responded, "It is too true." The men began to investigate the ground over which they would have to move to break the siege. The Confederate Army of Tennessee occupied large sections of the Tennessee River and the heights around the city, including Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain. Sherman and Smith got as close to the Confederate lines as possible to reconnoiter the ground. Sherman then stated, "I can do it," and answered to the question, could they break the siege. Sherman then hurried back to Bridgeport, moving his men to Chattanooga. There they moved across the Tennessee River in order to strike at the right flank of Bragg's army, occupying Missionary Ridge, at a point called Tunnel Hill, referring to the location where a train tunnel entered and exited the north end of Missionary Ridge. Once across the Tennessee River on a 1,350-foot bridge, Sherman formed up his men and attacked Tunnel Hill, or at least he thought. His troops carried some of the heights on the north end of Missionary Ridge, thinking it was Tunnel Hill, but to his dismay, he hadn't pushed his men far enough. Giving up his momentum, he called off the attack and would resume it in the morning. The next morning, Sherman gave confusing orders to his division commanders, which resulted in his brigades being thrown in piecemeal. Sherman knew that the attacks weren't going as planned, and he rode from location to location, attempting to gain a better understanding of what was happening to the attacks. He sat on his horse, twisting his red beard as he peered through the smoke at the heights in front of him. His attacks weren't gaining any advantage on the Confederates, so Grant, worried about his subordinate, sent Thomas's Army of the Cumberland to make a strong demonstration in front of Missionary Ridge to relieve the pressure on Sherman. The men of the Army of the Cumberland did more than demonstrate in front of the ridge. They charged over it, breaking the Confederate line, saving the day for the Union. After the successful Battle of Missionary Ridge, Grant dispatched Sherman to Knoxville to relieve Ambrose Burnside, who was at that city besieged by Confederate Lieutenant General James Longstreet. Sherman told Grant, "Recollect that East Tennessee is my horror," recalling his miserable time in Kentucky in 1861, where he was ordered to invade the region. He told Grant that he would go, but would leave as soon as the mission was accomplished. Sherman's troops marched along muddy roads toward Knoxville, many without shoes, feet bleeding. Some soldiers attempted to fashion shoes out of blankets or rawhide, but their condition didn't improve. When Sherman made it to Knoxville on December 5th, he found fattened cattle and Burnside living comfortably in his headquarters. Sherman said that he was told Burnside was near starvation. Burnside sheepishly said that his condition hadn't been as bad as many thought. Upon his return to Chattanooga and Grant wanted Sherman to return to Mississippi to maintain control of the Mississippi River. In a letter, Sherman wrote, "To secure the safety of the navigation of the Mississippi River, I would slay millions. On that point, I am not only insane, but mad. Fortunately, the Great West is with me there. I think I see 1 or 2 quick blows that will astonish the natives of the South and will convince them that, though to stand behind a big cottonwood and shoot at a passing boat is good sport and safe, it may still reach and kill their friends and families hundreds of miles off. For every bullet shot at a steamboat, I would shoot 1,000 30-pound parrots into even helpless towns on Red, Ochita, Yazoo, or wherever a boat can float or soldier march. Well, I think in all, January and part of February, I can do something in this line." Before going to Mississippi, he wanted to spend Christmas with his family, something he hadn't done in many years. However, he still had another meeting to go to. He met with Grant, Philip Sheridan, Grenville Dodge, some other generals, and the military governor of Tennessee, Andrew Johnson, in Nashville. During their meeting with the military governor, Johnson went into a tirade on the Confederates, leaving the generals disgusted. When they left, Sherman suggested that the generals take in a play. Hamlet was playing nearby. The performance was horrible, with the audience heckling the actors. Grant suggested that they leave before they were recognized and quietly slipped out. After that debacle, Sherman got a craving for oysters, so the group of men went to a local seafood restaurant. However, their meal was cut short. The lady who ran the restaurant didn't know who the men were and made them leave because it was the curfew set by the military. The generals, the most powerful military men in the region, good-naturedly left the restaurant. Sherman spent Christmas with his family in Lancaster, undoubtedly grieving with Ellen over the loss of Willie. After that quick visit, Sherman was now on his way to Mississippi, where he planned to launch a raid from Vicksburg to Meridian, hoping to eliminate the guerrillas who were harassing Union forces in the state. Sherman expressed that he was more in favor of raids that destroyed infrastructure and the means of waging war than a pitched battle. In his preparation for such a raid through Mississippi that would hopefully discourage future guerrillas from popping up throughout the state, he wanted diversionary attacks from multiple commanders, some in western Tennessee, another from Chattanooga, a feint toward Mobile, and a movement up the Yazoo, all of which would prevent Confederate forces from concentrating against his own movement. He couldn't control these other theaters of operations, but he hoped that the forces at Chattanooga and in Louisiana would make some kind of demonstration to protect his invasion force. Sherman warily planned his invasion. He knew that he would encounter civilians along the route, and some of them may be hostile. He would state, "When the provisions, forage, horses, mules, wagons, and etc. are used by our enemy, it is clearly our duty and right to take them, because otherwise they might be used against us. As for women and children, so long as non-combatants remain in their houses and keep their accustomed business, their opinions and prejudices can in no wise influence the war, and therefore should not be noticed. But if anyone comes out into the public streets and creates disorder, he or she should be punished, restrained, or banished. To those who submit to the rightful law and authority, all gentleness and forbearance. But to the petulant and persistent secessionists, why, death is mercy, and the quicker he or she is disposed of, the better." Satan and the rebellious saints of heaven were allowed a continuous existence in hell merely to swell their just punishment. To such as would rebel against a government so mild and just as ours was in peace, a punishment equal would not be unjust. On February 3, 1864, Sherman, with 4 divisions of men, 2 under James B. McPherson and 2 under Stephen Hurlbut, launched his raid. His infantry numbered 20,000. A 7,000-man cavalry force would approach from the north and join him at Meridian. Opposing Sherman was Confederate Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk, who had been sent away from the Army of Tennessee by Braxton Bragg and now commanded the forces in Mississippi. Although Polk had about 17,000 men, they were spread out across the state, at least his cavalry was. Sherman's troops moved across the Big Black River, cutting themselves off from all supplies at Vicksburg. The troops would be living off the land and had to move fast. Sherman ordered not one tent to be carried, not even for himself. For 18 miles, Sherman reported that his men skirmished with enemy troops, but nothing that would stop his columns. On February 12th, Sherman stayed the night at Decatur at a log house. He posted one of Hurlbut's regiments at the crossroads of the town and ordered them to guard it until McPherson's column appeared. Sherman went to sleep but was aroused by gunfire. The officers were being attacked by Confederate cavalry. Sherman asked one of his aides where the regiment was that was guarding the crossroads. They had mistaken the Confederate cavalry for McPherson's troops and had marched to catch up with Hurlbut. Sherman sent the aide after the regiment and then prepared his staff to defend themselves at a corn crib. Before any serious fighting took place, the lone Union regiment returned and the rebels left. Over the next couple of days, Polk's cavalry nipped at the flanks of Sherman's columns, but his infantry kept withdrawing east, eventually giving up Meridian. Sherman marched into the city on February 14th. In the wake of his men along the route toward Meridian lay destroyed buildings and infrastructure, anything that the Confederacy could use against the Union. At Meridian, Sherman ordered his men to destroy anything in the city that could be used by the Confederacy. They would destroy hundreds of miles of railroad tracks and bridges leading to the city in all directions. However, there was one problem for Sherman. Where was his cavalry? It had not met up with him at Meridian as planned. He wouldn't find out where his cavalry was until he returned to Vicksburg. The cavalry hadn't even left for the invasion until February 11th. At West Point, Mississippi, they encountered cavalry under Nathan Bedford Forrest and were defeated. Forrest caught up to them again at Okolona, where he sent the Union cavalry back in a panic. Sherman, without his main cavalry force, marched back toward Vicksburg, fully satisfied that his mission had been accomplished. Following his army was between 5,000 and 8,000 fugitive slaves. One observer wrote, "They form a mournful curiosity with their lacerated backs, branded faces, and ragged garments. They are of both sexes and of every shade of complexion. They vary in age from 1 month to 100 years. Some were on foot, some on horseback, some in ox carts." Sherman didn't care for this addition to his army. He saw them as a disorderly encumbrance to his war effort. As one of Sherman's biographers put it, he was not consciously cruel to them, but he made little effort to make their lives easier. Sherman and his troops would return to Vicksburg, and the Meridian expedition was a solid success. Although the Confederates got the railroads back up and running in a month, it taught Sherman a lesson. The Confederacy, outside its main armies, had very few troops to withstand such an invasion. The advance on Meridian laid the foundation for Sherman's eventual march to the sea through the Georgia countryside. After returning to Vicksburg, Sherman dashed off down the Mississippi River. However, he stopped off at Natchez to respond to a letter from an old friend. David F. Boyd, his right-hand man at the Louisiana Military Academy before the war, had become a prisoner of war in that town. Sherman met with Boyd and had a heartfelt reunion. Boyd wanted to know if Sherman could help him get a transfer to a different POW camp that may help his health. Sherman did something better. He took the captured Confederate to New Orleans, where Sherman was to meet Union General Nathaniel Banks. There, Sherman organized a prisoner exchange to get his friend out of confinement, then put him up in the city, giving him money and telling him that if he ever needed anything, just to let him know. In New Orleans, the two men parted ways, with Boyd grateful for his old friend. Sherman met with Banks about the Red River expedition, where Sherman promised to send Banks 10,000 men for the expedition to meet Banks at Alexandria. Sherman returned to Vicksburg and sent the 10,000 men west under the command of Andrew Jackson Smith, but the Red River expedition resulted in failure at no fault of Sherman. When Grant obtained the rank of Lieutenant General and General-in-Chief, Sherman, in mid-March, would be made the commander of Union forces in the West. As the commander of the Military Division of the Mississippi, Sherman traveled to Cincinnati to plan upcoming movements with Grant. In Ohio, he visited briefly with Ellen, who was now pregnant and still grieving over the loss of her son and her mother. During his meeting with Grant, the two generals decided that Grant would concentrate on Lee in Virginia, and Sherman would attack Joseph E. Johnston's Army of Tennessee in Georgia. The Union now had two men who would work together to bring the war to a close, and 1864 would be a joint effort on the part of Grant and Sherman. Northern Georgia, where Sherman would face Johnston, beginning at Dalton, was going to be a difficult area for the Union general to operate. No major waterway could supply his troops. He would have to rely on wagons and a precarious railroad to bring them food and equipment. His army would need 1,300 tons of goods every day to operate. There wasn't enough rail cars on the line from Louisville to Nashville, from Nashville to Chattanooga, and from Chattanooga to his army to accommodate this amount of freight. So Sherman went about accumulating all railroad cars within his jurisdiction that he needed. Washington gave Sherman permission to shut down all traffic except for military freight. He told a Nashville commissary officer that, "If you don't have my army supplied and keep it supplied, we'll eat your mules up, sir. Eat your mules up." Sherman had another advantage. He had 100,000 men compared to Johnston's 65,000. Nevertheless, the upcoming campaign to capture Atlanta would test the Union general in all that he had learned up to that point in the war. Along with coordinating the railroads to support his army in northern Georgia, Sherman stripped the armies of the Cumberland, Ohio, and Tennessee of anything unnecessary. This juggernaut he was to march through Georgia with would be efficient and powerful. He used what available troops he could to secure the supply train and attempted to rid himself of newspapermen, members of the U.S. Sanitary Commission, and religious groups who he saw as dragging his army down. He wrote, 200 pounds of powder or oats are worth more to the U.S. than that amount of bottled piety. In late April, Grant gave Sherman his official orders for the upcoming campaign. Joseph E. Johnston's Army of Tennessee was the target. The details were up to Sherman. Sherman loved the confidence that Grant put in him, and the trust Grant had in him. Sherman responded that he would march on Johnston, and if the opportunity was available, he would turn on Atlanta. Newspapermen wrote to and visited Abraham Lincoln, attempting to get Sherman's orders overturned. Lincoln wrote to Sherman asking him if his railroad order could be relaxed. Sherman responded, "I will not change my order, and I beg you to be satisfied that the clamor is partly humbug. Every man who is willing to fight and work gets a full ration, and all who won't fight or work should go away, and we offer them free passage in the cars." Sherman started his campaign toward Atlanta in early May. George Thomas's large Army of the Cumberland with 60,000 men held the Union center. John Schofield's Army of the Ohio with 13,000 men held the left, and James B. McPherson's Army of the Tennessee, nearly 25,000 men, held the Union right. In a move that would characterize the campaign, Sherman would use McPherson to swing around Johnston's left flank while Schofield and Thomas held him in place. The Confederates fortified Dalton and Dug Gap, so Sherman sent McPherson through Snake Creek Gap toward Resaca. Within 18 miles of the town, 4,000 Confederates put up some stubborn resistance that convinced McPherson to halt. Johnston abandoned Dalton and dug in at Resaca. Sherman launched assaults on May 14th and 15th. With the threat of being outflanked, Johnston once again pulled back. Sherman was mad at McPherson for allowing the rebel resistance to keep him from pushing on to Resaca. He could have set a trap to ensnare the Confederate army and brought a quick end to the campaign. When the three Union armies moved, they moved along a wide front, traversing multiple roads to get to their destination, with the hope of concentrating when Johnston might make a stand. Johnston wanted to use that strategy against Sherman. Believing that Sherman would take the two roads between Adairsville and Cassville, Johnston believed he could defeat one Union contingent while holding the other in place. However, John Bell Hood failed to launch the attack as planned, and Sherman's troops were safe from the Confederate entrapment. Johnston again retreated, this time toward Allatoona Pass. Now the Union Army was within 30 to 35 miles of Atlanta in just a few short weeks of campaigning. While on this campaign, Sherman came upon a small house where an older woman lived. He asked her, "Well, have the boys taken much from you?" She said, "Almost all I have." She continued, "Sherman was here. He is a right nice un. The poor man said he was hungry, so I got him something to eat." The fake Sherman took even more of her food and gave her a so-called letter of protection. The real Sherman read this letter of protection. It said, "Sergeant, take them all. Gives general protection to this poor lone widow with her husband in the army, and to her helpless chickens and roosters, that is, what's left of them." Obviously, the poor woman couldn't read, and when she had shown it to soldiers who came to her home, they laughed at her and took more of her food. Sherman, irritated at the cruelty of his soldiers, said, "If you give me some paper, I'll write one they won't laugh at." The lady asked, "Are you an officer?" Sherman responded, "Yes, ma'am." At Allatoona Pass, Sherman didn't want to launch an attack, knowing it would be suicidal for his men to attack the position. So he decided to swing to the west in order to outflank Johnston again. This movement began on May 23rd and quickly got bogged down by heavy rains. Johnston discovered the move and dispatched his army to combat Sherman's columns, resulting in the Battle of New Hope Church. At Pickett's Mill, Sherman failed to turn the Confederate flank, and with that, he began to move his forces back east, closer to the railroad. During these engagements, Sherman discovered a soldier hiding behind a tree, crying out as shells burst overhead and bullets whizzed by the trunk of the tree. To scare the skulker even more, Sherman began to throw rocks at the tree, with the poor soldier yelling every time he heard a thud. Sherman yelled, "That's hard firing, my man." The soldier responded, "Hard? Oh, it's fearful. I think 30 shells struck the tree while I was here." When the scared soldier came out of his hiding place, when the battle was in a lull, he saw that Sherman was the man he was talking with and quickly rejoined his command. As Sherman got closer and closer to Atlanta, his supply trains became more precarious as he got further and further away from needed depots. Plus, guerrillas began attacking Union troops and supplies in Tennessee and Kentucky. Sherman reiterated to his commanders in those areas that they should deal with guerrillas with harshness, calling them wild beasts. Newspapermen against orders were coming into the army, and he began to fight back against them, expelling them as quickly as he could. Further complicating the issues for Sherman was the introduction of black troops into the northern ranks. Sherman expressed in letters that he believed African Americans shouldn't be in the army, that they could dig trenches but were not suitable for the army. It was now June, and Johnston's army was arrayed on Pine Mountain. Lost Mountain, and Kennesaw Mountain, prepared to defend against Sherman's attacks. On June 14th, Confederate Generals Johnston, William J. Hardee, and Leonidas Polk met on Pine Mountain. The three generals, exposed out in the open, became quite a view for the peering Union troops about half a mile away. Sherman saw generals and stated, "How saucy they are." Then he addressed one of his artillerymen, Captain Simonson. "Can you send a shell right on top of that knob? I noticed a battery there and several general officers near it." "I'll try," Simonson replied. His gunners of the 5th Indiana Light Artillery, previously told to conserve their limited ammunition, jumped to obey Sherman's overriding instructions. Corporal Benjamin McCollum got busy adjusting the brass sights on his 10-pounder, an artillery rifle able with fair accuracy to fire a shell that was 3 inches across and 7 inches long. He awaited Simonson's fire command. Sherman looked on with his glass. "Ah, Captain, a little too high. Try again with a shorter fuse." Corporal McCollum complied. Up went the glass to his eye. The previous shell, along with the sharpshooter bullets, convinced the generals to leave the area, with Hardee and Johnston walking away, but Polk lingered. The 3-inch ordnance shell passed through the body of Polk, killing him instantly. Sherman would write to Washington the next day, "We killed Bishop Polk yesterday, and made good progress today." After pushing the Confederates off Pine Mountain and Lost Mountain, Sherman then had to contend with the enemy on Kennesaw Mountain, where Johnston's men sat firmly entrenched. Sherman made numerous statements about not launching frontal assaults against a well-entrenched enemy, but as the days drug on and the rains diminished his ability to outflank Johnston, a frontal attack seemed more promising. One of Sherman's biographers described his decision as such. What finally convinced him to attack straight ahead was his perception that the enemy and our own officers had settled down into a conviction that I would not assault fortified lines. I wanted, therefore, for the moral effect to make a successful assault against the enemy behind his breastworks. The two feints against the Confederate flanks and the main thrust by Thomas in the center yielded no results. All that resulted was carnage, 3,000 casualties for the Union and around 1,000 for the Confederacy. Sherman turned to his old friend George Thomas and asked if the men could make another attack. Thomas sighed and said, "1 or 2 more such assaults will use up this army." Sherman went back to his successful tactic of outflanking Johnston, bringing McPherson to the west and threatening Johnston's line of retreat. This once again forced Johnston to fall back. After Kennesaw Mountain, Sherman kept up his flanking maneuvers to force Johnston to leave fortified areas. When Sherman crossed the Chattahoochee River, this forced Johnston to do the same to defend Atlanta. The Confederates were now entering the fortifications of the Georgia city in preparation for a stand. Because Sherman had outmaneuvered Johnston and Johnston hadn't put up much of a fight, Johnston was replaced by Corps Commander John Bell Hood. President Jefferson Davis appointed him to that position to be more aggressive, and Hood wouldn't disappoint the president. Sherman's men prepared fortifications to lay siege to Atlanta. On July 22nd, Hood launched an assault against James B. McPherson's Army of the Tennessee to the east of the city. It was a bloody fight, and the Confederate attack went somewhat as planned, but Union entrenchments stalled the attacks, and the Confederates were forced to fall back. However, there was one large Union casualty. Sherman's friend and commander of the Army of the Tennessee, James B. McPherson, was killed. When McPherson's body was brought in, Sherman wept over the body before sending it to have a full military funeral in Ohio. Sherman told an aide, "I expect something to happen to Grant and me. Either the rebels or the newspapers would kill us both, and I'll look to McPherson as the man to follow us and finish the war." The next difficult task was for Sherman to write to McPherson's fiancée in Baltimore about the man's death. He had written to her once before to explain why McPherson couldn't be allowed on furlough to marry her because the campaign was going to start and he needed what he called the rudder of the ship. This time he would also tell her bad news, but more devastating news. He wrote, "Better the bride of McPherson dead than the wife of the richest merchant of Baltimore." Emily, the bride-to-be, got little comfort from such a letter. She secluded herself in her room for a year, and she never married. Sherman wanted to name John A. Logan, the Illinois politician turned general, to command the Army of the Tennessee, but George Thomas, the commander of the Army of the Cumberland, protested. In the end, Sherman gave that position to Oliver Otis Howard. When Sherman informed Howard of his choice, Howard responded that Joseph Hooker, a corps commander and former commander of the Army of the Potomac, had seniority over himself. Sherman responded, "Hooker has not the moral qualities that I want, not those adequate to command. But if you don't want promotion, there are plenty who do." Howard took the position, and Hooker would resign in protest. The next step for Sherman was to cut the rail lines leading into Atlanta, so he moved Howard and his army to the Union right, but Hood would try to block the movement, and what resulted was the Battle of Ezra Church, another defeat for Hood. Confederate cavalry now plagued Sherman's supply trains, but carefully placed blockhouses, he believed, would protect the rail lines. Now was the time to put an end to the siege and destroy the last rail line leading to Atlanta. Sherman moved a force to Jonesboro below Atlanta, defeated the Confederate contingent there, then began dismantling the railroad. His men would take the rails, heat them in the middle, and twist them so that they could not be straightened out without machinery. They would become known as Sherman's bow ties or Mrs. Lincoln's hairpins. With the rail line gone, Hood didn't have any other option. He set fire to and exploded his magazines and such military goods as he could, then withdrew to meet up with the rest of his army. Sherman marched into the city on September 7th. There were no drums or bugles sounded to signal the defeat of the Confederacy. Sherman quietly rode with his staff to his new headquarters. When news reached the North about the successful campaign, newspapers lauded Sherman as a genius and brilliant. Sherman's brother in the Senate suggested a Grant Sherman presidential ticket in the future. Prominent politicians and newspapers heaped praise on him for his actions in capturing Atlanta. Despite the praise, Sherman was concerned about one person's feelings the most, Thomas Ewing, his foster father and father-in-law. He wrote to Ewing soon after the capture of Atlanta. The letter read, "You have often said that Napoleon had no subordinate to whom he was willing to entrust 100,000 men, and yet I have lived to see the little red-headed urchin not only handle 100,000 men smoothly and easily, but fight them in masses of tens and 50,000s at a distance of hundreds of miles from his arsenals and sources of supplies. I feel in this less active pleasure than I know you do." In Atlanta, Sherman issued a controversial order, Special Field Orders No. 67, stating that Atlanta, being exclusively required to warlike purposes, will at once be vacated by all except the armies of the United States and such civilian employees as may be retained by the proper departments of the government. Uproar came from the city officials, who reminded Sherman of the women, children, and the elderly who inhabited the city. Sherman responded, "The use of Atlanta for warlike purposes is consistent with its character as a home for families. Sooner or later, want will compel the inhabitants to go. Why not go now when all the arrangements are completed for the transfer, instead of waiting until the plunging shot of contending armies will renew the scenes of the past month? War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it." 705 adults, 860 children, and 79 slaves were evacuated. They were treated so fairly that a Confederate officer wrote Sherman a letter thanking him for his kindness. When Hood accused Sherman of unjust cruelty to civilians through the depopulation order, Sherman responded by reminding Hood that he himself burned dwelling houses because they stood in the way of your forts and men, and then told Hood that he and the Confederate leaders were responsible for bringing on the unnecessary war. The exchange of letters continued between the two army commanders, with Hood publishing them to stir up outrage. Support came from all over for Sherman's actions, particularly from the Lincoln administration. The War Department wrote, "Not only are you justified by the laws and usages of war in removing these people, but I think it is your duty to your own army to do so. We certainly are not required to treat the so-called non-combatants and rebels better than they themselves treat each other. Even here in Virginia, within 50 miles of Washington, they strip their own families of provisions, leaving them as our army advances to be fed by us or to starve without our lines." Early in the Atlanta campaign, Ellen gave birth to a son. Now she was planning on moving the family to South Bend, Indiana, to send the older children to school. Sherman didn't like the added expense of having to support the household when they were living with her father in Lancaster, but he was also happy that Ellen was getting away from her father. After Atlanta's capture, Sherman and his army relaxed. 3 prominent Confederates, former U.S. congressmen, came to Sherman under a flag of truce. Sherman urged them to talk to the governor and have him pull Georgia out of the war. If they did that, Sherman insisted there would be no further devastation of the state. Despite his urging, the Georgians refused to pull Georgia out of the war. As Grant battered Robert E. Lee in the entrenchments around Richmond and Petersburg, Grant sent a staff member to Sherman to discuss the next phase of the war. When the staff member reached Sherman's headquarters, a private home near Courthouse Square. He found the conqueror of Atlanta sitting on the porch reading a newspaper, his chair tilted back on its rear legs. Sherman was wearing an unbuttoned coat, a black felt hat pulled down over his forehead, nondescript trousers, and a pair of worn-out slippers. The two men talked at length. Sherman would say, "I am more than ever of the opinion that there ought to be some definite objective point or points decided upon before I move farther into this country. Sweeping around generally through Georgia for the purpose of inflicting damage would not be good generalship. I want to strike out for the sea." Sherman sent the staff member back to Grant with a letter reading, "If you can whip Lee and I can march to the Atlantic, I think Uncle Abe will give us a 20 days leave of absence to see the young folks." On September 21, 1864, Hood and the Army of Tennessee moved from Lovejoy Station to Palmetto Station, 25 miles southeast of Atlanta. There, President Jefferson Davis addressed the troops, blaming Joseph E. Johnston for the defeats in Georgia, and informed them that Nathan Bedford Forrest was wreaking havoc in Tennessee, destroying railroads, and that at the same time that would be done in northern Georgia. Sherman's army would have to starve or retreat. Sherman, upon hearing of the Confederate president's speech, reinforced the garrisons along his railroads and began preparations to go after Hood. On October 3rd, he left Atlanta to combat Hood north of his position, for the Confederate Army was attempting to strike at his supply line. Sherman left Henry Slocum's corps to guard Atlanta, while he took the rest of the army, nearly 60,000 men, to chase after Hood north of the city. What happened next has become Civil War folklore. Some of the events couldn't have happened in the sequence in which they did, and the correspondence has been mostly fabricated from what we understand, but it did give rise to a Civil War song. Sherman sent John M. Corse's division to reinforce the troops at Allatoona Pass when he heard that Hood was sending troops of his own to attack the garrison. When Sherman heard the sound of artillery and saw smoke rising in the direction of Allatoona Pass, he sent additional soldiers, but he worried that Corse hadn't got there in time. Sherman sent a message via signal flag to the troops at Allatoona, asking whether the reinforcements had arrived. Because of the distance from the site of battle, it was hard to make out the message. The message they received was CRSEHER. Sherman immediately realized that that meant Corse here. At 2 p.m. on October 6th, Corse telegraphed that, "I am short a cheekbone and an ear, but I am able to whip all hell yet. Tell me where Sherman is." In response to this message, Sherman by signal flag stated, "Hold the fort, for I am coming." Later, when Sherman saw Corse, he stated, "Why, Corse, they came near missing you, didn't they?" After this alleged incident, the quote, "Hold the fort, for I am coming," became a popular song. Sherman didn't remember sending that message to Corse or making the comment about his wounds. In 1887, Sherman said, "It makes little difference, and we had better allow Moody and Sankey's hymn of 'Hold the fort, for I am coming' to stand uncontradicted." Although Hood and his troops were able to destroy 8 miles of track, Sherman put 10,000 soldiers to work with the repair crews and had the rail line up and running in 1 week. So far, Sherman was simply chasing Hood and using up his soldiers in the process. He then made the decision to stop chasing. Grant wanted him to destroy Hood before launching any raid, but Sherman disagreed. He believed that the war would continue indefinitely if it was fought in the traditional way. Plus, he could leave George Thomas behind to fight Hood while he made for the sea. Sherman wrote to Grant, "If we can march a well-appointed army right through this territory, it is a demonstration to the world, foreign and domestic, that we have a power which Davis cannot resist. This may not be war, but rather statesmanship. Nevertheless, it is overwhelming to my mind that there are thousands of people abroad and in the South who will reason thus: if the North can march an army right through the South, it is proof positive that the North can prevail in this contest. Mr. Lincoln's selection for a second term, which is assured, coupled with the conclusion thus reached, makes a complete logical whole. Even without a battle, the result operating upon the minds of sensible men would produce fruits more than compensating for the expense, trouble, and risk. I can make this march and make Georgia howl." Sherman destroyed his own railroad from Atlanta to Chattanooga, nullifying any reason for Hood to attack a supply line. To avoid leaving a garrison, Sherman would destroy anything of military significance in Atlanta. Tales of Sherman torching all of Atlanta has been exaggerated over the years. In truth, Hood had destroyed many buildings in the defense of Atlanta, and he also exploded 80 railroad cars filled with ammunition, which caused fires and damage to residential buildings. After Sherman's burning of his military supplies and some of his soldiers independently setting fires to some civilian homes, one soldier estimated that about 1/4 of the city had been destroyed, and that being the nicest part of the business district. Even a Confederate newspaper reported that many of the homes of the city were left standing, but that the business district, where military supplies were kept, was destroyed. Sherman had assembled a 62,000-man force made up of hardened veterans. This would be the army he would take into the Georgia countryside. He divided his army in half equally, with Oliver Otis Howard commanding the right, or southern wing, and Henry Slocum commanded the left, or northern wing. They carried with them about 20 days' rations and 3,000 beef cattle. Moving in 4 columns, each corps taking a different road, Sherman's army left Atlanta on November 15th. 50 men from each brigade were designated as foragers to scour the countryside and gather food. Sherman's orders said that they would forage liberally off the countryside, but were not allowed to enter dwellings, and only officers could order the destruction of property, and that only in areas of guerrilla activity. However, it didn't take long before soldiers broke Sherman's rules. Adding to the destruction was Union and Confederate deserters, who stayed on the fringes of the marching army, attempting to capitalize on the situation. Sherman's foragers, also called bummers, would proceed to houses. Many of them would be abandoned by its inhabitants when news came of the approaching army. With no Southerner to protest, the bummers took liberally from the farms. One Southern lady recalled, "Like demons they rush in. To my smokehouse, my dairy, pantry, kitchen, and cellar, breaking locks and whatever is in their way." Sherman and his officers rarely enforced the strict rules Sherman had established. However, Sherman did try to reprimand some soldiers. Seeing a man with vegetables hanging in bunches all over him, with a chicken in one hand and honey in the other, Sherman cursed him for violating the order. The soldier, not realizing who the general was, began cursing right back. When Sherman announced who he was, the soldier replied, "Oh, hell, General, I am Abner F. Dean, chaplain of the 112th Massachusetts." After that, the chaplain began to quietly walk down the road, Sherman angry, but not stopping the man. The columns averaged 15 miles a day, burning anything associated with the Confederate war effort, like railroads or mills, but in general spared houses unless guerrilla attacks occurred in the area. Sherman believed that if the locals learned that an attack on the army would result in the destruction of their home, then they would stop their hostilities. The further Union soldiers got into Georgia, the more intense the destruction. Some Federals, hearing how Confederates used hounds to hunt down fugitive slaves and runaway Union prisoners, killed every dog they saw on the journey. One group of Union soldiers were shocked to go into a house and find 2 young girls abandoned by their parents. They attempted to find a neighbor who would take them in, but none would help, so they were eventually escorted to safety behind the lines. When landmines, or torpedoes as they were called, blew off an officer's leg, Sherman had Confederate prisoners sweep the roads for landmines. Although in general the Southern people were unharmed, the taking of their food and supplies could lead to starvation, sickness, and death. When Sherman and his army got to the outskirts of Savannah, the city was fortified. Laying siege threatened his army because he had no supply base. He had been living off the land. He had to figure out a way to capture the city quickly. To connect his army with the fleet that awaited outside of Savannah, he needed to capture Fort McAllister. He chose a division under William B. Hazen to attack the fort. After a quick dash upon the fortifications, in 15 minutes, Fort McAllister was subdued with the loss of 11 killed and 80 wounded on the Union side. When Sherman saw his men overtake it, he jumped up and down with excitement and with tears in his eyes. He got in a boat and floated down the river to the fleet where he was to have dinner with the victorious Hazen. Hazen invited the commander of Fort McAllister to dinner, Major George W. Anderson. When the men sat down to eat, Anderson was surprised to find that one of the waiters serving them was his own personal slave, who had only a few hours before been in the fort with him. Anderson asked Sherman's permission to address his now former slave. Sherman said of course, but then addressed the waiter, "But Bob, remember, you are now a free man." Anderson asked Bob if he had joined the Yankees. Bob responded, "Oh, I'm working for Mr. Hazen." Anderson then turned to Sherman and commented, "General, it looks to me as though the game is up." "Yes," Sherman replied, "the game is up. Slavery is gone, and the Southern Confederacy is a thing of the past." Still, the city was not captured. Only a connection was secured between Sherman's army and the Union fleet. The Southern force inside the city, under Lieutenant General William Hardee, evacuated the city, and by December 22nd, Sherman and his troops entered it, bringing an end to the march to the sea. One of Sherman's biographers wrote, "When the Union Army entered Savannah, it was on its best behavior. Soldiers stopped the city's lawless element from plundering stores and homes. They paid for goods they had previously taken in the countryside. Sherman's favorite regimental band serenaded the city. He held an impressive military review where he startled his own men by appearing in full dress uniform, and he even threw a large party for officers and selected locals. On the owner's invitation, he made his headquarters at the grand home of Charles Greene, the father of a Confederate soldier. He helped expedite a relief expedition from the north that brought shiploads of food for the hungry city. He governed Savannah as he had run Memphis, not Atlanta, successfully building up Unionism in the area. Residents wondered if he could really be the brute rumor had warned them about." While in Savannah, Sherman paid a visit to the home of a Confederate officer. His wife and his children were the only ones there, but the woman's father was a Union officer. Sherman came into the house, and the little girls became scared after hearing all the stories of the mean old Sherman tearing through Georgia. After only a few minutes, he had the little ones on his knee and playing with them, joking about being old Sherman. One of them was named Juliet, the future founder of the Girl Scouts of America. While the citizens of Savannah and all of Georgia cowered in fear of Sherman, the North praised his amazing accomplishments. The London Times wrote, "Since the great Duke of Marlborough turned his back upon the Dutch and plunged hurriedly into Germany to fight the famous Battle of Blenheim, military history has recorded no stronger marvel than this mysterious expedition of General Sherman's rout against an unknown, undiscovered enemy." Sherman would write to Grant, "I don't like to boast, but I believe this army has a confidence in itself that makes it almost invincible." When Sherman got to Savannah, newspapers and mail came in, and Sherman found out that his newest child, Charlie, had died in South Bend, Indiana on December 4th. He took the news of losing a child he hadn't got the opportunity to see very hard. Again, a great success was a companion to a great tragedy. On his march to the sea, the army acquired a roaming pack of escaped slaves, freeing themselves from slavery. Sherman was polite to the ex-slaves who wanted to see him because he knew their information was far better than any gotten from Southern whites, but he was still aggravated at them for following the army. It caused added headaches to an already difficult task. On one occasion, troops under Jefferson C. Davis had a large band of black fugitives following behind, all with Confederate cavalry close at hand. When Davis's troops crossed Ebenezer Creek, they pulled up the pontoons, leaving the fugitives on the other side. Afraid they would be killed by the Confederate horsemen, many plunged into the water, and many of them drowned. Sherman stood by his subordinates' actions, believing that the military's success was the priority. Plus, he had told African Americans along the way not to follow the army. Most didn't listen. The Union Army symbolized freedom to them, and they went where it went. Many in the Lincoln administration admonished Sherman for the way he generally treated African Americans, knowing his pro-slavery stance. However, Sherman's mindset towards slavery and African Americans had changed somewhat from the beginning of the war. He agreed they needed to be freed, but he absolutely didn't believe they should be given the same rights as whites. Sherman's beliefs and actions concerned the Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, so much so that he visited Savannah in January 1865 to meet with the local African American population. He convened with 20 of them, mostly ministers, and asked them questions, attempting to find out what the next step was for the newly freed African Americans. When Stanton asked them about Sherman, he asked Sherman to leave the room first. Sherman did as he was asked, but didn't understand why his judgment was questioned. The freedmen responded to the question about Sherman with, "We have confidence in General Sherman, and think what concerns us could not be in better hands." Sherman and Stanton discussed in length the next step, and together they helped form Special Field Orders No. 15. This order set aside the abandoned sea islands off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia for settlement of former slaves. Whites, except for official personnel, were prohibited from going there as well. Although Sherman helped create the order, after he gave it to a subordinate to implement, he made no effort to see that it was implemented. Sherman was eager to get out of Savannah. On February 1st, the march for the bulk of the army began. It was a miserable struggle attempting to cross the watery landscape in the winter. One of Sherman's biographers described the scene. The mud was everywhere, sucking down marching soldiers, artillery caissons, wagons, horses, and mules. The only way to cross some of the swollen streams was to build bridges across them, wading waist deep in the cold water to do so. The only way to move through the water-soaked land approaches was to corduroy them, hard, dirty work that sapped the strength of animals and men. Trees had to be cut down, trimmed of limbs, dragged through muck to the roadway, and laid down one next to another. Sometimes the mud was so watery the logs sank. Other times the lumber would float to the surface. All too often, several layers of logs were required to conquer the ooze, and even then they would shift and slip, creating traps for wagons and men. Sherman endured the hardships with his men. He talked with them as though they were all good friends, because they were. These men were his family, his army family. When his horse would slip and slide down a muddy roadside, a soldier would yell out, "Don't ride too fast, General." Sherman would chuckle and keep riding. If the people in Georgia thought Sherman was hard on them, that was nothing like what Sherman and his army would do to South Carolina. When they entered the state, Sherman told Slocum, "Don't forget that when you have crossed the Savannah River, you will be in South Carolina. You need not be so careful there about private property as we have been. The more of it you destroy, the better it will be. The people of South Carolina should be made to feel the war, for they brought it on, and are responsible more than anybody else for our presence here. Now is the time to punish them." Joseph E. Johnston, Sherman's nemesis in the Carolinas, remarked after the war that, "Your foragers were the most efficient cavalry ever known. They covered your flanks so completely that I never could penetrate through them far enough to feel your column. And the fact that they could be sent so far from the eyes of the commanding officers and return regularly at night is proof of the high state of discipline of your army." Sherman's first major target was Columbia, South Carolina. His army fainted towards Charleston and Augusta. When Confederate forces rushed to defend those areas, he struck Columbia. Cutting off Charleston from the rest of the state, that city fell in mid-February. When Sherman and his troops entered Columbia, they found a pillaged city, partly destroyed by Confederate soldiers before leaving it. The railroad depot and large storage buildings had been burned by the retreating foe. Many of the black and white residents brought liquor to the soldiers as a thank you and hopefully to stop any destruction to the city. Some half-drunk soldiers formed up to salute Sherman as he rode by. When he did so, one soldier in a dressing gown stepped forward, lifted his hat, and said, "I have the honor, General, to present you and the freedom of city." Sherman smiled, raised his hat, and then kept riding. When Sherman dismounted, the black inhabitants cheered, and one lady grabbed his hand, saying her prayers had been answered. When he came to the mayor of the city, a bunch of ragged Union soldiers who had been prisoners of war came up to him, informing him that his capture of the city resulted in their release. One of them, S.H.M. Byers, handed him a piece of paper with a poem on it. It was called Sherman's March to the Sea, or Sherman Will March to the Sea, and it was set to music and became a popular song. The two men would stay friends for the rest of their lives. After greeting people of the city, Sherman made his way to his new headquarters and took a nap. He awoke to lights flashing through the window. Before the Confederates left the city, they had piled cotton bales into the streets and set them on fire. Sherman ordered his men to put them out, but high winds had rekindled the flames, and now the city was engulfed. Sherman ordered his men to put out the fires. Many of them used the opportunity to further pillage the households. Although Sherman insisted, even after the war, that the fire came from the high winds reigniting the bales, it appears that some of the soldiers, drunk, also set the fires, making matters even worse. Sherman destroyed foundries and arsenals before leaving Columbia and headed toward North Carolina. Sherman captured Fayetteville, North Carolina on March 11th. His men treated North Carolinians more kindly than South Carolina, but they still caused a panic. They found that the resin in the tall pine trees caught fire easily and worked its way up the trees. Union soldiers found it caused great amounts of chaos and panic to set those trees on fire to make it appear multiple homes were burning behind the army. At Fayetteville, he again regained contact with the outside world and informed Grant and the Secretary of War about his progress. His men now needed new uniforms and shoes. The hard marching and campaigning had turned the clothing into rags and left the shoes in tatters. Once equipped, he would whip Johnston, commanding the forces in the Carolinas, and then join Grant against Lee. In Fayetteville, Sherman ran into a soldier whom he had been friends with in the antebellum army. The man happily approached Sherman and struck up a conversation with him. A soldier remembered what happened next. "Yes, we were long together, weren't we?" Sherman asked. "Yes," answered the pleased Southerner. "You shared my friendship, shared my bread even, didn't you?" Sherman persisted. "Indeed, indeed," the increasingly happy man replied. Sherman stared at him harshly. "You have betrayed it all. Me, your friend, your country that educated you for its defense. You are here a traitor, and you ask me to be again your friend, to protect your property, to send you these brave men, some of whose comrades were murdered by your neighbor this very morning, fired on from hidden houses by you and yours as they entered the town. Turn your back to me forever. I will not punish you, only go your way. There is room in this world even for traitors." The shaken Southerner walked away crestfallen. Sherman sat down for lunch, but he could barely eat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he continued talking to us of this false friend. The hand that held the bread trembled, and for a moment tears were in his eyes. His subordinates were shocked at the depth of his feeling. "We realized as never before," one later wrote, "what treason to the Republic really meant." At Fayetteville, Sherman destroyed everything of military significance and left the city on March 15th. Confederate Colonel Alfred Rhett was captured soon on the march. He was a former commander of Fort Sumter and was an editor for the Charleston Mercury. Sherman had dinner with him and delighted in the fact that he could see Confederate morale collapsing in front of him. When a Union officer was found to be mistreated by Confederate soldiers under Wade Hampton, Sherman ordered Rhett to be removed from his horse and walked to prison. On his way to Goldsboro, Joseph E. Johnston, Sherman's nemesis in the Atlanta campaign, blocked one of his wings. While holding him in place with Henry Slocum's wing, Oliver Otis Howard's wing approached Johnston's other flank. Although Sherman had the opportunity possibly to destroy Johnston at that moment, he didn't. He felt that his style of warfare was working without bringing on senseless casualties. Johnston would retreat, and Sherman would continue to Goldsboro, where he would meet up with reinforcements, particularly the 23rd Corps under John M. Schofield. The railroad from there to New Bern was repaired by March 25th, and now Sherman had good communications and a supply base from which to draw needed equipment for his ragged soldiers. A few days later, he was at City Point, Virginia on the James River to meet with Grant. On the wharf, the two men greeted each other warmly, happy to see each other after such a long separation. Grant, Sherman, and Grant's subordinates sat around a campfire hearing about the stories of the march to the sea and through the Carolinas. Sherman told one story about seeing a soldier and told him that he'd like to swap legs with him. The soldier eyed Sherman up and down and said that if that's what he would get, then he'd rather not make the trade. After an hour of talking, the men went aboard the boat the River Queen, where President Abraham Lincoln was, alone. Lincoln wanted to hear all about Sherman's adventures through Georgia and the Carolinas, but worried that Sherman had made a mistake by leaving his army. Sherman insisted that John M. Schofield, whom he left in charge, was more than capable of handling the army. After the meeting, Grant and Sherman ran into Julia Dent Grant. She asked about Mrs. Lincoln, who had been aboard the River Queen. Grant told her that he hadn't even given it a thought, and Sherman said he wasn't aware that she was even on the boat. Julia scolded both of them for being so neglectful. Sherman then attempted to change the subject by asking Grant to discuss what to be done next with his army. Julia jokingly asked if they didn't want her to be a part of their secret meeting. Sherman also jokingly asked if they could trust her, to which Grant responded, "I'm not so sure about that, Sherman." Sherman and Grant pored over maps, having a great time being back together and planning like they had done for Vicksburg. The next day, Grant, Sherman, and Admiral David Dixon Porter met with Lincoln on the River Queen to discuss what they hoped to be the last days of the war. Lincoln and Sherman talked the most. The President expressed concern that Lee would escape south and join Johnston. Sherman insisted that if that happened, he could hold both Confederate armies in place until Grant arrived to deliver a death blow. Grant argued that Johnston or Lee could use the railroads to escape, but Sherman informed them that his men had destroyed so many miles of rail that there were no railroads to carry these armies south. Sherman left the River Queen when all was said and done, then proceeded back to North Carolina. On April 7th, Sherman received word that Lee had left Richmond. He wrote to Grant, "It is our interest to let Lee and Johnston come together, just as a billiard player would nurse the balls when he has them in a nice place." He would also write, "You have established a reputation for perseverance and pluck that would make Wellington jump out of his coffin." Word got to Sherman that Lee had surrendered on April 9th at Appomattox Courthouse, sending Sherman and his troops into a joyous shout. A North Carolina farmer approached Sherman for horses or mules for him to plant crops this spring, but Sherman refused, saying, "I cannot undertake to supply horses or to encourage peaceful industry in North Carolina until the state shall perform some public act showing that as to her, war is over." In Raleigh, Sherman held a grand review of his army, displaying the military might of the Union. Women in the crowd cried, knowing that the war was now over. In a story about Sherman's time in Raleigh, he met with an inmate from the city's lunatic asylum. The man asked to be released, but Sherman said for the man to have faith in God and in his power to take care of all of us. The inmate responded, "Well, I think I do believe in a sort of divine providence, but when it comes to the question of power, it strikes me that for a man who has been walking about over the country whipping these cursed rebels, you have a sight more power than anybody I know of." Sherman met with a peace commission from the governor of North Carolina, Zebulon Vance. The commission admitted that the war was over and the Confederacy lost, but Johnston's army was still operating in North Carolina. The talks ended without anything concrete being settled. On April 14th, Johnston wrote to Sherman that there needed to be a halt to hostilities while civil authorities brought the war to a close. Sherman agreed and wrote to him saying that he would give Johnston and his troops the same terms that Grant gave Lee. Sherman and Johnston agreed to meet on April 17th. That morning, Sherman received a telegram informing him of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Sherman swore the telegrapher and John A. Logan, who was there, to secrecy and placed the awful note in his pocket. Johnston and Sherman, as well as their escorts, met on the Hillsborough Road and asked a local farmer, James Bennett, if they could use his dwelling. The two generals stepped into the home alone, their staff and escorts waiting outside. After a little small talk, Sherman showed Johnston the note. Sweat began to bead up on Johnston's head, and he became worried that blame would fall on the Confederate government and army. Sherman assured him that he didn't blame Johnston or the troops, but he wasn't sure if Jefferson Davis wasn't above having something to do with it. Nevertheless, Sherman told Johnston he feared what his troops might do when they found out, especially if a Southerner said something untoward about the situation. There could be violence. Johnston wanted more time to confer with what was left of the Confederate government and see if he would be able to negotiate for all Confederate armies. Sherman agreed and the meeting ended. They came outside to find Confederate cavalryman Wade Hampton and Union cavalryman Judson Kilpatrick in a fight. The appearance of both men broke up the altercation. When Sherman informed his soldiers of Lincoln's assassination, they wanted retribution, but Sherman wouldn't allow it. When part of John A. Logan's corps marched toward Raleigh, the corps commander threatened them with artillery until they turned back. All night Sherman rode between the camps, keeping anyone from marching on Raleigh to exact retribution. The next day, Johnston and Sherman met again, this time with Confederate Secretary of War John C. Breckinridge included. Johnston and Breckinridge put forward a general agreement. Sherman wanted to draft his own terms that would bring the war to a close. In his agreement, amnesty was given to the Confederate soldiers as long as they returned home and placed their arms in arsenals and obeyed the laws. Then their political rights would be restored. This would bring the entire war to a close, surrendering all Confederate soldiers everywhere. They also would be able to keep their property. The meeting ended, and Sherman sent the agreement to Washington, D.C., where Grant, Henry Halleck, and President Andrew Johnson would read over the terms. In letters to Grant and Halleck, Sherman asked them not to alter the agreement because any other details could be worked out later. He also insisted that Johnston and Breckinridge agreed that slavery was dead, so there was no need to put it in the agreement. He hoped this agreement would prevent Confederate armies from breaking up into guerrilla bands. Sherman was incredibly proud of his actions and the agreement that he saw as ending the war completely. That was why he was incredibly surprised and depressed when Grant wrote back that the terms had been turned down by Johnson and the cabinet. Grant wrote to him saying that the agreement went beyond his military authority. The political and civil aspects of this agreement were not within his power to make. That was up to the President and Congress. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton bashed Sherman and his actions, accusing him of letting Jefferson Davis get away with hard money by entertaining this farcical terms of surrender. The nation was outraged at the leniency Sherman had on the Confederates, whom he himself had waged a harsh war against. Grant arrived in North Carolina stating that hostilities should commence unless Johnston wants to surrender. Grant was expected to take over Sherman's army, but out of respect to his friend, he stayed on the sidelines. Sherman informed Johnston of the rejected terms and the return to hostilities. Johnston didn't want the war to continue and met with Sherman on April 26th and agreed to the terms laid out when Lee surrendered to Grant. It would be the largest surrender of Confederate forces of the war, over 80,000 soldiers from North Carolina down to Florida in Johnston's realm of authority. Despite the great success for Sherman, his original agreement that had been dismissed and bashed by Stanton placed him in an unfavorable light with many Northerners who viewed him as too lenient to the South. Just after Grant left for Washington, Sherman picked up an April 24th New York Times. For the first time, he read Stanton's attack and realized the mess he was in. He was hurt, angry, and amazed. He defended himself, citing his fear of guerrilla warfare as his justification for an agreement that would keep the Confederate armies from disintegrating. "We should not drive a people into anarchy," he said, and anarchy was precisely what would happen if the Confederate soldiers formed bands of armed men, roving about without purpose and capable only of infinite mischief. Once again, as he had in California, Louisiana, Kentucky, and Memphis, Sherman acted to ensure order out of repugnance for anarchy, the condition he considered to be the greatest threat to American society and the greatest threat to his hopes for success. He had fought the war against anarchy. Now he believed he similarly had to fight against an anarchic peace. Sherman didn't want the South punished. He believed once they admitted their mistake, the Southern states should be brought back into the Union, no questions asked. However, many Northerners felt that the South needed to be punished for breaking the nation apart and saw Sherman's leniency as traitorous. The newspapers once again threw around insanity associated with Sherman. Not all were against him, but these attacks ruined what would have been a celebratory moment in Sherman's life. After the surrender, Sherman began to march his army north to Washington. However, this march through southern states would be vastly different than the last few months. One soldier remembered, "We are on our good behavior this trip. No foraging, no bumming rails or houses, and nothing naughty whatever. We have the best set of men in the world. When it is in orders to raise hell, they have no equals in destructiveness, but now they are perfect lambs. Not a hand laid on a rail this evening with intent to burn, not a motion toward a chicken or smokehouse. They don't pretend to love our erring brethren yet, but no conquered foe could ask kinder treatment than all our men seem disposed to give these rebels." When Sherman and his army marched through Richmond, Virginia, the army commander informed an old and now former friend, Henry Halleck, who had scolded Sherman following his first set of surrender terms, that he did not want to see him when he entered the city. The army marched at right shoulder shift in front of Halleck as he stood on his portico, but didn't salute him. Halleck, not above pettiness, refused to allow the soldiers the liberty of the city, even though former Confederates were allowed that. Sherman's troops began to dislike Halleck just as their army commander did. By May 14th, Sherman and his army was in Alexandria, Virginia. He told one of Grant's adjutants, "Let some one newspaper know that the vandal Sherman is encamped near the canal bridge halfway between the Long Bridge and Alexandria to the west of the road, where his friends, if any, can find him. Though in disgrace, he is untamed and unconquered." Sherman would meet with President Andrew Johnson, who was extremely happy to see him, but there was tension while the general was in Washington. Edwin Stanton had become his enemy, and Sherman's family thought he may do something rash if not calm down. Some of his relatives attempted to talk him down and argued that he should be more tactful when dealing with Stanton and confront him publicly through the newspapers. On May 22nd, Sherman appeared before the Committee on the Conduct of the War to answer for his agreement with Johnston. Sherman explained that he believed that he was fulfilling the government policy, and he kept his superiors informed of what was happening, and then sent the agreement to them for approval. As for why his agreement didn't mention slavery, Sherman responded that since Lincoln had freed slaves through the Emancipation Proclamation, then he felt he didn't need to bring up that subject. After his appearance before the committee, Sherman kept up his attack against Stanton. He wrote to Ellen, "They will find that Sherman, who was not scared by the crags of Lookout, the ravines of Kennesaw, and the long trackless forest of the South, is not to be intimidated by the howlings of a set of sneaks who were hid away as long as danger was rampant, but now shriek with very courage. I will take a regiment of my old division and clear them all out." The grand review of the Union soldiers in Washington, D.C. on May 23rd and 24th was an amazing spectacle. The Army of the Potomac marched through the streets the first day. Sherman saw many of the soldiers in that army looking at the crowds and not keeping their eyes straight ahead, as well as some marching mistakes. He was a little worried how his own troops would do. He told General George Gordon Meade, commander of the Army of the Potomac, "I am afraid my poor tatterdemalion corps will make a poor appearance tomorrow when contrasted with yours." Meade said that the people would understand to calm Sherman's worries. Sherman then asked Oliver Otis Howard, the commander of the Army of the Tennessee, if one of his corps commanders, John A. Logan, who had commanded the army for a few days outside of Atlanta, could ride at its head. To compensate Howard, Sherman asked that the Christian general would ride with him up front. Howard agreed. The long-striding Western troops looked bigger and stepped longer than the Easterners. Veteran was written all over their dark faces, browned by the ardent southern sun, and health almost spoke from their elastic step and erect figures. They seemed like strangers from another planet. Interspersed with the marching soldiers were bummers, freed people, mules, fowl, and the booty of foraging. It reminded people, Julia Grant noted, of the words in the song Marching Through Georgia. When Sherman came to the review stand, he climbed the stairs and shook hands with the President, Grant, and the Cabinet, but when he came to Stanton, the Secretary of War stuck out his hand, but Sherman passed him by. Sherman would tell Johnson that he considered the matter now settled. On May 30th, 1865, Sherman issued his farewell to his troops. He wrote, "The time has come for us to part. Our work is done, and armed enemies no longer defy us. You have done all that men could do, and we have a right to join in the universal joy that fills our land because the war is over, and our government stands vindicated before the world. If, unfortunately, new wars should arise in our country, Sherman's army will be the first to buckle on its old armor and come forth to defend and maintain the government of our inheritance." Sherman and Ellen went on a tour, visiting cities in the Northeast and spending time in New York City, where thousands of people flocked to the victorious general to shake his hand. He then took a nostalgic trip to visit West Point, then to Lancaster, Ohio, where he spoke to a crowd saying to be generous in peace to those who were your enemies in war. Northerners took up collections to show their gratitude. Some even bought him a house in St. Louis. Many in the South also thanked him, especially for the generous terms he attempted to gain for the South with Johnston. Johnston wouldn't forget the kindness either that Sherman showed him. When the war ended, Sherman wanted to be assigned to the West, as far away from politicians as possible. He got his wish. Grant named him the commander of the Military Division of the Mississippi, the Trans-Mississippi West, with headquarters in St. Louis. It would eventually be renamed the Military Division of the Missouri. The turmoil in Washington over Reconstruction, and more specifically presidential Reconstruction, made Sherman a little happy. He saw the pardons to ex-Confederates and the quick addition of ex-Confederate leaders to Congress as Johnson adhering to how he had envisioned the agreement with Joseph E. Johnston and the Confederate States. Bring them back into the Union as quickly as possible and painlessly as possible. Northern congressmen hated to see ex-Confederates grab leadership positions because it appeared as nothing had changed, but this is how Sherman envisioned the war ending. Sherman didn't believe in equal rights for African Americans. He spoke out against enfranchising them, and when Johnson asked about the field order that gave blacks land on the Sea Islands, Sherman told him that it was Stanton's idea and that it was a war measure, but needed to be validated by the courts to have any post-war validity. Johnson happily took the land away from the freedmen and women, giving it to whites instead. Sherman supported Johnson because his views were like his own. He even wrote Johnson a letter expressing his support of the president and his policies. However, this was amid the political turmoil of the Johnson administration, where it seemed the president had few friends. Johnson concocted a plan to remove his Secretary of War Edwin Stanton and replace him with the friendly Sherman. Johnson told Grant to order Sherman to Washington. Sherman didn't want to go. He wanted nothing to do with being a cabinet member or a politician. He asked for Grant to rescind the order, but Grant couldn't. However, some diplomatic events kept Sherman from going. The French had set up a puppet government in Mexico and now were pulling out, but Maximilian, the French leader of Mexico, talked of staying. Johnson wanted to get Grant out of the country, so what better way than to monitor the military evacuation of Mexico? Grant didn't want to go to Mexico, and since it wasn't involved in the United States military, he didn't have to go, so Sherman was sent, as a way to keep with Sherman's wishes of not going to D.C. Sherman's trip to Mexico didn't result in anything significant, and he requested permission to return to St. Louis, which was granted. On his way to St. Louis, he stopped at Jackson, Mississippi. He was warmly received in Mississippi as a friend of the South because of him favoring lenient policies toward the South. Through the first Reconstruction Act in 1867, the South was divided into military districts. Many called for Sherman to be placed over the district, which included Louisiana. However, Sherman knew the political problems that came with such a position. He stated, "I am perfectly willing to take a regiment of cavalry and go out to fight Indians, but to hold an indescribable office of mixed jurisdiction, impossible of logical execution, and sure to result in curses from both sides would be a most ungracious task." Problems between President Johnson and Congress hit new heights when Congress passed the Tenure of Office Act, which made the President get the approval of Congress before changing cabinet members. While Congress was out of session, Johnson suspended his Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, and put Ulysses S. Grant in that position. When Congress returned, Stanton refused to submit to Johnson kicking him out of the cabinet, and Congress didn't approve of the removal either. Stanton returned to his position. Amidst all of this, Sherman went to Washington to support Grant in his troubling time, to help his friend in any way he could. Johnson, attempting to capitalize on Sherman's military clout, decided to make a new military district in Washington and put Sherman at its head to keep him close by. Sherman refused to accept, telling a friend that he would get sick or do something foolish to get out of taking the position. Johnson gave up, and Sherman avoided being drug into the politics. On February 24, 1868, the House of Representatives impeached Johnson for violating the Tenure of Office Act. Sherman would be a witness in the trial, telling the court about Johnson wanting him to become the Secretary of War. Johnson narrowly avoided a conviction, and he would never call on Sherman again. Sherman believed that the American West represented the last location where a soldier could be a soldier. Fight Native Americans as white encroachment continued to shrink the world of the various tribes, those that had been relocated, and those who had called the West their home for generations. In the post-Civil War era, the United States Army would shrink from 54,000 in 1866 to around 35,000 in 1869. The number would eventually drop to 25,000, where it would remain for most of Sherman's time in the post-war Army. One of Sherman's biographers described Sherman's feelings towards Native Americans. On the one hand, he felt sorry for them as individuals and insisted that whites should be fair to them, but they exasperated him because of their stubborn opposition to the movement of white society, and because of the pathos their condition often engendered. Their very way of life represented the kind of anarchy he had feared all of his life. Their mobility and closeness to nature appeared at odds with stability and order. He did not want to exterminate them, but he hoped that they would become what he viewed as productive members of society. However, if they didn't act in the way Sherman believed they should act, he would stomp out the resistance. He wrote, "During an assault, the soldiers cannot pause to distinguish between male and female, or even discriminate as to age. As long as resistance is made, death must be meted out. But the moment all resistance ceases, the firing will stop, and all survivors turned over to the proper Indian agent." Especially referring to Plains tribes, Sherman criticized them for their nomadic lifestyle and reliance on the American bison and other game. His beliefs were shared by many Americans in that era, believing Native Americans to be lazy and wasted land. He claimed that 20,000 Native Americans would need the entire state of Nebraska to sustain their people, when Euro-Americans could feed 2 million on the same patch of ground. Sherman wanted them to adopt the Euro-American way of living. Only then would Sherman acquiesce to their rights to the land. He would claim the struggle between the United States and the various tribes in the West was a test of the survival of the fittest. He would commonly say and wholeheartedly believe the only good Indian is a dead Indian. The Army's enlisted men in the West were mostly urban workers and immigrants, a mixed bag of good and bad, skilled and unskilled, black and white. They earned low pay, a private receiving only $13 a month. Their training was sparse when it occurred at all, and their units were always under strength. Promotion was slow, discipline was harsh, food was often barely edible, and living conditions were spare. In the average frontier fort, the barracks, which housed a company or two, were made of logs, rough lumber, or adobe. They were dusty and dirty and provided little protection against the wind or the sun. Save for the periodic campaign, days were filled with choking dust, extremes of heat and cold, tedium, and the search for an elusive enemy. The Army would fight Native Americans differently than they fought Confederates. Because the Native American warriors would use hit-and-run tactics, the U.S. soldiers would hit groups from multiple sides, keeping the bands constantly moving, wearing them out, then striking when the tribe was nearly surrounded. Sherman launched campaigns in the wintertime when families were together, most attempting to survive the winter. What resulted was the death of women and children in these campaigns. The United States was split on how to deal with Native Americans. The Bureau of Indian Affairs was in the Interior Department, but Sherman wanted it in the War Department, so they would be able to work in coordination with one another and so the Bureau would be subordinate to the Army. Ulysses S. Grant liked the idea before he became president, but when he took the role as Commander-in-Chief, he decided to keep the Bureau out of the War Department, naming his friend and military secretary Ely Parker as Indian Commissioner. With Grant as president, he promoted Sherman to General-in-Chief to take his old role. However, some politics began to creep into Sherman's life. When Grant became president, he signed General Orders No. 11, which made the Secretary of War and President communicate through the General of the Army, instead of being able to dictate their orders to individual commanders within the Army. Sherman liked this situation, but the Secretary of War, John M. Schofield, would be replaced soon with Grant's wartime Chief of Staff, John A. Rawlins. Rawlins convinced Grant to rescind the order. Sherman met with Grant at the White House to try to talk sense into the president, but Grant wouldn't budge, which began to strain the two men's friendship. When Rawlins died in September 1869, Sherman believed that he could once again regain the power that he believed the General of the Army should possess. He suggested William Belknap, a former brigadier general in the Army of the Tennessee and now a businessman, for the position of Secretary of War. When Belknap took the position, he began to increase his power, reducing Sherman's authority over the Army. Sherman would protest, saying leaves of absence are granted, the stations of officers are changed, and other orders are now made directly to the Army, not through the General, but direct through other officials and the Adjutant General. So long as this is the case, I surely do not command the Army of the United States, and am not responsible for it. Frustrated, Sherman left Washington for a 2-month inspection of the West in 1871 to get away from the politicians. When he got back to Washington, he realized nothing had changed and decided to tour Europe. The tour would last a year. He thought to himself, Belknap controlled the Army, so why was he even needed? Sherman used the excuse that he was going to observe and study the Franco-Prussian War that was raging, but in reality, it was to get away from Washington. He met the King and Queen of Spain, the Pope, traveled to Egypt, and visited Turkey, where he took the Sultan's royal yacht, to Russia, where he met with the Russian Tsar Alexander II. Austria-Hungary, Prussia, and England were also on his list, where he met with dignitaries and royalty alike. Everywhere he went, soldiers saluted him, and civilians gathered to look at the man who marched through Georgia. When Sherman returned to the United States in Washington, he found the same politics plaguing his position. He complained that he had no command, that the Secretary of War controlled the Army and could issue orders to any unit or soldier he wanted without going through the General of the Army. The tantrum he threw didn't change anything, but to get away from the politicians, he requested to be allowed to move his headquarters to St. Louis, citing Winfield Scott's removal of his headquarters to New York when he couldn't get along with the Secretary of War. The approval was given, even though his friends like Philip Sheridan and Edward Ord told him it was a mistake and that it would result in Belknap grabbing for more power. Sherman didn't care. He wanted to leave Washington. Sherman spent his time in St. Louis writing his memoirs and doing little in relation to the Army, since Belknap superseded his powers. It wouldn't be until 1876, when Belknap was put on trial for getting kickbacks from merchants who sold to the military, that the situation became better for Sherman. Belknap would be replaced by Alphonso Taft, and Taft would acquiesce to Sherman's demands, resulting in Sherman coming back to Washington. Amidst all this political infighting and trips to Europe, the Indian Wars progressed at a disjointed pace because of the fighting between departments about how to resolve issues. Sherman was part of the Sanborn Commission that made multiple treaties with various tribes, putting them on reservations, but when he met with them, he made sure they understood that not signing these treaties meant all-out war. The impeachment proceedings for President Johnson derailed the payments and supplies destined for the cooperative tribes who moved off their homeland and onto reservations. Sherman distributed the funds that were finally allocated, but found they were lacking. The Native Americans felt betrayed, and again, war broke out. As the Transcontinental Railroad was being built, Sherman took special interest in it, knowing how vital the railroad would be to national expansion and prosperity. The Army Department of the Platte was created to help protect the railroad workers. Sherman would walk among the soldiers and laborers for the railroad and hear them call out Uncle Billy. He would smile and keep walking. Many of the men working on the railroad had been with him on his marches around the South and still held affection for him. Sherman would state, "The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad is as great a victory as any in the war." Sherman had a fascination with the West. Every year he made a trip and sometimes 2 trips to inspect forts and army units. He would sit around the campfire with soldiers, telling them war stories and hearing others tell theirs. He rode the rails to see the progress being made by the Union Pacific and took delight in the improvement to the Army life that the railroad brought. In 1871, Sherman explored the Texas frontier to Oklahoma. He and the Inspector General Randolph B. Marcy left San Antonio, Texas, in wagons destined for Fort Sill in Oklahoma. They were escorted by 17 soldiers from the Black 10th Cavalry Regiment. They discovered burned ranches and indications of raids perpetrated by Native Americans. Miles behind Sherman and Marcy was a 10-wagon civilian supply train. Kiowa warriors, led by Satanta and others, attacked the supply train. When Sherman reached Fort Richardson, the few survivors told him about the attack. The group continued on to Fort Sill, arriving on May 23, 1871. He and Benjamin Grierson, the fort's commander, conferred with the local Indian agent. When the Kiowa leaders, including Satanta, arrived to receive their rations, the agent asked about the attack. Satanta admitted to the attack as a protest to the building of the railroad through their land. The agent sent Satanta to Sherman, where the Kiowa leader told Sherman proudly that he was the one who attacked the supply train. From the fort commander's porch, Sherman lectured Satanta about his cowardly act, and then had him arrested. When arrested, Satanta said that he had not led the attack, and had only watched. Sherman was unimpressed by the plea. Some of the Kiowas were thrown weapons by a person in their party. The black soldiers leveled their rifles, and a standoff began. In a small melee, one Indian was killed while another was wounded. Satanta and the others were taken off in chains, destined for Jacksboro, Texas. One of the leaders concealed a knife when being arrested, and used it to kill one of the guards taking him to Jacksboro. 2 other guards shot him and left his body beside the road. The trial found the Kiowa leaders guilty and sentenced to death. They were imprisoned instead, though, because of the political pressure placed on the governor of Texas. Eventually, they would be set free, which infuriated Sherman. Sherman would write to his son, "I know Indians well enough to believe that they must be made to feel the power of the United States before they cease their murders and robbery." In the post-Civil War years, Sherman's home life was somewhat chaotic, with him having to travel all over the country and world, moving his family to St. Louis and to Washington. His wife Ellen was a constant companion to the hardened general. She managed the home excellently, whether he was there or not, although Sherman did constantly complain about her lavish spending that he believed would put them in the poorhouse. One of Sherman's biographers wrote of Ellen that, "Ellen was always proud of her famous husband and guarded his reputation with a zeal and tenacity that was untiring. She saw him as a great man, but not as great as her father, and not as great as he might have been had he accepted the Catholic faith. Despite his fame and office, she wished he had settled down in a less imposing profession in Lancaster, Ohio, near her family. She found the constant moves difficult, but she accepted them as part of her duty as his spouse. She increasingly refused, however, to share his social life. She saw attendance at parties and receptions as his professional duty, and did not consider that as part of her responsibilities as his wife. In 1867, Sherman and Ellen welcomed their final child into the world, Philemon Tecumseh Sherman. The family would call him Cumpy. Cumpy would bring the size of Sherman's brood to 6 living children. He lost 2 sons during the war years, Willie and Charles. With all the children having red hair, a maid to the family commented that if Sherman died, all Ellen would have to do is put all the children out on a fence rail, and the woodpeckers would feed them. The Sherman children were greeted lovingly by their father and mother. Sherman regularly took his children to social functions and dinners with dignitaries and the various presidents that he was a general under. All the children would be well educated, and the boys would be encouraged to go to law school. Similar to his own upbringing, Sherman would have the children read books aloud, and some would even read his memoirs, with him giving additional detail as they read. Around the dinner table, Sherman and the family conversed in deep conversation, with Ellen holding her own against her more famous husband in the realm of religion, politics, and literature. Sherman rarely ate dessert unless it was one of his favorites: apple dumplings, plum or fig pudding, or sponge cake with Ellen's wine sauce. Each day, Sherman drank 2 bourbons with water. The Sherman house in Washington received a lot of visitors. Former Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston made regular visits to the home, visiting his once battlefield enemy. Sherman's comrade, Philip Sheridan, also made frequent visits, and the children particularly liked him because he would play with them. Among other guests were former Confederate General John Bell Hood and S.H.M. Byers. A delegation of Sioux came to his home once, and their fascination with his red hair frightened him. In 1871, Ellen's father and Sherman's foster father, Thomas Ewing, passed away. Ellen grieved horribly at his death. For years, Ewing had pulled Ellen away from Sherman and the family. The death of Thomas Ewing meant a freedom to Camp Sherman that he had sought all of his life. But he could hardly rejoice, not when his wife grieved, and he loved the old man himself. He dealt with his ambivalent feelings through silence. He went on with his life, quietly accepting the release his foster father's death provided him. Soon after, he went to Europe, where he enjoyed being feted by monarchs and potentates, seeing that he certainly was his dead foster father's equal now. Thomas Ewing's death lifted a burden Sherman had carried since childhood. Ewing had accepted the Catholic faith on his deathbed, which made Ellen overjoyed, but this act also prompted her to insist on Sherman joining the Catholic Church. One of Sherman's biographers wrote that Sherman saw religion as a form of tyranny. He believed in God all right, but not the God of the Catholic religion or any other sectarian church. Rival religions produced chaos with their denominational debates, and he wanted no part of that, Ellen's desires or Ewing's example notwithstanding. If people just left each other alone to worship God as they saw fit, the world would be a much more orderly place. In his own family, if Ellen would stop proselytizing and stop spending so much money on Catholic education or other church causes, they would all be better off. His oldest son, Tom, was sent to law school, and Sherman was exceedingly glad of his son's accomplishments. When he graduated, Tom wrote his father a letter telling him that he had decided against being a lawyer and decided to become a Jesuit priest. He also explained that he would attend a European seminary to spare his father the shame of his son becoming a Catholic priest. Sherman's letter in response is suspected to have been so hostile that it was not preserved by the family. However, letters to friends were kept. He stated that he felt abandoned by his son and claimed that the Catholic education that Ellen insisted on sending Tom to had poisoned his mind. To save face, Sherman demanded that Tom write a public letter explaining that he made the decision to join the Catholic clergy against his father's wishes. Tom and Sherman met face to face to talk about the situation. It was agreed that Tom would take his dilemma to the Archbishop of New York, John McClonsky. When Tom met with the Archbishop, they decided that Tom should become a priest. Sherman was devastated, accusing Tom of desertion of his family. In a letter to a friend who visited Tom in England at the seminary, he wrote, "If he must be a priest, it separates us for life." Although he would embrace his son warmly upon his return to the United States, he would never forgive Tom. The harshness toward Tom's decision came partially from his dislike of the Catholic Church, but Sherman also wanted Tom to take over the family's finances when he took a job as a lawyer in St. Louis. That way, Sherman wouldn't have to worry about his family if something should happen to him, always reminded of what his father had done, leaving his family destitute. Another family problem arose in Sherman's life when his daughter Minnie got married. Sherman had become friends with the leader of Egypt on his overseas trip. As a gift, the Egyptian leader gave Minnie a pair of earrings and a large diamond necklace that covered most of her chest. Sherman grew incredibly concerned because Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution prohibited government officials from receiving gifts from foreign heads of state without Congress's consent. So he sent the necklace to the government until Congress could pass a law consenting to the gift. Through the entire internal debate within Sherman's mind, he came to view the necklace as a gift to himself to give to Minnie for a wedding present, and since it was to him, all of his daughters should share in the necklace. When Congress passed a law agreeing for the necklace to be gifted to Sherman, and it entered the country duty-free, Sherman contacted Tiffany Jewelers to split the necklace 4 ways, a fourth for each of his daughters. Because the necklace had originally been intended for Minnie, Sherman paid her $100 a month for the other 3 shares for her sisters. Soon after the Civil War ended, Grant asked Sherman what kind of hobby he would like to take up since the conflict ended. Sherman explained that he would turn his attention to raising horses. Sherman thought about it and said, let me see. What shall it be? I have it. You may drive your fast horses, and I will kiss all the pretty girls. That shall be my fad. Sherman lived up to that hobby. He kissed every young woman he encountered, even the wives of his subordinates. William B. Hazen's wife said he approached women with cunning, and she personally had to call off Sherman's kissing advances. Ellen didn't mind him kissing women, but she drew the line at kissing widows. She just wanted him to remember that she was the only love of his life. However, late in life, Sherman became suspiciously close friends with Miss Grover Cleveland, and newspapers began to run headlines reading, General Sherman falls in love. Ellen sent him a clipping of the story and asked him to explain himself. The First Lady was not the only woman who captured Sherman's attention. The sculptor Vinnie Ream, who got the government commission to create a statue of Admiral David Farragut, became very friendly with Sherman. Their letters back and forth became frequent, and he at one point called her his little pet. When Vinnie left Washington for several days, Sherman wrote to her, I miss you more than I thought possible, and your little foolish ways. He told her to write to him freely and often, because no one checks his mail but him, and Ellen was away. He also told her to destroy his letters like he did hers, so suspicion wouldn't emerge. When he offered to take Vinnie on a carriage ride, he told her that they would have the back seat all to themselves. On another occasion, he wrote, I often think of your studio and my precious moments there, and wonder if you miss me, and who now has the privilege of toying with your long tresses and comforting your imaginary distresses. When Vinnie got married to a Navy lieutenant, the letters pretty much stopped, but when her husband became sick, you have a sick husband, and I a sick wife. I sometimes think the Mormons are right, and that a man should have the right to change. Tell your husband I will swap with him. When her husband died, he picked up writing letters to her. Another woman that entered Sherman's life was the widowed wife of his aide. Her name was Mary Audenried. Joseph Audenried and Sherman had known each other for a very long time, but when he passed, Sherman and Mary's relationship changed. He took Mary on a tour to the Pacific with President Rutherford B. Hayes. Her feelings became romantic for Sherman. He would write to her that she should remarry, but he would be jealous of any man who got the privilege of being her husband. However, it appeared that Sherman didn't feel exactly the same way about her as she did him. He would write to her, As the wife of my aide, you are of my family, and I really feel to you as I do to Ellie or Rachel, to caress and love you as a child rather than as a woman. If I were 20 years younger, I would not even trust myself with you in the close intimacy in which you hold me, but you know that my reasoning faculties are so strong that I look away ahead for your future and not to gratify my present vanity. Sherman offered advice for Mary when her daughter ran away from boarding school to see a boy. Ellen read one of the letters Mary wrote back and destroyed all the letters she had ever sent Sherman. Many of Sherman's biographers agreed that Sherman probably had flings with younger women, but they never became serious. He wouldn't let it go that far because that would upset the order in his life that he constantly sought. One of his biographers explained it best when he wrote, In the end, Sherman settled for flirtations, public kissing, and perhaps brief liaisons when he went out on the town. Then he returned home to the security of Ellen and the family. He received the adulation he required in the outside world, and at home he had the ballast he needed to stay on an even keel. He maintained the best of both worlds, each supplying what he could not find in the other. The relationships inside and out of the home helped make sense out of the disharmony he too frequently found in both. Ulysses S. Grant and William T. Sherman forged a friendship that brought the Civil War to a close. As Sherman said, He stood by me when I was crazy, and I stood by him when he was drunk. And now, sir, we stand by each other, always. Their friendship stood strong after the war as well, until Grant became president. Sherman watched in sadness as his friend acted as the nation's chief politician, rather than, as he had hoped, an honorable independent, the same straightforward person he had been during the war. Sherman grew increasingly disillusioned when Grant gave in to Rawlins, and Sherman thought hurt the Army in the process. He was cut even more deeply when Belknap progressively shunted him aside, and Grant meekly promised fairness but never delivered. By the end of Grant's second term, Sherman considered his presidency a failure. He thought Grant had made a grievous error by not supporting the Army more strongly, but he was particularly upset at his policy toward the South. The great mistake had been made, Sherman said, in putting all the political power of the Southern states in the hands of the ignorant and substantially disfranchising the intelligent classes. This, of course, had not happened, but Sherman thought any attempt at black enfranchisement was an attack on white control. Since Grant did not agree, it was, in Sherman's mind, the result of Grant's unwillingness to stand up to the politicians. His friend had changed, Sherman believed, and the result was the disruption of the relationship that had forged victory over the Confederacy. On the subject of civil rights for African Americans, Sherman was against any move to give them political power. He stated that the Ku Klux Klan was exaggerated, and when it was brought up to him that African Americans felt that the judicial system was against them in the South because the South refused to allow them as jurors, Sherman responded that if they didn't like the judicial system in their state or county, then they should just leave and go to a place more favorable to them. Because Sherman saw Grant side with the politicians and equal rights for blacks, this strained their friendship and made Sherman happy to see Grant's presidency come to an end. The election of 1876 saw former Union General and Republican Rutherford B. Hayes face Democratic candidate Samuel Tilden. Sherman favored Hayes, but didn't announce his stance publicly because he didn't believe a military man should take public sides. When the election came and no clear winner emerged, the country feared that another civil war may break out. Grant told Sherman to ready the necessary amount of troops to protect Washington. Union veterans wrote to Sherman that they stood ready if he needed them. Sherman did talk with two generals about the situation, John M. Schofield and Winfield Scott Hancock. Hancock advised moderation and no sudden military activity. He said that in the event that no president was chosen by Inauguration Day, then Sherman would be seen as the only recognizable power and that he would be the bulwark in defense of the people and the law. When Congress formed a commission to hammer out the details of the contested election, Sherman began to relax. When the two houses of Congress met to count the electoral votes, Sherman was in attendance. When Hayes became the winner, Sherman agreed with the choice, believing him to be a conscientious, good man of good intellect. Hayes would consider Sherman's former foe and now friend, Joseph E. Johnston, as Secretary of War, but decided against it. Sherman, even though he respected Johnston, didn't believe a former Confederate should hold that position, especially since it was over himself. When Hayes began to remove troops from the South, Sherman believed the country was going in the right direction. However, Congress, with its newly elected members, lashed out at the Army, attempting to reduce its size and abilities, trying to restrict its presence in the South. The restriction bill was placed in the funding bill for the Army. When debate broke down, Congress adjourned without passing the funding bill for the Army. A bill to restrict the size of the Army was nothing new. In 1869 to 1870, Sherman became incredibly troubled by a reduction bill that was promoted by one of his close comrades, John A. Logan. Logan believed he could shrink the military's budget by $3 million by reducing its size and reducing the pay of some members of the armed services, Sherman included. Sherman received $19,000 a year for his position, and Logan would stand before Congress and declared, "I am willing that he should have all the credit to which he is entitled. But because I am willing to give him credit as a great general, that is no reason why I should tax the wooden-legged and one-armed men and the widows and the orphans." To fight back against that bill, Sherman declared, "Nothing was too good for the valiant officer and soldier during the war." Now how changed. Whilst the cry goes forth extending liberty and franchise to all races and to all kinds of men, it is proposed to deny them, the very soldiers who sacrificed their limbs and their bodies to attain this result. I do believe that my present pay is not wholly for present work, but is in great part for past services. What money will pay Meade for Gettysburg? What Sheridan for Winchester and the Five Forks? And what Thomas for Chickamauga, Chattanooga, or Nashville? Few Americans would tear these pages from our national history for the few dollars saved from their pay during their short lives. Some politicians were critical of the quality of the soldiers in the Army, including the chair of the Military Affairs Committee, Henry Wilson. Sherman responded, "Well, madam, you surely can't expect the possession of all the cardinal virtues for $13 a month. Months went by with soldiers and their officers receiving no pay until October, when Congress finally acted. Still, they tried to shrink the Army. In December 1878, after a long debate, the committee, now with Ambrose Burnside as its chairman, delivered a report to reform the Army. The Army's size would stay the same, at 25,000, but they reduced the number of generals, with Sherman's rank expiring when he retired, as well as Philip Sheridan's. Officers' mandatory retirement would be set at 62 years, and generals at 65. However, the bill would die in Congress, and a shorter version died in the Senate. The election of 1880 saw former Union General James A. Garfield take on Winfield Scott Hancock, still a general in the United States military. Sherman approved of Garfield, who became a close friend of his because of his pro-Army stance in Congress. However, on July 1st, Charles Guiteau shot Garfield, wounding him severely. Sherman's role in the aftermath of the shooting was to protect the assassin from mob violence. He made all the preparation he thought necessary, bringing in 650 troops into Washington. Sherman conversed with Robert Todd Lincoln, the Secretary of War, and the Secretary of State, James Blaine, about possible violence, and inspected the jail personally. "I saw the man Guiteau as I passed his cell door, a poor miserable wretch, whose life is not as valuable as that of a chicken, but if that life is taken, it ought to be by due course of law. A mob in Washington would disgrace us all as a people." When Garfield died of his wounds in September, Guiteau would be tried, convicted, and executed with no mob violence. Sherman had pleasant times as commander of all the United States forces. He loved to visit West Point, especially during graduation. He would regale the young men with stories and had a great time reminiscing about his younger days. On one trip to West Point, Sherman, accompanied by some foreign dignitaries, visited his old room at the barracks. The young cadets then occupying the room stood at attention, and then became nervous as Sherman began to ask them a question. Did they, like him, keep contraband food hid in the chimney? Sherman grabbed a cane from the group of men and began poking up into the chimney. A host of delicacies fell out, panicking the young cadets. Sherman calmed them by saying that all the officers present were off duty, so they saw nothing. When congressmen attacked the academy in the military reduction bills, it angered Sherman. He believed it to be the best military college in the world and only wanted to see it improve. However, he did oppose any increase in admission standards because he knew how he had been labeled as bad, and under the new proposed standards, he wouldn't have been let in. So dedicated to military education, Sherman helped create the School of Application for Infantry and Cavalry at Fort Leavenworth in 1881. Although he believed the true understanding of the military came from being a soldier in an active campaign, he wanted a foundation of education for his officers and soldiers. The Civil War, which had gained Sherman his fame, was one of the reasons people attacked his peacetime army. Politicians and regular American citizens saw citizen soldiers enlist and march off to war, win, and return. Why wouldn't that be the case in any other war, they asked. Why keep a standing army when a militia would do the trick? He directed other military men to direct your argument to the great proposition that war is a science needing education, training, and practice, and that the rank and file must be drilled, instructed, and habituated to the duties of war before being subjected to fire. He wanted professional soldiers as the base of the United States Army. Sherman never could fully understand that the Army was part of the democratic political process and that it was controlled by the politicians who were elected to high positions. The Civil War expanded the powers of the President and the generals of the Army, but once the war ended, those powers went away, and Sherman had a difficult time dealing with the loss of power, as well as a loss of objective without a war to fight. By the early 1880s, Sherman had become tired of dealing with politicians, and he felt that his position now only hindered the upward advancement of commanders under him. When Congress agreed to give him full pay and retirement for the rest of his life, Sherman notified the Secretary of War that he would turn over his command to Philip Sheridan in November 1883, taking his staff to St. Louis to await the formal retirement date of February 8, 1884, when he turned 64. The President, Chester A. Arthur, agreed to the situation. The last months of Sherman's tenure as the head of the Army was quiet. He had some recommendations, like the 12-company 3-battalion regiments for all service arms, and advocated for a regular rotation of troops from the frontier to more established posts. He would write to his daughter Ellie, "If I had done nothing else than aid the development of the Great West, the Mississippi and Pacific, to make it accessible and susceptible of settlement by peaceful families, I will rest content quite as much as if I had attended church every day for every year of my life." On February 8, 1884, Sherman officially retired with a message thanking the soldiers. His home in St. Louis was on Garrison Avenue, and it was the same home that Missouri citizens had bought for him in 1865. He hoped to finally be rid of politicians, but he was sadly mistaken. From 1868 until Sherman passed away, in every presidential election cycle, Sherman's name came up as a possible candidate. Both Republicans and Democrats sought him as a candidate, but Sherman would state that getting the presidency would be a miserable task, and that he would kill someone so that he would be thrown into a penitentiary instead. In 1868, after being asked to become a candidate, he stated, "I have long since made up my mind never under any state of facts to be drawn into politics." In 1871 he wrote, "If nominated by either party, I should peremptorily decline, and even if unanimously elected, I should decline to serve." In 1876 Sherman declared, "I never have been, am not now, and never will be a candidate for the high office of President before any convention of the people." In 1882 he stated, "No earthly consideration shall ever induce me to consent to have my name bandied about as a candidate. I treat the suggestion now with ridicule, but if any unauthorized party uses my name in this connection, I shall answer in such a way as to leave no room for doubt." In 1884, during one of the most persistent attempts to get Sherman to become a candidate, Sherman wrote back in a now famous line, "I will not accept if nominated, and I will not serve if elected." When some politicians asked him to run as an independent candidate and offered him $10,000 to do so, Sherman responded, "Multiply that sum by 1,000,000, and add thereto the wealth of all the Vanderbilts, Astors, Goulds, and etc., with the contents of the U.S. internal treasury, and he still would not run." Other than fighting off a candidacy, Sherman dedicated his retirement, and in fact his entire post-war life, to recounting the Civil War as it had occurred. He would write, "The great lessons of our Civil War were that each youth must be faithful to his whole country and not a part, that each must stand ready to do his manful part, that wars are as much a part of God's providence as the thunderstorm, and that war's legitimate object is more perfect peace. We the victors must stamp on all history that we were right and they were wrong, that we beat them in battle as well as in argument, and that we must give direction to future events." Sherman began writing his memoirs in the early 1870s and had completed it by 1875. In it, he sought to account for the reasons and causes of events during the conflict and to make it a little easier for historians to retell the story of the war. Just like he would in retirement, Sherman wanted the war to be remembered as a conflict that decided the issue of secession and held the country together. He would give addresses at banquets and reunions about the war, hoping to stem the tide of lost cause arguments. He probably gave thousands of speeches since the end of the Civil War, and the audience would become wrapped up in his enthusiasm and charisma with each story he told. As president of the Society of the Army of the Tennessee for 22 years, he made some kind of speech at every meeting and ruled the meeting with an iron fist. In an 1887 address to the Grand Army of the Republic, he stated, "The war in which we were engaged was a holy war. They may call it otherwise, but it was a holy war, a war in the interest not only of America, but of the whole human race. It was one of the proudest points in our history that our young men, regardless of party and other former associations, rushed to the rescue of that flag, which is the symbol of our nation." Sherman felt little animosity toward white Southerners. He became friends with and helped men like Joseph E. Johnston, John Bell Hood, Joseph Wheeler, and former Vice President of the Confederacy Alexander Stephens. However, Sherman and former Confederate President Jefferson Davis became even worse enemies after the war. In 1879, a tour of the South through Atlanta, New Orleans, and then the state of Mississippi, Sherman was on a train with the former president. When someone asked for him to go greet Davis, Sherman politely refused, demonstrating their dislike of one another. As one of Sherman's biographers wrote, both men were stubborn, outspoken, easily angered, and slow to forgive and forget. Sherman despised anyone who continued to insist that the South had been justified in warring against the United States, and Davis was the leading exponent of that view. Similarly, Davis castigated anyone who upheld the Union side. The two men were in perfect opposition on matters close to their hearts and their egos, the history and meaning of the Civil War. Throughout the post-war years, Sherman viewed Davis as a simple monomaniac, the impersonation of all that was wicked in the war. Davis criticized Sherman's depopulation of Atlanta and the march to the sea as unusually cruel during war, and compared him to some of the worst war criminals in history. Nowhere was Davis more critical than in his 2-volume set, The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government. Initially, Sherman was angered at Davis's attacks, but then said no one was reading Davis's book, so there was no reason to critique the work anyway. Sherman didn't forget Davis and asserted that Davis threatened to send Lee's army against individual states that wanted to secede from the Confederacy. Davis told Sherman to show the papers highlighting the accusation, but Sherman stated they were in batches of papers captured by his troops and were sent to Chicago and destroyed in the Chicago fire. Sherman also leveled a conspiracy against Davis, saying that as a member of the United States government, he conspired to overthrow it, particularly as the Secretary of War. In a resolution passed by the Senate called Sherman's Report on the Activities of the Confederate Executive Department, Sherman continued to push this conspiracy. In it, Sherman included the letter from Alexander Stephens claiming that Davis abandoned the states' rights position and aimed at absolute power as president. Sherman wanted Davis's name to become synonymous with Benedict Arnold and Aaron Burr. Not only did he battle against Davis and the Lost Cause, but he battled against members of the Army of the Cumberland, or Ohio. A member of that army wrote that the Army of the Ohio, soon to become the Army of the Cumberland, saved the day at Shiloh, and the Army of the Tennessee would have been destroyed had the Army of the Ohio not arrived. Sherman accused the Army of the Ohio of intentionally not making it to the battlefield on the first day to avoid the fighting. Nevertheless, Sherman continued to fight for the Union through his rhetoric. As he said in one speech, "Wars are not all evil. They are part of the grand machinery in which this world is governed. Thunderstorms which purify the political atmosphere, test the manhood of a people, and prove whether they are worthy to take rank with others engaged in the same task by different methods." Sherman enjoyed plays and the theater from the first time he saw one on his way to West Point as a young man. The intrigue never left him, and he even kept a charge account at theaters in New York. His appearance at theaters often elicited a standing ovation, and because of his status, he got to go backstage and talk with the actors. He rarely sat for an entire play, though. He would watch half one night and go back the following night to catch the other half. His obligations and racing mind prevented him from staying in one place too long. He became friendly with Buffalo Bill Cody when Cody scouted for him in late 1865 and would go see the Buffalo Bill Wild West show. When Cody went to Europe, he traveled with a letter of introduction from Sherman, and Cody kept Sherman apprised of his activities. The circus was also on Sherman's agenda, being a fan of P.T. Barnum. Almost everything in the circus excited the old general, whether it was the elephants, clowns, or acrobats. Ellen never liked the social obligations that accompanied her famous husband. She seldom attended gatherings, dinners, or galas that Sherman had to attend. Sherman grew tired of having to lie to everyone who asked where she was. He would say she was sick when she indeed wasn't. However, despite Sherman's beliefs that she was a hypochondriac, and to some degree that was true, Ellen did have ailments. She regularly had boils that popped up in locations all over her body. After Sherman's retirement, Ellen grew even more sick, but Sherman believed that it was all in her mind. Her refusal to exercise as the doctor ordered exasperated Sherman, who believed if she wanted to get better, she needed to do as the doctor said. What some historians believe was heart disease began to take effect on Ellen. When she finally grew too ill to properly function, Sherman finally believed she was indeed ill. Doctors were called in and took care of her. On November 28, 1888, Ellen was being attended to by nurses upstairs while Sherman was downstairs in his office. A nurse called down to Sherman to hurry up to Ellen's room, that his wife was dying. Sherman bounded up the stairs yelling, "Wait for me, Ellen. No one ever loved you as I loved you." He was too late. She passed away before he could get up the stairs. He had had disagreements with Ellen through their entire relationship, but he did love her, and he was shaken to his core with her death, especially since he had denied that she was as sick as she claimed. It took months, but Sherman finally returned to what he always did, go to functions in the theater, answer letters, and talk with frequent guests. 3 years prior to Ellen's death, Sherman dealt with another blow to his circle of friends. Ulysses S. Grant passed away in 1885. The President chose Sherman, Philip Sheridan, Simon Bolivar Buckner, and Joseph E. Johnston as the pallbearers for Grant. Despite his disagreements with Grant while Grant was President, Sherman still held an affection for the old general and mourned his loss with the rest of the country. In February 1891, Sherman began suffering from a cold which made his asthma and his near-constant streptococcal inflammation worse. His personal physician was called in, but could do little more than make him comfortable. After a few days, the old general got up and even walked around, attempting to clear the pneumonia from his lungs. But then his condition declined. His tongue had swollen, as well as his throat, but he was able to speak to some who came to see him. He knew he was dying and told his children, who now surrounded him, except for Tom, who was on his way to the United States from Europe, that he wanted the words, "faithful and honorable," put on his tombstone. At one point during this bout with illness, he became unconscious, and a Catholic priest was called in by his children to deliver him his last rites. Sherman did regain consciousness, but on February 14th, at 1:50 p.m., Sherman sighed and then passed away. Most of his children surrounded him. His former comrades in arms, Henry Slocum and Olive Rhodes Howard, were in the next room. Sherman didn't want a big funeral. He just wanted to be taken to St. Louis to be buried with only a small ceremony. Friends convinced the family to have a wake. The open casket would be put on the first floor of the Sherman home in New York City, where thousands of people viewed the body, with an American flag draped over the casket. Sherman's hat, sword, scabbard, and spurs rested on the top. His former rival during the Atlanta campaign, Joseph E. Johnston, would be one of his pallbearers. Waiting outside with his head uncovered, someone told the old Confederate general to put his hat on before he caught cold. Johnston responded, "If I were in his place, and he standing here in mine, he would not put on his hat." Johnston, whose health was already weak, would pass away 5 weeks later. Sherman's body, accompanied by a military honor guard, was transported by train to St. Louis with the doors on the funeral car open so people along the way could see the casket. When it arrived in St. Louis, the ceremony was presided over by Sherman's son Tom, whom Sherman had been so against joining the Catholic clergy. The ceremony was quick, ending with taps and a volley fired by the 13th United States Infantry, the same regiment that had adopted Sherman's son Willie into its ranks around Vicksburg. Cannons roared and Sherman's body was laid to rest next to Ellen. William T. Sherman is one of the most controversial and most well-known figures of the American Civil War. His childhood was uncertain, as his father died when Sherman was young, and his mother couldn't take care of him or his brothers and sisters. He was adopted by a well-known and powerful politician, who helped to make Sherman into the man he became. However, living within the shadow of Thomas Ewing mentally wore on Sherman. The chaos that was his childhood made him seek order in his life. From his time in the Army that gave him that order and regimentation, to his time as a banker, he strove to bring order and security to his life and the lives of his wife and children. When the Civil War erupted, the Confederacy brought disorder to the country that Sherman loved, and he joined the fight to bring the country to order. During the conflict, he had many failures, like his time in Kentucky, Chickasaw Bayou, Missionary Ridge, and Kennesaw Mountain. But he also had his successes: Memphis, Arkansas Post, Vicksburg, the capture of Atlanta, the March to the Sea, and presiding over the largest surrender of Confederate forces during the war at Benton Place. Military theorists and historians have described him as a psychological warrior, by defeating the South by marching through its territory, demonstrating the Confederacy was weak and ill-equipped to stop a determined Union army and general. Were there atrocities committed under his watch? Yes. Did he burn every town that he came close to in Georgia? No. His exploits have been downplayed and exaggerated through the years, but he did in fact make Georgia howl, and helped bring the war to a close, along with his friend Ulysses S. Grant. His legacy will always be a contentious one associated with Atlanta and a destructive march to the sea. But Sherman's life and military career was much more than that. He wanted the country back together, a country he viewed as the greatest on earth, and if that country split apart, then what chance did he have in his own life? So he set about bringing the war that separated it to an end, to bring order to his country and himself.